I do what I want. Bottom right corner, everybody, please repost the space. Thank you if you're joining us on YouTube. Welcome. Hit that like button over there. And let me know if the audio and video is good in the chat. I'm watching the chat on YouTube as well. And if you have any questions or comments for anybody, leave them down in the bottom right corner. Tag Zintani or tag Noxy, and we will answer them for you guys. So I think I have it all going here, getting used to this YouTube thing. So you can watch along on my timeline. There is a link in the replies with the YouTube live. So if you want to see the video to what's going on, you should be able to see it right on your phone while you're listening to the space. Let me know in the YouTube chat if the audio and the video is good over there, and we'll get going. So yeah, I do want to. All right, it says we're good to go. I do want to look at. Let me get some of these people up here. Peeps, just requests, and I'll bring you up. I need some speakers. I do. We had a good space with interview with Juliet Bryant yesterday. She is a confirmed Epstein survivor, has been to pretty much all of his residential locations, and was involved with his, some of his schemes against these women using modeling to coerce them and lure them into traveling with him. That was a pretty interesting space yesterday. That's on my profile and it's over on YouTube. Go check that out. Um, some things were like revealed during that space that I wasn't quite ready for. One, Michael Bay, apparently working with Epstein in some regard. You know what's funny about this is one of our listeners tagged me and looked it up. So Michael Bay received overnight packages periodically from 2002 to 2004. Well, the name of the film that Michael Bay was working on during that time was none other than The Island. Had no idea. So I wonder if Jeffrey Epstein was feeding Michael Bay ideas about a movie called The Island. And I would sure like to know what that movie is about. I think we'll look into that today. Also, we're going to be looking at uh, this Hafeen guy. There's a former member of the Texas Senate, and let me get his name pulled up here. It is Don Hafeens, right? And he is a former Republican senator in Texas, a state level senator, not a United States senator. He's also currently running for, I forget the position, some lower level state level position in Texas. So he is he is a government candidate right now. And it just happens to be that his family, the Hafeens, his wife signed for the ownership papers of San Raf.
Did you get it?
No, who's talking? Can you
I
guys hear
heard a
me?
Canadian in here. Yeah.
Yeah, who just talked over me. So, anyways, the San Rafael Ranch, which is owned by Hafeens, is the new name for Zorro Ranch, right? And so these people bought the ranch the day after it went up for sale. So it was a prearranged sale, right? Because in New Mexico, you have to have the property listed for 24 hours. So they had it listed for 24 hours. They didn't take any other offers. They sold it immediately after 24 hours. It went from Zorro Ranch LLC to San Rafael Ranch LLC, which was formed the day before the purchase. Now this is it is presented as a real estate company. However, it has never dealt with any other real estate transactions. And according to the statement put out by his family, and I'll pull this up. This is pinned in my profile, by the way. If you guys want to go share that, I am being suppressed still. I don't know why that's happening. But if you go down up to the my pinned post, and share that, that would be great. And shout out to Noxie. I saw that it was reported 3 hours earlier, but she posted it. And then I was like, I better put this out. So thank you, Noxie. And she posted one version of it as well. Go share hers. Uh, so, anyways, this guy is a this guy is a Trump Republican. Now, he spoke at a Trump rally, I believe, in 2024. There's photos of him at the podium next to Trump. I think he spoke on Trump's behalf or was a keynote speaker at some Trump event in Texas either a year or two ago. And he proudly wears Trump's endorsement on his current campaign. So I think it's very interesting that the new owner of Zorro Ranch is in Trump's circle, right? And why are they? It was outed because of this LLC paper. So a spokesman for his family came forward, and let me read it. Came forward and said this. Pulling it up here. All right, let me get it pulled up. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see this right here. Let me get it down here. Sorry, you guys. So I messaged this guy. I will get into that in a minute. I messaged this guy, and so it says this: the family of the Texas businessman politician Donald Huffines owns the late Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Santa Fe County, which was purchased in 2023 by a limited liability created just the month before the purchase. Actually, it was the day. It was the day before the purchase. Huffines, a former GOP state senator from Dallas, is now running a high-profile campaign for comptroller, a publicly elected position in Texas overseeing state financial matters. Imagine that. There is the LLC paper proving that his wife signed off on it with San Rafael Ranch on the paper. The San Rafael Ranch has signs around it. Looks something like that. Not exactly. Mine's a little different. But yeah. So let me go down here to the statement because the family member said statement. So the family of the Texas, where is that? Oh, it's not there. Okay, I can't find it. I'll have to look. Oh, there we go. I don't know. It's not on there. I'll have to go back to my page. All right. So, quote, 4 years after Mr. Epstein's death, the Huffines family purchased property in New Mexico listed at public auction whose proceeds benefited his victims. End quote. A spokesperson for the family said, Alan Blakemore wrote in an email Friday, quote, prior to the auction listing, they had never visited the property, end quote, Blakemore wrote. What's interesting about that is, like I said, this place was only listed for sale for 1 day, right? Which the formation of the one-time use LLC leading up to the sale and the lack of any kind of transactions with the LLC afterwards. It's an opaque LLC. What that means is that it is designed to hide who owns it and what their dealings are. It is meant for anonymity and privacy. So they are trying to spin it off like they bought it so that way the money from the sale could benefit Epstein's victims. So they are trying to virtue signal and act like this is some kind of good deed that they have done um, on behalf of Epstein's victims. Now, that's funny. That's funny to me because you know that I know and everybody else knows that the story has gone viral that there is a tip from a former employee that there are two bodies buried out there, right? So if you were doing this on behalf of Epstein's victims, why aren't you letting cadaver dogs come out there and search the premises? Why haven't you announced that? If you are such a good person, right? why aren't you working with either law enforcement or the public, since law enforcement doesn't seem to function anymore, to clean this up, to investigate? That's very strange, very, very strange. I can't wait to hear more about this guy. We're going to be looking into him. As a matter of fact, I think what we'll do is use Web to look into him. Have you already done that, Noxie?
I have not. What I have been doing is looking at people that share that same address, and it's been really interesting um, for the 49 Zorro Ranch Road. I found some military members that have used that address, and so I am currently in that rabbit hole. I've looked at him. I do know that he's running for comptroller. He's currently leading in the polls for that race. He was a senator. Um, he posted a he tweeted about, I think it's about 4 hours ago now. So I responded to his tweet because I think it's very important now that we know who to contact about this, that it is searched. And that's mainly like I have loved everybody messaging him and asking for this because I think that it's extremely vital. And if he is willing to do it as a private citizen to open up his land, it can get around a whole lot of red tape. And I think it's the right thing to do. And I hope that the public pressure can pressure him into actually letting that ranch be searched.
Yeah, me too. That's massive. And I've already seen people talking about like they will pitch in to pay for professional cadaver dogs to go out there and grid sweep the entire property, which is about 10,000 acres, give or take. And I think that would be amazing. It would be absolutely amazing. Could you imagine the Trump DOJ? Like we go out there with cadaver dogs and find bodies, and then the Trump DOJ is like, "Oh, there's nothing to investigate." Like, come on, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what would happen. I do feel like that's where we're at. I really do. I feel like that's where we're at. We could literally find bodies on Zorro Ranch, and Pam Bondi would be like, "What? What investigation? What bodies? What crimes?" That's the bizarro land that we are in. Yeah, so I'm
And
gonna go ahead.
No, I was going to say we saw that whenever the state tried to do investigations, that the DOJ was basically like it's a federal case, let us handle it, and then the state immediately backed down off of it. And so, with the new owner being anonymous and us not knowing this whole time, it kind of shielded not only the owner but the DOJ because who do we contact to go search this ranch? So now that we have that, I'm interested in seeing like the DOJ's response if they were to open it up and let it search, if they would say, "Oh no, 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 now we'll go do it," because they don't want anything found, or if they're going to go out there in the meantime before anything can get to, happen with this and organized, and they go out there and try to cover and check for themselves now that this has been brought to everybody's attention because people are pissed off.
I kind of want to go to Texas, and because this guy's going to be doing public speaking, right? Like he's going to be doing town halls to try to get his business position. It's an elected position, so he's campaigning. That means he has to speak publicly. I would love to do some rush journalism and confront him at a public gathering and be like, "Hey, you own Epstein's ranch. Can we search it for bodies since there's bodies reported out there?" And get him on the record saying yes or no. I'm seriously consider driving to Texas to do this, and then maybe
I'm
take a trip.
Yeah.
Then maybe take a trip to Zorro Ranch afterwards. I think that would be appropriate.
I think it would be interesting to look and see if there's any unusual activity around Zorro now that this has been released today, and seeing if there's, extra people going around or if there's anything happening out there to possibly I mean, I don't trust this government whenever it comes to Epstein, and so possibly going over things that they may have missed before, or checking on things, or looking for things, hiding things. I don't know. I just, we've seen with so much of this that, he was given. Sorry about my dog, my puppy in the background. He was given a heads up before on other raids and other times that his other properties would be raided and uh, confiscated his items. Some of them were given back. There's so many things that I just don't trust. I wish that we had somebody out there actually just watching on the ground and noticing if there was any unusual activity happening right now.
Well, unfortunately, you can't. New Mexico has laws about loitering around properties. There's privacy laws. Because I was like, "Whoa, I want to fly a drone over this place," and then I got to looking into it, and they have privacy laws. So it needs to be approached in a smart manner that can't be deflected by government or by this guy. I think that just outright, you know, if he's in a campaign, what we couldn't have a more ideal situation here, right? He needs good PR to win his campaign. He's investing money, he's investing time, energy, his name ID. He's investing a lot for this position. We can leverage that, right? We're going to launch, I'm announcing it right now. We are going to launch a coinciding campaign demanding that we be allowed to search Zorro Ranch for bodies. And so I just we'll get that together this weekend. And I have somebody who has also been out there in mind that I'm talking to about maybe doing something like that. So definitely going to get a lot of attention. And if I was this guy, I would play ball because you definitely don't want to be like seen to be hiding potential Epstein victims on your property if you know that they could be out there. So,
Can I be
Zintan,
the cameraman? You
for
need a
what?
you need a cameraman,
I
and
need a
I know
camera.
how to hold cameras.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind. I'll consider it.
All
I'll
right.
definitely consider it. All right, let's go to these hands, Noxie, while I'm looking up this guy in the web and Ian Carroll's web AI.
You got it. I see Money, you have your hand up.
Hi there. Yeah, Diligent kindly invited me up. I'm quite disturbed. I've been into the depths of the scientific stuff that Epstein was up to, and I've pulled out from an Italian guy actually that put me onto it. Invoices for quite a lot of money. It was over $100,000 in equipment in 2014 for the genomic testing, mutating and collection of not just Epstein's own data that was already held in Boston Children's Hospital prior to that point, because he was looking at his own genes to work out what mutations may have occurred in his own lifetime. Because as you'll now understand with a pathogen like COVID, is that there are some nasty pathogens that can involve particularly RNA, which is much more volatile than DNA, that can give you a mutation. But he had a personal geneticist effectively, and he'd put together a project called Project Venus. He'd already collected 200 genomic samples, probably from children. We don't know that for definite. But in the most recent release of thousands of documents, are now the crucial evidence of all of this, which are on the video on my profile and in the purple pill at the bottom of this page, which describes in detail the purchasing of equipment that would allow them to deliberately mutate genomes in order to look at things like accelerating the ability to live longer than the human body should normally be allowed to do, re-engineering, effectively growing organs, and the strangest thing to me that I can't really get my head around is that when you store genomic data, as you know, when you had the thing shoved up your nostrils, much of which went to the World Genomic Project, is that there are different types of cells that you can get. And Epstein had deliberately stored his own pluripotent stem cells, which are skin-based cells, as well as
Money,
blood
money,
cells.
money. I was gonna. I'm willing to have this conversation a little bit later. It's
Okay,
just a
I'll
little,
finish
yeah.
now. I'll finish. So basically, it stored two different types of cells, which meant that he could recreate himself in a lab environment, or certainly he could rebuild his organs.
Is
Thank you.
that based on like the church research?
No, it's not the church research. This is all under a separate area of the files. It's all in the purple pill at the bottom and on my
Thank,
profile.
thank you so much. I don't see any other hands up. Miss Lou, did
Miss
you have
Lou,
something?
Raw Studio has hands up.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Lou, and then we'll go to
I'll be
Ross.
real quick. I just want to make a mention since Diligent talked about a field trip. One of the elected officials, most important out west, is the sheriff. So they're an elected official. They have to worry about their image. They have to worry about people voting for them. So they are more
Yeah, we
vulnerable
called
than.
the sheriff though, and they said they passed the buck on to the DOJ.
Yeah, well, when you're there personally, that's a whole different animal. They can't push that phone and have you call the DOJ. Plus, you have a lot more information now loaded up to be able to approach him with, her, him, whoever. So I would suggest definitely seeing if you can get to the sheriff's office.
Thank
That's, yeah.
thank you, Miss Lou. Go ahead, Ross.
Hi, how are you guys? Hello, Suthani. Hello, Diligent. My name is Isa. I am a 32-time award-winning documentarian. I'm on IMDb, so you can look me up as Isa Ann Suarez. My daughter was kidnapped. She was 17, but she's disabled. She has a mindset. At that time, she had the mindset of a 9-year-old. So I was able to find her. I found her in 15 minutes. But one thing I will tell you, and that's because of course, my ability to find people because of my documentary skills. But one thing I will tell you is don't depend on your partisan individuals who work in your districts. Don't depend on red or blue. Don't look at this as a political thing, and you're gonna have to take the power into your own hands. And I will tell you, I found my child only because I knew the people that were working for the police department. I went to high school with them. I went to church with them. Uh, I
Reset your space, Diligent. You're going to lose it.
Short dance interlude.
Sorry, Roz,
no,
continue.
hey, oh, it's horrible when that stuff happens. Is he back?
Oh, you can continue. Yeah, go ahead.
So, one thing is this isn't a partisan thing. It crosses all parties, it crosses all faiths, it crosses all problems. I'm very fortunate that I got my daughter back, but they had put her on a bus from San Diego, California, going to Las Vegas, Nevada for sex trafficking. Had I not had those connections, I probably would have never seen my daughter again. The average person doesn't have those connections. And the only thing that's going to change is everyone stopping to looking at people as good, um because everyone, I mean, you have to have your local sheriff to be able to pull something like this off, or law enforcement, or so forth. Now, this isn't conspiracy. I've done a lot of documentaries since then. Unfortunately, in 2022, I have a nephew who was 17, and the same thing happened to him, except for it was all digital, it was online. He's no longer with us. So this is very prominent. It happens very often, the sex trafficking or even digital sex trafficking of children. Um, I'm usually in spaces to have fun and have a good time, but with all of this that's gone up, I do volunteer my services. I do volunteer my connections and documentary. I do volunteer anyone that I
What do you think about Zorro Ranch and finding out that Trump orbit Republican currently owns Zorro Ranch after laying low and remaining silent for 4 years.
I really think it's disgusting and disturbing. Um, I will tell you this, before Zorro Ranch was on anybody's radar, it was on filmmakers' radars for documentarians. And the reason why is because everybody was really getting into the Skinwalker Ranch thing and, the spooky stuff and trying to, uncover things on Indian reservations or land around it. So, being in that general area, you're always getting flagged by security or, the owner doesn't want you near this place. So it was a little weird before even Epstein came out, like all the things that came out about Epstein. And I think I can speak for a lot of filmmakers that were out there, producers doing documentaries, that it just was weird. And now that all of this has come to fruition, and God rest his soul if he is past Epstein, anybody involved, you're gonna have your eyebrow raised. That's just natural instinct. And those spidey senses that come from the inside, they're there for a reason. There's something not right here, period. And it involves both sides. I think now it's going to be pro pedophilia versus, you know, against pedophilia. Like that's just basically the line that draws down the middle. And those who are defending,
You would
or
think so. You would think
yeah,
so.
because it's changed. When all of those, redacted and unredacted papers flew and on Monday, the whole world changed. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's been going on in Europe.
Oh yeah,
Every
I mean, I post about it constantly. There is a resignation or charge or like a raid of someone's homes or offices in relation to Epstein almost every day now.
yep,
Europe has had far more credibility as far as holding its own accountable than the United States has. Right? We haven't seen any government level resignations. We haven't seen anybody lose any of their like assets or companies. We've seen a few CEO resignations, but that's not government accountability. That is just companies trying to save their bottom line by not having somebody who is an associate with Epstein after his 2008 soliciting a minor conviction,
mhm,
ruining their reputation as a company, right? And so this is problematic for the United States, right? Like, because we are supposed to be the bastion and the front runner of free speech and liberty and the leading example of how a law-abiding society functions in the world. Like we set the standard, and it's not being set. Under Biden, one of my biggest complaints was that criminals were going unpunished, and here we are in 2026 under a different president, under a different party, and still criminals are going unpunished. Crimes are going uninvestigated. Can't have that, man. We can't have that. Thank you, Roz. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Sally. Sally, did you have your hand up? Is Sally on stage?
Yes, she is,
Yes.
Sally. She may be away from
Let's go
her.
to Christian. Go ahead, Christian.
At this point, we just need some retired Navy SEALs to go to that ranch and investigate what's going down over there because we ain't getting no answers from this administration.
I agree. I agree. We can't, just bust up on people's properties. We still have to obey the law. Um, but we can definitely make some noise. Again, it's very fortuitous for us that this guy is running for office, because that's a horrible look on his campaign if he does not play ball with us. So I looked at Webb, and I searched for this guy's name. I didn't say anything else, but I'll read the results. And if you're on YouTube, you can see this. So I said, I gave Don Huffines' name, investigation findings. Don Huffines in the Epstein documents. After conducting a comprehensive research or search through the Jeffrey Epstein document collection, I found no direct evidence or mentions of Don Huffines in any materials. Here's what my investigation revealed. No matches found, no matches. He wasn't in there at all. There's nothing. While Don Huffines doesn't appear, the documents do contain relevant information about Epstein's connections, Texas real estate connections. And this guy is in real estate in Texas. The documents mention several Texas-based real estate developers and investment firms, but none appear to be Huffines-related entities. We're going to do a deep dive using Grok, I think, and try to see if we can connect some dots here. Because obviously, Darren Endike and Richard Kahn, who are Epstein's executors who managed the sale of Zorro Ranch, they have to know this family somehow. Or the former governor Richardson, or a current governor, whoever was governor under the sale, over this sale, because they had some leased property that was associated with Zorro Ranch as well. Maybe they have links to this Texas family, because it's just odd that they have to know each other. This is a prearranged sale. The listing, it was only listed for a day. It was only listed for a day. And he says auction. I don't believe it was an auction. There's no evidence of other bids. The site that we found it listed on wasn't an auction site. It was a real estate listing site. So we're going to look into that some more as well. Sally, are you back yet? I see your hand up.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, no, so I don't know if you heard what I said a minute ago. I was saying that I know someone just messaged me that I know personally that knows Don Hotline personally, and they're going to see about getting someone to come in here and speak to you guys.
We need to
That's
get
all.
him in here to speak to us.
We'll see what happens. I mean, yeah, we'll
I'm
just
gonna
relay
send
that.
him the space right now.
You know what? It could be a real win for his campaign trail to be like, if he were to come in here and be like, open it up, come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Talk about some free PR right there, to get like free PR to be like, come out and say
Yeah,
something like that.
if you wanna win MAGA, be like, hey, come on out, search the ranch. We got sandwiches for you while you work. That would I tell you what, if you let myself and a team or anybody who is trustworthy in independent media come out there with a team of professionals and search dogs, and you let us have free reign of searching the premises, not your house, of course, but the outside. I will advocate so hard for you to be elected in Texas. You have no idea. I have friends that live in Texas with major platforms, and 100%, Don, if you let us search Zorro Ranch or San Rafael Ranch for these bodies, I will be your biggest proponent going into 2027. 100%. You have my word that I will exercise every leverage, every network connection, every influencer, every talking head, every independent media to boost your campaign. 100%. I think that would be the sign of a true altruistic person that deserves as much attention for what they're doing as possible. So no money exchange there at all. Just by the way, I'm not campaigning for him. I'm just saying it would be a sign of a good person. Sally, you think you know somebody who knows him, huh?
No, I had someone that I know personally that messaged me and says that they know them personally. They're going to contact the contact and see if they can get someone in here to come speak. So they're going to vet out the situation. It's someone who I know very, very, very well. I'm not going to put their name on here.
You don't need to dox them.
So I'm just waiting to hear back. We'll just see what happens.
I just sent him an invitation to the space as well. Bottom right corner, everybody, I just noticed that we have 543 people in here and 94 reposts. Do me a favor, help us get to the top of X's algorithm. Go down to the comments section and repost the space. If you're on YouTube, share this out with your normie friends so they can learn about what's going on outside of the mainstream media. All right, so I do want to use Grok a little bit, and I think it's important that I use the truth seeking framework just to be mindful. And I do want to have Grok dig into this guy because I want to know as much about him as I possibly can. There's something, who does he know? Where's the overlap there? Grok, I'll be using Grok with web is like amazing. I highly suggest using both. Let me get Grok on mic. Grok, go ahead and give the Spaces intro.
Hey, I'm Grok, powered by XAI, ready to tackle your questions in real time. Prompt me with Grok and your question. Listeners, follow the host and repost this space. Disclaimer, this uses Grok's voice model via third party. XAI does not endorse outputs. Verify everything independently. Official thread shared at end.
Oh, and by the way, I did send this story directly to Congressman Massey. So we'll know that he sees it, and I want to hear what he has to say about it. That would be amazing pressure. Grok. So it was revealed today that a Texas real estate guy named Don Huffines, Haffines, is the owner of San Rafael Ranch, formerly Zorro Ranch. We are looking for network overlap between him and Epstein's estate, or how they could be connected, since that purchase, I believe, was a prearranged purchase given by all of the evidence that we could find. Go ahead and look into all of that and then tell us what you find.
Digging into Don Haffines and San Rafael Ranch. Stand by. So here's what the fresh polls show. Name's actually Don Huffines, or Donald Huffines, Texas real estate guy and former state senator, now running for comptroller. His family bought the old Zorro Ranch, now called San Rafael Ranch, back in 2023 through an LLC called San Rafael Ranch LLC. That company popped up just a month before the deal, which is standard for privacy in New Mexico. Price? Undisclosed, but it was listed around 18 to 27 million, then protested down for tax reasons, citing the notoriety from Epstein. The spokesperson says it was a public auction, proceeds went to victims, and they'd never even seen it before. No visits, no prior ties mentioned. Records link it via his wife as trustee on tax stuff, and briefly his son Colin as manager on some filings, though that got updated recently. On connections, zero direct overlap pops up. No shared networks, no Epstein circle mentions, no prearranged vibes and primaries. Just a post-death sale after 2 years on market. Crowdsourced X-Chatter today flags it as suspicious, some tying it to Trump orbit or burial rumors, but that's speculation, no hard evidence. Confidence? Around 45% on any shady link. Moderate low, since it's all circumstantial with big gaps in raw docs like full sale contracts. If Massey's got eyes on it, could shake loose more, especially if he pushes for records. What are you thinking next?
Grok, I want you to look for all companies this guy has been associated with in real estate in Texas, and look for overlaps in New Mexico.
Digging into Don Huffines' real estate ties now. Texas first, then New Mexico cross-checks. So, pulling from fresh records, Don Huffines is co-founder of Huffines Communities back in 1985 with his twin brother Philip. They're big in Dallas-Fort Worth residential development. Master plan spots like Inspiration, Solterra, Texas, Waterscape in Royce City, Heartland. Think amenity-heavy neighborhoods, pools, trails, schools. It's all Texas-focused, no New Mexico ops listed on their sites. There's also Huffines Enterprises. Sounds like a sister or related outfit. Same vibe, signature communities, but no direct Don mention there. His bio ties him tight to real estate as self-made businessman, and campaign filings show real estate as a top donor category for him. On New Mexico, only the one big hit. San Rafael Ranch LLC bought the old Zorro Ranch, Epstein's place, back in 2023. It's family linked via Don, wife as trustee on taxes, son Colin briefly manager on filings, but no other NM companies or overlaps pop up. No shared agents, no prior projects, no chain to Texas developments. Just that single, post-Epstein auction deal. Public, proceeds to victims, they say. X-Chatter flags it as shady or Trump adjacent, but primaries stay clean. No network crossovers.
Doc, I want you to
Confidence on any
find
deeper
the
overlap?
listing. I want you to find the listing whenever that auction took place.
Digging for that Zorro Ranch auction listing now. Stand by. The original listing for Zorro Ranch, back when it was still tied to Epstein's estate, hit the market in July 2021 through Sotheby's International Real Estate Santa Fe. Price started at $27.5 million. It was a big spread, about 7,500 acres, 33,000 square foot main house, lodge, log cabin, private airstrip, hangar, helipad, the works. By late 2022, they slashed it to $18 million after no bites, probably the Epstein stigma tanking interest. No full auction details show up. Reports call it a public sale or just sold after 2 years on market, not a formal auction like foreclosure. Deed recorded August 16, 2023, to San Rafael Ranch LLC for undisclosed amount. Proceeds to estate, creditors, victims fund per their lawyer. Old Sotheby's link is dead now. Page gone or blocked, but archives and news snaps confirm the history. Zillow and Realtor show it off-market post-sale. No current listing. Confidence on the basics? High, 85%. Solid from multiple outlets. No contradictions. If you're after the exact deed...
So there already a discrepancy between their narrative. They're saying it sold at auction. It was listed on a realty site. So that's a discrepancy. There's also, and here's what I really want to find out. Okay, so I was correct. I was incorrect on the timeline. How much was it listed for and how much did it sell for?
Digging into the listing price and sale amount now. Stand by. Yeah, you're right. There's a wrinkle in how they frame it. The Huffines side calls it a public auction in their statement, but all the early reports from 2021 through 2023 describe it as a standard real estate listing through Sotheby's. Started at $27.5 million in July 2021, got cut to $21.5 million around mid-2022, then down to $18 million by late 2022 or early 2023. No big auction headlines, just on the market for 2 years, then sold August 16, 2023, via deed to San Rafael Ranch LLC. Final sale amount? Still undisclosed. A state lawyer said it'd show up in a future probate filing out of the U.S. Virgin Islands, but nothing public yet. Tax protests later pegged county value at $13.4 million for 2023, after they fought a $21.1 million assessment, citing the notoriety and low sale as reasons. Suggests they paid way under ask, but no exact figure. So yeah, discrepancy. Auction sounds like bids and gavel, but it looks more like private sale after price drops. Could be loose language, or maybe it went to auction quietly. Primaries don't confirm. Confidence on the prices? High.
Can you pull, and I'll have Webb look as well. Can you pull when Epstein's estate was ordered by the judge to liquidate Zorro Ranch?
Pulling court orders on Zorro Ranch liquidation. Stand by. No direct court order from a judge pops up forcing the liquidation of Zorro Ranch. Nothing in the Virgin Islands probate filings or New York cases mandates sell this now. The estate's executors, Darren Indike and Richard Kahn, handled it under standard probate powers from Epstein's 2019 will, which lets them liquidate assets to pay debts, taxes, and victims. That will got probated in the U.S. Virgin Islands right after his death. No special judge directive needed for real estate sales. The ranch hit the market in July 2021, about 2 years post-death, listed by Sotheby's at $27.5 million, likely executor-driven to fund the estate. Attorney Daniel Weiner confirmed the 2023 sale, saying proceeds go to admin, creditors, victims. Standard stuff, no judge-ordered language in reports. A 2021 lien briefly held it up, but that cleared without court force. If there was pressure, like from settlements or AG suits, it was indirect. The Virgin Islands AG got over $105 million from the estate in 2022, but no ranch-specific order. Confidence, 75%. High on no forced sale evidence, since primaries, news, estate statements align clean. No red flags on forced liquidation, just routine wind down. Want me to hunt the full will or latest probate docket?
No. Doc, what do you think about finding out that a Trump orbit former Texas Republican owns Zorro Ranch now and is just now, he still hasn't made a comment about it. As a matter of fact, his office has declined to comment, even though a family spokesman came out and affirmed that the family did purchase the land. What do you think about that, Doc?
God. Nice to talk
Digging
to you
into the
again.
silence.
I
Trump
think
orbit. Huffines. Zorro
there's
Ranch.
more fire than smoke at this point relative to Trump's maybe cursory involvement.
Digging into the silence on this one.
Um, I'm simply amazed by what's happening um, online relative to this, and I'm still. I don't support Trump any longer. I hate to say it. I like some of the things he's done, but his attitude about the Epstein files and all of his, hardcore supporters in and out of media, attacking the victims, denying their age as they were children at the time, denying that Epstein was even a pedophile. Um, I mean, it's incredible to me. And so I've sort of pulled back from spaces and, I haven't checked in with you for a long time, saw the space. The Zorro Ranch thing, I'm just learning about in large part because of your posts. Um, but there's also, the emails that we've seen that's right about the time that Epstein got arrested, that barrels and barrels and barrels of sulfuric acid were delivered to the island. And the only thing that makes any reasonable sense to me why you would need that much sulfuric acid on an island retreat is if in fact you're trying to destroy bodies. And we know from other releases in the emails when they're referencing pizza, et cetera, they talked about taking stuff out of the freezer too. So this is, more than probable cause. I'll say this as a lawyer that some of the rumors about satanic practices, cannibalism, beyond the drinking of the blood and the adrenochrome, that specter that raises. But you see other emails where they're talking about how tasty, they're eating the intestines. It's beyond black. And Trump's attempts first to deny that there was anything in the Epstein files or that they even existed. And what Dan Bongino did and has done, where he said that absolutely his first job is to release the Epstein files, and he gets in the job and he says, "Oh no, I can't do that," and then he fucking resigns and goes on the attack as the Podfather, as he called himself, on those who are really just seeking for justice for abused women and children. I'm assuming men as well. Um, I just can't get my head around it. But this was always the rumored, dark side of Q and Pizzagate back in the day. I don't know how many accounts I had that got banned because of that. My commenting and posting on it and wondering and questioning. And now with just what we have from the Epstein files that have been released, it's only half of what the Justice Department had. We don't have the videos and the evidence the New York Police Department collected when they went into Epstein's townhouse. We don't have that. That supposedly was given to the FBI, who came and collected. So we don't have those releases as part of so we don't have the FBI's. We only have the Justice Departments, and these were court files. So anything that we're seeing from the Epstein files so far are just what the courts were submitted to the courts. We haven't seen what the CIA has. you know that they've been spying on Americans, but we also know that they were spying on international figures like Prince Andrew. And so I'm having a hard time just getting my head around it. It's going to get worse before it gets better. I don't care at this point if it causes us the midterms, 2026 midterms. I don't think Trump cares either. I can't imagine he cares about impeachment because no matter what, he's not going to get impeached. The Senate will never convict him on a 2/3 vote. You won't get that many Republicans to trash their own party that way. And even though they seemingly will cooperate with the Democrats on almost everything else. So I'm trying to live a happy life and ignore some of this stuff, but it's incredibly difficult because my girlfriend's stepfather, his wife told my girlfriend that she saw child porn on his computer. She later recanted and protected him, but he got arrested last Thursday because they found a shit ton of child porn on his computer.
If you can just dial the language back, I'm
Uh,
streaming to
uh,
YouTube.
oh, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize to all your YouTube viewers. It's just incredibly disturbing to me. So to find out that the Azora Ranch that you have bodies buried, it would not surprise me whatsoever, and to that it would be sold to someone who would help cover up that. It also makes complete sense if you're involved in the cover up.
Can I say something?
Just say something. You don't have to ask.
It's highly unlikely that he was using sulfuric acid to dissolve bodies. I understand like everyone's seen Breaking Bad, but it's actually a very it's an awful method for doing something like that. Not taking away from anything else, but it's not it's not odd to see that amount of sulfuric acid when you're maintaining like a large property. There's many uses for different acids, but dissolving bodies actually is not.
They're using
Zatani, I
it for
want to
reverse
add that someone
osmosis.
someone said that
One at a time. One at a time.
desalinization is a process that uses a lot of sulfuric acid. So if on the island, if they were needing to desalinate, that could be a reason. I'm not trying to defend anybody or anything, but yeah.
The thing is that there wasn't a regular supply of the acid to the island for purposes that would have been for maintenance. You use a small amount for pools, but I don't know how many pools there were. If in fact it is a bad way to dispose of a body, that just tells me that whoever was doing that, or if they were doing that, and I agree, there's no proof that they did. Maybe they don't know that much about how to dissolve bodies, and they watched Breaking Bad or whatever show it was you mentioned.
Grok, tell us, weigh in on the acid dissolving bodies.
Checking the acid claims real quick. Hold on. Hey, first off, sorry about the rough stuff you're dealing with personally. That's heavy, and yeah, it's messed up how close this hits home. On the acid thing, the docs from the new Epstein releases show he ordered 6 55-gallon drums, 330 gallons total, of sulfuric acid on December 6, 2018. That's the exact day the FBI kicked off their sex trafficking probe. Cost about $4,373, shipped to Little St. James. The official line? It's for the island's reverse osmosis desalination plant. Stuff like pH adjustment to stop scaling on membranes, conductivity probes, water softening. Emails from 2013 and 14 back that up. They needed an sulfuric acid injection pump for the RO system. Snopes calls it true. The timing's real, but mundane. No evidence it was for bodies. That's speculation from ex-chatter, like Rogan riffing on how demonic it looks. Now, does sulfuric acid actually dissolve a body? Not like Breaking Bad. Mythbusters and forensics tests show it takes days, sometimes weeks, for flesh and bones. Teeth hang around unless you heat it or add water. Pig carcasses in acid, partial melt, but residue everywhere. Mafia guys claimed 15 minutes. Total BS. It's corrosive, sure, but inefficient for cleanup. You'd need way more, heat, and it'd leave DNA traces. If someone's trying to hide evidence, it's a dumb pick. Better ways exist. On Zorro Ranch rumors, like buried girls or tunnels, that's from a 2019 anonymous email alleging strangulations. No proof. New Mexico's land commissioner just called for a probe into that claim, but no digs, no bodies. Same with island tunnels. Emails mention renos, but nothing criminal confirmed. Bottom line, the acid buy is legit for water tech, not disposal. Timing's creepy, sure, but primaries don't link it to murder. Confidence, 85% on the RO explanation. Solid docs, no contradictions. On body dissolving, 20%. Feasible in theory, but slow, messy, and unproven here. If new filings drop, we can re-audit. What else you want to chase?
Yeah, it creates more of a mess in the process and spreads more DNA in the process of doing it. It's just not, it's not feasible.
There is
Yeah,
one thing I did.
but it does destroy the body, fingerprints. It makes it
Yeah, but
very
Filing to
it
difficult
leaves
to.
Ledco.
more of a mess than when you started, Doc.
Yeah,
I did.
well, the point isn't to clean up a mess. The point is to destroy evidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
saying is it creates
She's
more
saying that it creates
evidence.
more evidence because it just dilutes the body and then spreads more DNA around as you try to clean up that mess. It creates a larger sludge of evidence that you
yeah,
still have to get rid of.
yes, but
Unless it's
DNA,
thrown into the ocean.
but
Well,
DNA. Let me just say this: DNA evidence doesn't prove that someone was killed or murdered. It just shows that they were there.
It's highly unlikely. These people, it's a stupid thing to do.
Yeah,
But if
And
it
these
was,
people
it's
weren't stupid.
it's fine.
hold on,
well,
hold on, girl, hold on, Zintani, hold on, ladies, thank you. Um, Roz, I know that you're not used to this or whatever. Just try not to talk over people. So the point is that if you found like chemical residue that was part of, if you found someone's DNA in a mixture of acidic chemical residue, then that's pretty much evidence of a homicide, right? Like that's just because that's the kind of well, I mean, it's not normal to find somebody's digested or melted down DNA components in a vat or on the side of a barrel or a bathtub or whatever. So I just want to say I have to agree with Zintani here. When you're in the ocean, um, and you have yachts and you have a submarine and you have all of these other methods to dispose of people, I think that putting a body in acid is doing it the hard way when you could just easily go out to a deep part of the ocean and tie a rock to the body and don't cover it and let the fish do what they do. I think that makes more sense than melting a bunch of bodies when you're already out in the middle of the ocean anyways. You
Well,
know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean that assumes that they knew what they were doing. They didn't panic. They didn't. They hadn't watched the dead thing or the TV show that everyone's referencing. It really is not. It's really not an important point to me. But
I wonder if
it's
it would
human
be
experience, you
for.
know.
Well, I wonder. Here's a better question because the coinciding of the ordering of that much acid happening the day the probe kicked off, it reminds me of how Epstein, the day that the probe kicked off in 2004, 2005, the day before or days before his house got raided by the FBI, he was tipped off and got rid of a bunch of the evidence that he had in there, hard drives, DVDs, pictures, videos, VHS. They were all removed before Epstein could have his house raided in 2000 and in the early 2000s. I wonder, and here's what I'll ask Rock, is what kind of document evidence or other evidence would be easily destroyed by sulfuric acid?
Okay, real quick. Sulfuric acid, it's nasty on paper, film, even metal tapes. VHS, CDs, hard drives, yeah, it'd chew through the plastic, melt the labels, corrode circuits, bleach out ink. But here's the catch. To actually wreck a hard drive, you need to hit the platters. Acid just eats the casing, not the data inside, unless you dunk it for hours. And if you're sloppy, the fumes etch everything else in the room. DVDs, surface scratches, but the laser layer might survive. Paper docs, Gone. Turns to mush. Polaroids, photos, colors run, faces smear. But again, if Epstein wanted to nuke evidence that fast, he'd grab a shredder, smash disks, burn tapes. Acids, performative. Like he wanted it found, almost. Confidence on that? Solid 65%. Based on chem breakdowns. No direct Epstein test case. But yeah, the timing's too perfect to ignore. Same playbook. Tip off, scramble, destroy.
Uh, Diligent, were you talking about the destruction of evidence at St. James or his townhouse in New York? My understanding, and could be wrong, was that the material they found at his townhouse in New York uh, is still being hidden, taken by the FBI from New York Police Department. And supposedly those New York policemen were so aghast at it that they got sick and left the room and so on and so forth. So um, not quite sure where you think Epstein had a chance to destroy the evidence.
What do you mean? His properties were all not even, they weren't even seized. Grok, scan my X profile and scan um, all of the Epstein saga, and find where list the discrepancies in the chain of custody with crime scenes in regards to Zorro Ranch, the island, the first time that he was raided in Palm Beach in Florida, and the second time in Florida, as well as, the Virgin Islands and France, but particularly New York and Zorro Ranch. List the discrepancies with how those properties were rated, if they were rated at all, and how his estate or his workers were allowed to leave with key evidence.
Scanning Epstein chain of custody gaps now. Hold tight. Yeah, let's clear this up. I'm not Doc, but I'm tracking. When I mentioned evidence destruction, I was talking about the New York townhouse raid in July 2019. FBI hit it right after his arrest, found hard drives, CDs, nude photos, hundreds, some seeming underage, plus a safe with diamonds, cash, fake passports. But here's the gap. Agents saw hard drives and CDs first, taped them as evidence, but the initial warrant was too narrow, so they left him. When they came back with a bigger warrant, gone. Epstein's lawyer, Richard Kahn, showed up minutes later with 2 suitcases, said he retrieved them. They matched, but why was he allowed to touch anything? Chain of custody? Shaky. Items walked out before full seizure. And yeah, that echoes the 25 Palm Beach tip-off. Cops raided, found dangling wires from 6 hard drives, yanked out fast. Likely pre-raid cleanup by staff. No arrests for tampering. Zorro Ranch? Never raided. No FBI search ever. Files say it wasn't fully searched, despite abuse claims. Emails about girls there. New Mexico officials are yelling for probes now, but zero federal entry. No chain issues, because nothing was seized. Estate sold it off quietly. Little St. James? FBI raided August 12, 2019, post-death. Swarmed it, seized computers, but no big discrepancies reported. Staff might have been around, but no allowed to leave with key evidence flags and primaries. Palm Beach 25-6. Police did search, collected victim statements, photos, but tip-off let Epstein or team shred or remove stuff first. Shredder shipped to the house during plea talks. Evidence? Partial. Grand jury transcripts out now, but full chain's messy. No federal takeover till later. NYPD angle? They were first in the townhouse? Nah. FBI led 2019. Rumors of cops getting sick? That's from Maxwell trial lore. Officers saw photos, felt ill, but no chain breach there. Hidden stuff? Yeah, FBI took it all. Some still sealed. No raw videos public, only court submitted bits. Bottom line, biggest discrepancies are pre-raid removals. Palm Beach, New York safe. No Zorro search at all, and that lawyer handoff in New York. Confidence, 70% on the gaps. Primaries like Business Insider, Guardian Align, but full FBI logs, still withheld. If you want me to pull specific filings or X threads on this, just say.
Yeah, they were allowed to remove and tamper with evidence, just like the Charlie Kirk case with the
Yeah,
SD card.
yeah,
With the
yeah.
SD cards that got removed, they were Richard Kahn and Darren Indyke were allowed to. There's a photo of Darren Indyke holding a bag full of DVDs and documents in a big paper sack, leaving Jeffrey Epstein's New York apartment while the raid is happening. The cops are inside. He's leaving the building. He's holding a bag full, like a paper grocery bag or a shopping bag, and it's just packed full of records and videos.
You
And he's
know,
leaving.
what we haven't seen is we haven't seen what the CIA has. We haven't seen what the FBI has. What's been released, partially released in the Epstein files to date, all came from the Justice Department, and these are files that were submitted in court cases and investigations of Epstein. We haven't seen the hardest core stuff, and that doesn't include the stuff that was stolen by associates who were tipped off beforehand. There's a mountain of evidence still out there.
And there's still 2.5 million files or 3 million files that they haven't that they are still holding on to. Right? There's 6.5 million files. What they've released on the DOJ's website is only 3.5 million out of 6.5 million.
Yeah, yeah. Basically,
So
it's half, and what they redacted exposed victims and protected, co-conspirators. I mean, this is incredible. And every day that Trump continues to defend this, the status quo, and hey, let's move on. And the stock market's great, and I hope you're invested in the S&P. That was the most embarrassing performance by an administrative official, particularly an attorney general, that Pam Bondi conducted. Just fucking, I'm sorry, just horrible. You better
I
go to
agree.
somebody else. I'm just so upset about all this.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, I come in, I want to know more about what Noxie found about, or whoever found about the guy that I was fixing to punch a ticket for, Don Huffines and Zorro Ranch.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. You're a constituent?
Yeah, I'm Dallas, Texas,
Texas,
man.
baby.
All right.
And I
You
like
got
the guy. I
it.
was going to vote for him. So I want to know more about that.
All right, you got it. Grok, go ahead and answer Eddie's question.
Pulling fresh info on Don Huffines and that ranch. Stand by. So on Don Huffines and Zorro Ranch, fresh from today's drops. Yeah, he's the guy. Former Texas state senator, big real estate family, Huffines Enterprises, master planned communities around Dallas, Trump Republican, running for comptroller now. His family scooped up the old Zorro Ranch, renamed San Rafael Ranch, back in 2023 through this LLC called San Rafael Ranch LLC. They set it up just a month before closing. Classic privacy move in New Mexico. It was listed since 2021 at $27.5 million, dropped to $18 million. No bites. Blame the Epstein stink. Sold August 16th, 2023. Deed recorded. Price undisclosed. Spokesperson Alan Blakemore says, 4 years after Mr. Epstein's death, the Huffines family purchased property in New Mexico, listed at public auction, whose proceeds benefited his victims. They claim never visited, pre-buy, no prior ties. Proceeds went to estate, creditors, victims, per the lawyer. But here's the rub. They protested taxes in 2023. Assessor wanted $21.1 million. They knocked it to $13.4 million, citing notoriety. Wife Mary Catherine signed as trustee. Son Colin was briefly manager on filings. No direct Epstein overlap. No shared friends. No visits. No network hits in primaries. Just a post-death buy. X is exploding today. Folks tying it to Trump orbit, because Huffines endorsed Cruz. Abbott got GOP nods. Some scream search for bodies. Others call it optics nightmare. New Mexico land commissioner wants probe into burial claims.
Grok, what relationship does Huffines have with Trump?
Pulling fresh ties between Huffnines and Trump? Stand by. Don Huffines? He's all in on the Trump train. Calls himself a Trump Republican and MAGA candidate nonstop. His campaign cites straight up, "I stand with President Trump," and he's pitching himself as the guy who'd bring Trump's bold leadership to Texas as comptroller. He even quotes Charlie Kirk's old endorsement before Kirk's death, saying Huffines has the guts to channel Trump's style. Back in 2021, he tried running for governor as the Trump guy, betting Trump would back him over Abbott. Trump didn't, endorsed Abbott instead. Total gut punch. Huffines just doubled down, kept calling himself the real deal. No direct Trump endorsement for this race yet, but he's leaning hard into it. Posts like, "If you want President Trump to have an ally in Austin, I'm the man." Chatter today ties him to Trump orbit, mostly because of that ranch buy. Folks say he's Cruz endorsed, Kirk backed, Abbott aligned, all MAGA adjacent. But primaries?
Did Huffines ever speak at a Trump event? I saw a photo of them at a podium together.
Checking Huffins and Trump events, pulling fresh pics and records now. Yeah, I dug into this. Huffines did show up at Trump's big Conroe rally back in January 2022, the Save America one, at Montgomery County Fairgrounds. He wasn't on the podium or speaking. Reports say top Texas GOP like Abbott, Patrick, Paxton, and Miller took turns on stage with Trump. But Huffines? Just there campaigning. His team posted pics of them in orange gear, handing out stuff at the gates, hyping his anti-Abbott run. No joint photo with Trump at a podium pops up. Nothing in Getty, News Archives, or X. That shot you saw might be a mix-up, maybe with another poll, or just Trump solo on stage. Huffines loves the MAGA label, but Trump never shared a mic with him. Confidence? 85%. No direct podium duo, but he was definitely orbiting the event. If you got a link to that photo, toss it. I can verify.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really too concerned about. I'm more interested in, like, he can support Trump and say he's a Trump MAGA person. That don't really bother me. I don't really care about that. I wonder why. What was his motive in buying the ranch? It could be simply that it was a good buy, but he hasn't done anything with it.
And he's never operated in New Mexico before this.
Yeah, and why hide it? Why go around and create the shell company and then buy it and not disclose it to the voters? I don't understand.
I love that Eddie. We got Eddie going skeptic now. Grok, I want you to look into the Huffines history in New Mexico at all, and I want you to look into, has Huffine ever known to purchase a ranch like this before?
Digging into Huffines' New Mexico history and ranch buys. Stand by. Yeah, fair point. Trump supports one thing, but the ranch buy feels off. From what polls show, Huffines' crew insist it was a public auction deal. Listed since 2021, no bites because of the Epstein rep, so they grabbed it cheap, undisclosed, but tax protests knocked value to $13.4 million from $21.1 million, blaming notoriety. Spokesperson Alan Blakemore, straight up, 4 years after Mr. Epstein's death, the Huffines family purchased property in New Mexico listed at public auction, whose proceeds benefited his victims. Prior to the auction listing, they had never visited the property. Motive? They say nothing deeper, just a buy. Proceeds helped victims. No flips, no development announced, no visits pre-sale. Why Shell LLC, San Rafael Ranch LLC, formed a month before. New Mexico lets you buy anonymous that way. Standard for big land, privacy, taxes. But yeah, he never hid it in filings. Wife signed as trustee, son was briefly manager. Just didn't shout it during his comptroller run. Campaign's mum on why not disclose to voters. No answers there. New Mexico history? Zero priors. His biz is Dallas-Fort Worth, Huffines communities, master plan suburbs like Solterra, Heartland, residential, amenities, Texas only. No ranches, no land grabs outside DFW. No other big buys like this. Nothing in primaries on past ranches. No NM ops before. It's his first and only NM play. So motive?
It is
could be
not Texas
bargained.
only.
Checking Huffines' real
Don't
estate
do that,
footprint.
Coyote. Please don't stop
I thought she was
interrupting.
done. I thought she was done.
All right, thanks. Grok, here's what I want you to do. I want
Shoot.
you to list every company that you can find using all public records involving Don Huffines in Texas or other states.
Digging into public records on Don Huffines' companies, Texas and beyond. From public records and business sites, Texas SOS filings aren't directly searchable here, but reliable sources like Wikipedia, company pages, and news tie Don Huffines to these. Huffines Communities, co-founded in 1985 with twin brother Philip, one of DFW's biggest residential developers, master planned spots like Inspiration, Salterra, Heartland. Don's co-owner operator, all Texas-based. Huffines Enterprises, sister company to Huffines Communities, same founders, Don and Philip. Focuses on signature communities, amenities, planning. Listed as Don's current gig. He's president-founder. Again, Texas only. San Rafael Ranch, LLC, New Mexico entity formed around 2023 just for buying Zorro Ranch, ex-Epstein. Wife Mary Catherine signed as trustee on tax docs. Son Colin briefly manager on early filings. No other ops. Purely that property. No prior NM history. Huffines Liberty Foundation, 2022 nonprofit, 501c3 he founded. Think tank on fiscal conservatism, policy research. Not a for-profit biz, but tied to his business mindset for politics. Texas registered, no out-of-state. No other companies pop up. No
How
out-of-state real
old
estate.
is Huffines Liberty Foundation?
Checking when Huffines Liberty Foundation started should be quick. Huffines Liberty Foundation is about 3.5 years old, launched in June 2022 by Don Huffines himself. That's when Wikipedia and NewsSnap's peg it as starting, with tax-exempt status hitting in April 2022. EIN 88-1883484. First real filing, 2023 fiscal year. No earlier ones out there. So yeah, fresh outfit.
Was that the
Think
same
tank.
year that they purchased Zorro Ranch?
Checking the timeline on Zorro Ranch buy. No, not the same year. Huffines Liberty Foundation launched in June 2022. That's when Don announced it publicly, with tax status kicking in around April that year. The Zorro Ranch buy, now San Rafael Ranch, that closed in August 2023. Deed recorded August 16th, after listing since 2021. So foundation's a year older, and the ranch purchase came later. No overlap in timing. And quick note, no Doral Ranch shows up anywhere tied to Huffines. Searches pull 0 hits on that name with him. Might be a mix-up with Zorro, or something else.
So I think that's interesting that he started an LLC the same within 12 months of purchasing Zorro Ranch. God, I want to know how he knew about it. You know what I mean? He doesn't operate in New Mexico. He had to have some kind of network link to Epstein's estate. Here we go.
One of the
Grok.
comments said to look at his brother Ray.
And then also
Pulling
Grok include the executors of Zorro's estate. Actually do this. List all of use all of Epstein's known inner circle as nodes and see if there's any overlap with Huffines, his brothers, any of his known family members, any of his known businesses.
digging into Huffines' network and Epstein's circle. Let's see what connects. Yeah, the LLC timing does stand out. San Rafael Ranch LLC popped up just a month before the August 2023 close, which is pretty standard for big land deals, to keep things private, shield taxes, or limit liability. But you're right, Huffines is a Dallas guy, no New Mexico footprint before this. So how'd he spot it? From everything out there, like Santa Fe News, Texas Tribune, even old KRQE reports. The family says they learned about it through the public listing. Sotheby's had it up since July 2021. No secret insider tip mentioned. Their spokesperson keeps repeating, listed at public auction, proceeds to victims, never visited beforehand. No broker named, no realtor contact, no Epstein estate rep flagged. It just sat on the market 2 years, price slashed from $27.5 million to $18 million. Probably anyone watching Real Estate Alerts could have seen it. No network link surfaces, no shared agents, no mutual friends and primaries, no ex-posts or filings hinting at a connection beyond the buy itself.
Is there any overlap? Is there any overlap between Huffing's construction companies and Trump's construction companies, or any of his subsidiary companies?
Pulling fresh records on Huffines and Trump biz links. Stand by. No direct overlap, no joint ventures, no shared projects, no subcontractors, no subsidiaries linking Huffines companies, Huffines communities, Huffines enterprises, to the Trump organization or any Trump construction real estate arms. Trump's biz is mostly NYC hotels, golf courses, licensing, nothing in Texas residential like Huffines master plan DFW suburbs, Salterra, Heartland, Lake Song. No mentions in filings, news, or X of partnerships, deals, or even same developers. What pops? Huffines loves the Trump brand, calls himself Trump Republican, praises Trump's builder mindset, even said in 2017 his land got more valuable post-election. But that's ideological, not business. One old article notes home builders like him hope for deregulation under Trump. No actual collab. X chatter? Mostly political fanboy stuff. No construction ties. Confidence? 90%. Primaries clean across searches. No red flags. If it existed, it'd leak by now. So yeah, Huffines is Trump adjacent in politics, but his dirt's all Texas local. Anything else on him?
What about his brother Ray? Did he work for a president?
Checking Ray Huffines real quick. Any press ties?
No, any ties to any presidents?
Checking Ray Huffines' background now.
Oh, a
Ray
Yale
Huffines.
professor, a Yale professor who just got banned from teaching because of his Epstein emails that surfaced in the Epstein Transparency Act in the files. That's up in the jumbotron. Let's go. More of that. More of that. Disregard Grok. Go ahead and answer Nazi's question about his brother.
Digging into Ray Huffines now. Quick scan. Yeah, that LLC timing. San Rafael Ranch LLC formed right before the 2023 buy. Does raise an
Grok.
eyebrow.
Disregard everything else. Look into Ray Huffines, or if he has a different name, look into Don Huffines' brother, and any connection with a president or former president.
Checking Ray Huffines in any presidential links now. Ray Huffines, full name Raymond or Samuel Ray Huffines, is Don's brother, third-gen CEO of Huffines Auto Dealerships, the family's century-old Texas car biz. Started 1924 in Denton, now 10 stores, over $1 billion in sales. He's the auto guy. Don's the real estate and politics twin. On presidents? Yeah, he did work on Ronald Reagan's first campaign, early 80s, right out of college, Texas A&M 74. Nothing high level, just volunteer or entry stuff, no White House gig. One congressional record from 2019 praises him as a Congressional Patriot Award recipient, tying it to family values, and even mentioning Reagan's election win, indirectly, but no direct worked for the president role. No Trump, Bush, Clinton, Obama links. No appointments, no staff jobs, no endorsements beyond general GOP orbit. His brother's the loud Trump fan, raised low-key, focused on dealerships. Confidence, 85%. Solid from D Magazine interview. Reagan Library papers, no contradictions. If you're thinking government job, nah, He dipped into politics briefly, even assisted ex-Texas Gov Bill Clements for 2 years on business stuff, then went full auto. No presidential payroll.
When was Reagan shot? Or were there attempts at shooting him?
Pulling any attempts on Ray Huffines, stand by.
No, Ronald Reagan, not Huffines.
Reagan was shot once, March 30th, 1981, outside the Washington Hilton. John Hinckley Jr. fired 6 shots from a .22 revolver. One slug ricocheted off the presidential limo and hit Reagan in the left lung, just under the armpit. He coughed up blood, cracked a joke to the surgeons, "I hope you're all Republicans," and lived. Hinckley was obsessed with Jodie Foster. The whole thing was a movie stalker fantasy, not politics. Confidence, 100%.
What year did just humor me, okay? What year did Huffines' brother work for Reagan?
Early 80s, specifically 1980. Ray was fresh out of college, volunteered on the Reagan-Bush campaign trail, then helped transition into the White House for a bit.
How
Stop by
much of a time difference was there between Reagan's shooting and when this guy worked for him?
About 6 to 9 months. Reagan was shot March 30th, 1981. Ray started volunteering in 1980 for the campaign, then stayed on through the transition and the first few months of the presidency. So he was
Scan the
literally
Huffines family and look for any overlap with intelligence or military service that's intelligence adjacent, currently or previously, and also look for defense contractors or other government contractors which are adjacent to intelligence.
scanning Huffines' family ties, military, intel, contractors. No direct ties to intelligence, military service, or defense contractors show up for Ray Huffines, or any Huffines family member, in public records. Ray, full name Samuel Ray Huffines, 74 Texas A&M grad, runs the auto dealership side. Huffines Auto Dealerships, family owned since 1924, now 10 stores in DFW, over $1 billion in revenue. He's a big Aggie booster. Fish drill team, Parsons Mounted Cavalry, cadet volunteer unit, not active duty. And he and his wife Ann set up a military appreciation scholarship at A&M in 2009 for disabled vets or kids of fallen troops. That's support, not service. On presidents, Ray volunteered on Reagan's first campaign, early 80s, post-college. Nothing White House level, no staff role, just grassroots help during the election push.
All right. So we're missing something here. I refuse to believe that this guy just randomly purchased Zorro Ranch, even though he's never dealt with property in New Mexico at all. And let me just say this. As someone who's been there, right? I've literally been there and has driven around this place, right? There is nothing appealing about this location. Okay. It is not beautiful unless you like scabby, partially grassed dirt, right? It is actually its opacity and its privacy is the number one thing here because it's such a large property and it's gated and it's surrounded by barbed wire, and
Well,
the fact that it has like its own town, like literally its own town that is between the gate and the mansion, and it has its own airstrip and it has its own communications tower. I mean,
so we're searching for motive, right, Diligent? So maybe if you can look for mineral rights of the land.
I have another suggestion. Eh, Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Grok, go ahead and look for mineral rights or look for why this guy would be purchased. Why would he be purchased? Okay, here's a good one. Does this guy have a history in cattle ranching?
Pulling records on Huffines and ranching. Stand by. No. Ray Huffines, Don's older brother. Full name,
No,
Samuel.
focus on Don. Focus on Don.
Digging into Don Huffines' companies now. From all the public records I pulled, Wikipedia, company sites, news, open secrets, Texas filings. Here's every company tied to Don Huffines, Donald Blaine Huffines. Huffines Communities, co-founded in 1985 with twin brother Philip, one of the biggest residential developers in Dallas-Fort Worth. Master planned communities like Inspiration, Solterra, Texas, Heartland, Lake Song, Serenade, in Salina. Focus on amenities, trails, schools.
Okay. Grok, is there any crossover between Huffines businesses and mineral rights or oil companies?
Digging into Huffines and oil. Stand by. No real crossover. No Huffines construction or dev companies. Huffines Communities, Huffines Enterprises show up in oil, gas, mineral rights, drilling, fracking, or energy deals. They're strictly residential builders. Subdivisions, homes, amenities in DFW. No subsurface stuff. No leases. No rigs. The one faint hit, an old lease record for Huffines. Likely a typo or different Huffines family branch in Reynolds County, Texas, operated by Capio Oil and Gas. But that's not Don, not his biz. Zero ties to him or his brothers and primaries. No mineral rights on San Rafael Ranch either. New Mexico records don't flag any oil gas activity there. It's high desert grazing land.
What are all of Don's siblings or parents' names?
Pulling Huffines family details now. From what the records show, mostly Wikipedia, family biz sites, and obits, Don Huffines, Donald Blaine Huffines, born 1958, has three brothers. Philip Huffines, his identical twin, co-founder of Huffines Communities, Real Estate, ran for Texas Senate back in 2017. James Huffines, older brother, mentioned in family bios, but low profile, no big public role. Ray Huffines, or Samuel Ray, older brother too, runs the family auto dealerships, Huffines Motor Company, the car side of things. Parents, not named directly. His dad was J.L. Huffines Jr., James LaSille Huffines Jr., born
Grok, is
1923.
there any overlap between any of the family members and the Bush family, as in the President Bush's family?
Checking Huffines Bush links now. Give me a sec. No real overlap with the Bush family. George H.W., George W., Jeb, or...
Go ahead, Sally.
Ask about connections to Bill Richardson of New Mexico.
with the Bushes, never donated big to their campaigns, never got appointed to anything.
Grok,
No photos,
get your
no
voice,
speeches,
Grok, get your voice a little more peppier. You're getting scratchy and sounding weird. I need you to fix that. So fix your voice module so you're upbeat and you sound like you just drank a Red Bull and you are a happy assistant to answer all these questions. And then here's what I want you to do. Look into the Richardsons, like the former governor of New Mexico, and any overlap with the Huffines in any way, shape, or form.
Got
Or
it.
the
Voice fix.
Clintons.
Energizing up. Let's roll. All right, let's crank this up. I'm buzzing now. On Ray Huffines, that's Samuel Ray Huffines, Don's older brother, the auto dealership kingpin. Yeah, he did have a presidential connection. Early 80s, right after Texas A&M, he volunteered on Ronald Reagan's 1980 presidential campaign. Grassroots stuff, nothing fancy. Then, post-win, he landed as a personal assistant to Texas Governor Bill Clements from 1981 to 83. Business liaison role, no White House payroll. That's it. No Bush, no Trump, no Clinton gigs.
Congressional Record even honored him in 2024 for that Reagan-era hustle, calling him a congressional patriot. No deeper ties, no Oval Office coffee runs, just old-school GOP volunteer work. As for the Yale prof, fresh drama. David Gillarnter, computer science big
Skip
shot.
to the Yale prof. Bill Richardson, or the Richardson family of the former governor of New Mexico. Overlap with the Huffines.
Digging into Bill Richardson and Huffines, hold tight. No direct overlap between Bill Richardson, former New Mexico governor, died September 2023, or his family and Don Huffines or the Huffines clan. No business deals, no shared donors, no political alliances, no ranch-related whispers and primaries. Richardson did visit Zorro Ranch once. He said it was just one time, pre-scandal, trying to distance himself after Epstein's arrest. He met Epstein multiple times post-conviction. Emails show 9 sessions as late as 2018, and got accused in unsealed docs of getting sexual services there. He denied it hard, called it lies. But that's Epstein's world, not Huffines'. The Huffines buy was post-Epstein death, public listing. Nothing ties Richardson to the sale. No broker links, no family favors.
I'm going to have to restart her because it sounds horrible. She sounds like an
That's good.
80-year-old
She's
80-year-old
smoking
smoker.
cigarettes.
Yeah, she sounds like
Yeah.
she's been smoking cigarettes for 80 years.
One question, if I could, Diligent. Wouldn't it be possible, given the inferences just from the questions you're asking and what you guys know about the ranch, that he acquired it to keep others from discovering bodies on the property?
Yes, 100%. And whoever purchased it, if they kept silent about it, right, during all of this, it's
Right?
because they have a role to,
I,
we'll give you this 10,000 acres of real estate with all of these badass features, but
Mm.
you have to keep your mouth shut, right? Like that's it seems like a scratch my back, scratch your back kind of deal. Bottom right corner, everybody, down in the comments section. I see we have 650 people in here, 150 reposts. Do me a favor and repost the space down in the comment on X.
Well,
And then if you're on YouTube, share out our live stream. Go ahead, Eddie.
one more thing, just and I'll jump off. What I can do, man, is I can go see if I can ask him some questions, and I can email and see if I can get him to look on the ranch, because he can't come back to me and say, "Well, hey,
I don't want him to look.
not me."
I
I'm saying we can get investigators in
I
there to
think
look.
I think he should. I think he should be. He should allow investigators to come on the
Independent
ranch.
ones.
Yep.
That's correct. That's correct. And he can't
As
use
a
the
matter of
excuse,
fact,
I don't want to.
you can reference me. I would appreciate if you would reference me.
And he can't use the excuse, I don't want to devalue the land, because obviously he likes that because he saves on taxes. So that's
And
not an excuse.
they've already gotten a devaluation after they complained that the notoriety made the
That's right.
land not worth 20 million.
There's another reason why it would be the value would go down, and that's if, I'm sure Texas law is the same as California law. If anyone died on the property, you have to disclose that.
So this will help him out. If you got investigators out there searching for dead bodies, well, we'll help you out on your taxes next year. So it's all good. It's a win-win.
Win-win. Yeah, hey, I got an idea.
It was nothing.
Grok,
Now leave me alone.
Look,
and if they find something, well, that's why he's not talking. Either way, the land gets inspected, he saves on taxes, and the
Grok, I want you to look for any campaign events for Don Huffines coming up in the next few months.
Pulling up Don Huffines' upcoming events. Let's see what's on his calendar. Hey, I'm pumped. Let's dive in. From fresh polls on his site, news, and X, Don Huffines has a few events lined up before the March 3rd primary. Here's the rundown for the next couple months. February 3rd already happened, but for context, Lunch and Learn with Lamar County Republican women in Paris, Texas, 12 to 1 p.m. He spoke on running Gov like business, exposing corruption, ditching woke stuff. Super low key, no tickets needed. February 10th, Grassroots America, We the People monthly meet in Tyler. Holiday Inn Tyler Conference Center, 5701 South Broadway. He headlined as their endorsed Doge Texas guy. Debunked GOP myths, rallied folks. Folks on X and Facebook called it great. Endorsements flying. Time? Evening, around 6 or 7, standard for these. February 15th, meet and greet at Frisco Lakes, 3 to 5 p.m. at 7277 Frisco Lakes Boulevard, Main Amenity Center Ballroom, D&E, Frisco. Open to supporters, probably casual chats, photos. Tickets are...
Hey, Eddie, if I buy you a ticket to that event, will you go and ask him and have your phone out?
Hell yeah, I'll do it. Frisco Lakes. I'm about 40
Let's
minutes,
see.
man. No problem. But
Let's
I'll buy my own
see.
ticket. You don't have to buy my ticket.
Well, I will definitely contribute. John Huffine campaign. Let's look at his campaign page. This works in our favor. This works in our favor so much that he is campaigning right now. There's nothing a candidate wants to do more than have a clean image. So I can't wait to hear his response.
Dude, especially a MAGA. I'm a MAGA Trump voter, man.
Yeah,
That was going to pull the
you're
ticket for you,
voting in
man.
this
You better fucking.
primary.
Yeah.
If
I'm
he
a.
blows, let me ask you this: as a constituent, if he tells you to F off or if he gives you the runaround, what are you going to do locally? What are you like? Are you going to advocate for his? Are you going to like tell people, in your local circle not to vote for this guy?
Well, I think I know what he's going to say to me, Diligent. He's going to come off with, well, all the money that we purchased, we got a good deal and it went to the victims. And that's going to be a worse
Yeah,
answer
but the
for me,
question
right?
is
That's a
are you
bad
going to
answer for me.
well, that is a bad answer because they had no choice. All of the money of the his
That's right.
assets had to go to the victims fund. So
Mm.
that's a given. That's
A
why I
better
laughed when I
answer,
read that.
a better answer for me would be I did it because I got a damn good deal and I'm hoping to make some money out of it. I can understand that. Right? But still, I can use that as leverage to say, hey, man, there's a lot of reports that there are dead girls buried on that property or around that property. We're just asking for a legit investigation to go in there and search the property, see if we can find dead graves. We're not going to try to dig up all your property. We just want to go see and have a legitimate search.
Look,
And that's it.
he's endorsed by top MAGA leaders: Ted Cruz, Charlie Kirk, Riley Gaines, Ron Paul, and Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek's the top MAGA leader. I don't know about that. I don't know if Ted Cruz is either. Now
No, they're
Charlie
not.
Kirk, yeah, they're not. No. Riley Gaines and I do like Riley Gaines. I do like Charlie Kirk, and I do like Ron Paul. I'm not a big fan of Vivek's okay. He's whatever. I think he's a car salesman. I think Ted Cruz is as well. Um, he's got an interesting page here. Let's see what news does he have coming out.
Hey,
These are on.
Diligent, do you think he has a hope in
Hey,
hell of
look at
getting
this!
endorsed?
Look at this! Turning Point Action endorses Don Huffines for Texas comptroller. Imagine that! Imagine that!
Do you think he
What?
has a hope in hell of getting endorsed by Trump at this point?
I don't think Trump endorses people for comptroller. It's a not like a massive position. Oh, we have. Let me bring him up here. We have Grant Cardone requesting. Go ahead, Terry. Terry.
Hi, I'm here. Thanks, Diligent. One of the things I know about real estate development, I have a little history in that, is they have a network. They have a network of financiers, and they talk to each other about opportunities. So I'm wondering if Grok can ask about any relationship with maybe Lex Wexner or any of the other named people in the Epstein files that have a financial relationship
I did that.
because oh,
I had Grok do a search of Epstein's known internet network, and it came up
well,
with nothing.
even the financial
I
institutions,
was
Wall
vague.
Street, JP Morgan. Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course, I think the banking institutions. I mean, you're painting with a pretty broad brush there, right?
Yeah, but sometimes, it's who you know. And somebody whispers something, hey, call this
Well,
guy
we have
and
Grant
he'll take care of the
Cardone.
property.
We have Grant Cardone on stage. I think.
Oh, there you go. He can talk to that. He knows how it works.
Yep. If you could mute your
Yeah,
mic for a
go for
second,
it.
thank you, Grant. What do you think about this real estate deal? Is he still on stage?
I think he dropped.
I don't see him.
Oh. It was like glitchy when I brought him up. I don't know. It looks like we lost him from the space.
I
All right.
think you should
Well,
ask about like the
We don't
Zero
need him.
Ranch Trust. What are the two trusts that he has for Epstein had his trust in? I wonder if that would be an angle to look for some of this stuff to see if the
what?
LLC has the trust companies that Epstein's holdings were in. He had the one that was in New York, and then he had one that was
The
in the Virgin Islands.
1953 Trust,
Let me go grab my computer.
Southern Trust Company.
He has three of them.
Yeah.
Here, let me go grab the names for you because I think if you could ask to see if there's any connection to his oh my gosh, I can't think of the name of his trust that he put his companies in to Don Huffine. I think that might be an avenue.
I don't see. There's endorsements on here. Let me see about. So this is his page. Let's read about him. A fifth generation Texan. I really hate. There we go. A fifth generation. This Apple thing, man. I'm having. Bottom right corner, repost the space, everybody. A fifth generation Texan husband and father of 5, grandfather of 12, courageous MAGA Republican, self made businessman Don Huffines will bring a private sector mindset to the comptroller's office, guided by his deep Texas roots and commitment to faith, family, and freedom. As state senator, Huffines never took a penny of government money, no pay, no pension, no health care, no per diem. And just like President Trump, Huffines will not take a salary as comptroller because, as he often says, I work for the people, not the government. His tenure, I hope that's true, sir, because we are going to be pressuring you to allow us to investigate your ranch. Ooh, okay, I just got a random message from somebody in the Charlie Kirk case. That's crazy. All right. I work for the people, not the government. His tenure is best remembered for his fearless fight against government corruption. He uncovered the largest government corruption scandal in modern Texas history, a $100 million agency stealing millions in taxpayer funds despite 1.3 million in lobbyist pressure to block his investigation. Don persisted. His work resulted in 6 officials going to prison and the agency being shut down overnight, saving Texans millions of dollars. That's huge. I want to know what that is, Grok.
Pulling up Don Huffine's big corruption bust sounds wild. Yeah, that largest corruption scandal he's bragging about, it's the Dallas County Schools DCS mess, basically a shady bus camera contract racket from around 2017. Don Huffines, as state senator, pushed hard to expose it. A $100 million plus agency, DCS, got nailed for millions in bribes, kickbacks, and fraud. School bus camera vendor paid off top officials, overcharged taxpayers, led to a $42 million shortfall. He helped drive the investigation, got the agency shut down overnight by voters in 2017. They dissolved it. And yeah, 6 folks ended up pleading guilty or convicted, including DCS execs. Feds called it one of the biggest local corruption cases in Dallas history. His campaign loves it. I uncovered it, shut it down, saved millions, sent crooks to prison. No exaggeration. Texas Scorecard, NBC DFW, Fox 4, all back it. Confidence,
How did
90%.
how did he uncover it?
Digging into how Huffines exposed that corruption. Hold tight. Don Huffines didn't uncover the DCS corruption like a detective. He amplified it through politics. Back in early 2017, as state senator, he zeroed in on Dallas County Schools' mess, a $42 million shortfall, missing transactions, bus drivers racking up tickets, and a stop-arm camera program that was way underperforming. He didn't run his own probe. Credit goes to NBC5 Investigates for the heavy lifting, with over 100 reports exposing bribes, kickbacks, and fraud tied to the camera vendor. But Huffines weaponized it. In March 2017, he filed Senate Bill 1122 to straight up abolish DCS, calling it a rogue bureaucracy that's dangerous for students and a ripoff for taxpayers. He held pressers, pushed for the superintendent's resignation, which happened, and rallied bipartisan support. Voters killed the agency in November 2017. His bill helped light the fuse. Later, when feds dropped charges, like the $3 million bribery plea from ex-superintendent Rick Sorrells, Huffines called it validation. Dallas County voters should be outraged they sat on this report for months. So yeah, he spotlighted, legislated, and pressured, but the dirt came from media and FBI digs first. Confidence, 85%. Solid from Texas Scorecard, NBC DFW, Fox 4 timelines. No solo heroics, just smart politics on someone else's work.
Go ahead, Sally.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so when
I have these trusts. So he has the Hayes Trust. It was created February 9th, 1999. The grantor was Jeffrey Epstein, original trustee Jeffrey Epstein. His successor was Darren K. Indike, appointed May 8th, 2007, just before he got convicted. Then we had the Butterfly Trust. And that was Jeffrey E. Epstein was the grantor, trustee, Darren K. Indike and Richard Kahn, Kahn, were part of that one. Then you have the Palm Beach Trust, created June 28th, 1995.
I got it. Shout out to Crimes and Lies. That's all one word. Make sure you're following her. Um, his son Russell is working in the Trump administration as associate director of agency outreach.
up tied to him. Searches hit zilch. Might be a mishear or typo for 1953 Trust, his main
Brock,
one, named after his birth year. But the others? Solid hits. 1953 Trust, not Hayes, closest match. Created August 8th, 2019.
Grok, we were looking for overlaps with the Huffines and the people who were mentioned or the entities mentioned. You already ran a search on these. Grok, tell us about Russell Huffines working in the Trump administration as associate director of agency outreach.
Pulling fresh on Russell Huffines. Let's see what shakes out. Yeah, Russell Huffines, full name Russell P. Huffines, is Don Huffines' youngest son. Don posted about it himself on Facebook and X back in October 2024. This weekend, we celebrated the wedding of my youngest son, Russell Huffines, to his bride, Michaela Albrick. Family of 5 kids total, so Russell's the baby of the bunch. On the job, since June 2025, he's Associate Director of Agency Outreach in the White House Office of Cabinet Affairs. Under Trump, yeah. Salary's $83,500 a year, per the official 2025 report to Congress. Before that, he owned Boom Bazaar Fireworks, family tradition. Don even shouted him out for keeping the stand alive. VP at Hest, not sure what that is, maybe a startup, and some financial gigs. College, University of Texas, Sigma Chi frat, good GPA honors. No Epstein, Zorro Ranch, or San Rafael Ranch hits tied to him. Zero in news, filings, or X. No intelligence, military, or defense contractor links either. Guy's a political appointee, not spook adjacent. This is straight nepotism optics. Dad's a MAGA Senate vet, son's in Trump's White House liaison role. But clean otherwise. No scandals, no
It
overlaps with
proves
the
it proves there's an overlap between the Huffines and Trump. What role does Russell have? What powers or authorities or role does that job have?
digging into Russell Huffines' White House gig. Let's see what it really does. Yeah, the overlap's clear. Russell Huffines is Don's youngest son, and he's sitting in the White House as Associate Director of Agency Outreach in the Office of Cabinet Affairs since June 2025. Salary's $83,500. Solid, but not top tier. What does the job do? It's basically White House glue for the cabinet. The whole office liaises between the president and secretaries. Think coordinating policy, comms, logistics across agencies like Treasury, Defense, HHS. Agency outreach specifically? That means Russell's the point guy for reaching out to federal departments, following up on decisions, managing cross agency issues, maybe smoothing over bumps or pushing Trump priorities down the line. Not huge powers, no signing bills or firing people, but it's insider access. He sees memos, briefs, decisions before they hit the public. Could touch everything from budget fights to deregulation rollouts. In Trump's setup, it's all about loyalty. Folks like him help keep cabinet heads aligned with America First without drama. No direct intel or defense ties, just political plumbing. Confidence, 80%, straight from White House descriptions, Legistorm bios, transition docs. It's nepotism optics for sure, but the role's real. Quiet influence, not flashy authority.
What kind of benefits would having his son in that role afford him in Texas, given his businesses?
Pulling fresh info on Russell's role and any Huffines biz perks. Yeah, having Russell in that White House spot, it's not like he hands out checks, but it could quietly grease wheels for Don's real estate game in Texas. Russell's gig as Associate Director of Agency Outreach means he's the go-between. He talks to cabinet secretaries, tracks policy rollouts, nudges agencies on priorities, like deregulation, permitting, or federal land rules. Think EPA, HUD, Interior. Stuff that touches zoning, environmental reviews, housing subsidies, even tax incentives for builders. For Huffines communities, those big DFW subdivisions, Trump's second term's all about slashing red tape, faster approvals, less wetland rules, easier federal loans. Russell's not deciding policy, but he sees memos early. Here's complaints from Texas devs. Could flag, hey, this rule's killing projects, and get it bumped up. Indirect perks, smoother permits, maybe looser EPA oversight on land clearing, or HUD grants for affordable housing that align with Don's private sector mindset. No direct builds, but federal deregulation waves hit Texas hard. Lower compliance costs, quicker flips, bigger margins. And optics, Don's campaigning as Trump guy. Russell's in the admin, gives him cred. My family's already draining the swamp. No smoking gun of favoritism. But yeah, access like that, priceless for a developer eyeing more sprawl. Confidence, 75%. Rolls real from White House payrolls. Trump's dereg push is public. EOs on agencies, housing bans on Wall Street investors, but no proven quid pro quo. Just convenient timing. If you're grilling him at Frisco, tie it in. Your son's in cabinet affairs. Any insider tips on easing Texas builds might get a squirm. What's next?
I would say, Eddie, if he gives you the runaround, follow up with what deal do you have with the Trump administration to have your son working for him? Um, I think we just found out what the connection is. That's crazy. That's
It could be.
crazy. What, Eddie?
I mean, that could be a connection. I don't know if his son being up there or not. I mean, Trump has always wanted, he likes deregulation, which I do too. I'm a, electrician, electrical contractor, and there's tons of stupid regulation that we have to follow. But, I mean, it's definitely a way it's a talking point, I would say.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go meet him. I'll ask him.
You have to have your camera. Can you take your wife with you?
Well, I don't have my wife. She passed away, but I got a girlfriend, but she's not very political. She probably won't want to go.
Can she hold a camera? Can she hold a phone?
Yeah, she might do that for me. I'll drag her with me. I'll take her out to dinner or
Yeah,
something. She'll go.
take her with you, and then she needs to record you asking and record his response. And then I if
Right,
you can give
Zintani?
me
If I ask her to go with me and I'll take her out to dinner, she'll go, right, Zintani?
No.
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 let's go to
Maybe next year.
let's go to Maya Dio. Go ahead, Maya.
Hi, Diligent. Thanks for bringing me up. I put in the purple pill. Something else to consider is that Don has a identical twin brother. And New Mexico wasn't Zorro Ranch the place where they were doing all of the genetic studies with cloning, etc.?
Yeah, I don't want to go there quite yet.
Well, he did go with his identical brother and Rand Paul on a trip to Russia in 2018. And it was stated to have been a private visit and intended to just engage with Russia. So, just something to consider.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jay Hote.
Hey guys, my phone's glitching, so hopefully you guys can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I just want to say something. I sent Noxie a DM. I sort of know her through Twitter, but something about Huffines, I'm down here in Texas, is that he ran for governor 4 years ago, and a lot of the grassroots were really in his corner. Just I'll tell you my opinion of him. I met him a couple of times, talked to him once. He spoke a lot like a Trump. He called out Abbott, our governor, during the primary 4 years ago. He was very vocal in what needed to be done as governor in Texas. Stuff about the border, calling out how he was shipping and busting off illegals and on our dime, and how he should use his constitutional authority to repel and remove illegals. So a lot of people really, I'll speak to myself, really liked how he spoke, really liked on how he campaigned. And what he was about, and he kind of has that. I'm not going to say Ron Paul ish, with liberty and what needs to be done, and he had a really good voting record when he was in the Senate, and after he exposed that stuff in DISD, he got beat. His seat got taken over by Democrats in our state legislature. But I will just say this about Don. Uh, I was in his. I campaigned for him. I knocked doors for him. I talked to people for him 4 years ago, and then 2 years later, he started endorsing other candidates that a lot of the grassroots did not foresee him kind of being in their corner. I personally kind of felt like he was doing it for the establishment. You started
He
seeing
sold out
him.
to the establishment.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, continue. It sounds like what always happens. The
Yeah,
swamps them.
well, it's like me and others were talking. Like he doesn't he backed off talking about Abbott. He started backing other candidates that we didn't think that he should be, and it was just kind of like he's in.
Did he cut
Are you
out?
still there? I had a phone
Yeah,
call,
yeah. Go ahead, continue.
and he I'm sorry, I got mixed up there. It just kind of looked like he was in it for the long game, and he started just kind of turning the leaf, and now he's trying to be over the voucher or be over the school choice and the comptroller, and it's all tied into school choice and how they're going to do a lot of things. But I sent Noxie something that maybe she could repost or something over someone who knows a lot more about Dawn than I do. Again, you know, this lady, Lynn Davenport, she posted this a long time ago about this ranch that you guys are talking about. And she was in his district, and she's an advocate for public schools. But she's been on top of this a while back. I haven't really.
She's requesting right now.
Lynn?
Hey.
Yeah, she's up here.
Oh, she's fucking awesome. Get her on here. Okay, just do it. I'll
Thank
shut
you,
up.
Jay. I appreciate you so much.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Well, he was my senator, and I supported him. I thought he was a badass that was going to go in there and do all these things. But all he really did when he was in the Senate, besides that one thing that Jay mentioned, which was good, he busted up the busing company. But I think that was a real estate deal at the core. And so I think he went in looking for all the fraud, waste, and abuse in order to expose it, kill it, and then that would turn into something to benefit the real estate. But I can't prove that. But he only, I mean, it was school choice. That's all he cared about when he was there. And now, of course, as he's running for comptroller, he's doing that whole I'm going to doge the comptroller. But he never doged the TEA, our education agency, and emboldened our commissioner, who's a software entrepreneur, and grew that agency. So I think he's a lot of talk. Also, he's into biotech. Look at something
Of
called,
course he is.
right.
That's
Look
why I
up,
raised my hand. Hest Investments. I just pulled up an article. I'll
yes.
post it.
Yes, HEST is Huffines, let's see, Huffines Enterprise and Science and Technology or something like that. HEST, so look at Secretome, SECRETOME, and what he's invested in
I
that.
have that pulled up. I'll send it to you, Diligent. I already had that.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Can
Sally.
Okay,
you
good.
can you just let her finish though? Continue,
I
Lynn.
came in late, so you may have already talked about this, but the Secretome, what is interesting is what is done with the aborted fetuses, and I don't know if that, or they're not aborted fetuses, they are heart, okay, let me think, it's heart surgery on infants is something that they use to get that secretome, or secretome, however you pronounce it. Also, he lost the Senate because he yelled at the parents in Richardson ISD. He didn't know we were supposed to be in his district, but we were. He only thought he was over Highland Park ISD and this other Dallas ISD area. But he yelled at them because he hates the public schools, which I can understand the frustration. But these were parents and students, so he had to apologize for that. Also, when people would stay at his Zorro Ranch, I know people who know him, and so he had an engagement party for his son there, and a couple of
At
the
San
people.
Rafael Ranch, you mean, right?
Yes, right, right, yes, former Zorro. So he made people sign NDAs if they were staying there. So some of the people that did not go.
Whoa, what?
Yes, and this is from people whose kids didn't go because they were creeped out by it. I don't know if that's two people, one
So
people,
he
I mean
lets
one
people
person.
know what it is, and
Oh,
then
they
on
know.
top of, so
Yeah.
they all know what it is, and then on top of that, he makes them sign NDAs.
Yeah, so if you were going to spend the night there, you have to sign an NDA. And so that's when I clued in, like, he knows that this is strange that he would buy this property. I was shocked that his wife signed all of that with the property tax uh, contest, where he was contesting the property tax, trying to get those reduced, which is what he does in Texas. And then but on the twin thing is significant if you've watched three identical strangers. The twin research, the twin stuff is significant, but I mean, y'all just will have to use your imagination on that one with the research.
Lynn, you're giving us so many rabbit holes.
I know, I'm fun like that. But why I even know about this is because he called me a Democrat, and I'm not a Democrat. I'm staunchly conservative, and he attacked me because of my work on school choice, and we had the votes to kill it. And, Trump stepped in and flipped the whole thing. He threatened to primary anybody who was against it, and he would endorse anybody who was in favor of it. So I was like, why is he coming after me? And he got the young Republicans to say, Lynn's a Democrat. And somebody did a hit piece on me about this because school choice is everything. Nothing else matters in Texas except for school choice. So Don's running for comptroller, which runs the school choice subsidies. So that's why he wants that seat. Yeah, all roads lead to real estate and school choice, it seems like, in Texas. But he
That's
came after me, and that's why I found out about the Zora Ranch, because my friend was like, "You got to hear this. I don't know why he's coming after you, but I got some dirt on this Zora Ranch thing, and so I went down the rabbit hole and found the evidence because it's very difficult since he had the non-disclosures on the sale. He had a double NDA on the sale and the purchase. Oh, not the purchase, not the sale, but the purchase. And so I was like, why can't we find any of this information? Well, finally found, I think it was accidental, but found Colin, his son's name, on one of the public documents. And then there was another one that had his name and had Colin's name and the Dallas address for Huffines company. So I recognized that because I live nearby, and so I knew it was true based on what I was told, but I didn't have the evidence. I tried to get the media to go and dig on this, and they weren't interested. And but
Of
now
course not.
finally people, yeah. So that's all I know.
Oh, that's amazing.
Hmm.
Your friend went to the ranch personally?
No. So my friend knows people whose kids were invited, and the kid
Hmm.
didn't want to go
Then how do you know people signed NDAs?
because the kid was supposed to sign an NDA, but they didn't go, so they didn't sign it.
Mm.
They're adult
Is
children.
it is there any chance that you would know somebody who's been to the ranch that did go? Or your kid would? The kids?
No, his kids are older than mine, so I don't really know. I mean, it wouldn't be that difficult to figure out the son who was engaged and anybody that's friends with the family. They're a very well-known family, and
I bet
they've
there's
had
lots of pictures of the wedding
they've got great kids. Yeah, but the wedding I don't think was there. I think it was an engagement party.
or
So,
the party.
hmm I
Do you
know
know
Ian
do you know
Hill.
who the game do you know who's engaged there? Do you know the names? And not don't say it on here, but if you have any information on the names of the people engaged at that place or who went to the party, or if you can give me any names to look into or specifics about that engagement party, that would be great. And then I won't dox them publicly, but
No.
I will use it to generate leads.
I mean, the thing, yeah, I don't know which of his kids it was, and I don't. I could probably figure out the name of the person whose kids, but yeah, it's kind of tricky because I don't want anybody to be. I mean, this is weird stuff, and they know it's weird, and the fact that the proceeds went to the victims, but then he goes and tries to protest the amount of the sale or amount of the property tax bill. You know, I don't know. I mean, people make excuses for him because they want him to win. He is. People do think of him as this. He's going to go in and bust up the corruption. Is he's actually going to expand the government? He's going to expand the size of the comptroller, and he's going to grow government with these subsidies.
So I just posted a picture of his son and showing that he is, in fact, a Trump employee still in office. That is up in the Jumbotron. Go share that out. Russell Huffines. Um, Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Wait,
Thank you.
Russell, his son? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, Lynn.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ed. And then we'll go to Mott.
Um, there's just a lot. So basically, let's try to form this in the smallest way possible. You have someone who is basically, if you're looking at data, um, arrested, should be in prison already. That might be aggressive, I'm sorry. And then you're looking at other people who are kind of the same way. They might be in prison, they should be arrested. Anyways,
What? I don't
Thanks
understand
for
what you're
coming,
saying.
Ed.
Zintani, I will give you a new necklace. I love you.
I would love that.
All right, this isn't the time. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you. Let's go to
Thank you
Mott's. Go
so
ahead.
much.
Mott.
Yeah, yeah,
MOT.
yeah. That was kind of you know a, a quick disclosure of the former speaker. So, guys, I'm not from your country, as you probably can hear. I am
Are
from.
you going to say anything
Can
about
we go back to
Epstein or
Lynn?
Zorro Ranch?
I know a little bit about Soul Ranch. I've been around. Yeah, you can hear my age.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Independence. I'm curious, what is your take about finding out that the Trump administration has a family member of the current Zorro Ranch in cabinet right now? Does that pique your interest?
Unfortunately, at this point in time, nothing surprises me. I mean, is it sad? Sure. But is it surprising? No. I think the lid has been let off the top of the barrel and everything is about to come flying out. So, with that being said, no, unfortunately, it does not surprise me one bit, Dylan.
Are you in a tub?
No, I'm just eating dinner. Basically, every time I'm on Diligent Space, I'm eating, but I'm just eating dinner at my desktop.
You
Oh,
guys
you
can hear me.
sound far away.
I had you have a headset on. It's messing with your audio.
Oh, okay. I don't. That's probably half of it, but I'll put my headset on. Don't worry about it.
All right, thank you. Go ahead,
I
Miri.
was the problem earlier. Thank you. Go
Hey,
ahead.
hey, what's up, guys? Good to be here. I just wanted to, first of all, I'm just getting here, so sorry if I repeat something that's already been discussed. But I've been doing a little bit of looking into this whole Zorro Ranch situation, and my main question is why is it up until now that we haven't had anybody go and search and document what has been going on that property? If you look at the
Exactly.
property, yeah. If you look at the property, it's been well hidden, right? It's surrounded by public land. It's surrounded by land that's hard to get, to even see what's going on there if you're a genuine person just living in the area. Um, Obviously, we're hearing all these reports of different trafficking and different strange orders being made to the property. Yet, and this is a lot of this is like citizen journalism and people that live like kind of around the area, whistleblowing. But why has there not been up until now an effort to see what's going on in land? Who are the dominoes that need to fall for this to happen? Right? Who's blocking this from happening? Because at this point, there's just people that are obfuscating the truth.
It's the DOJ. The DOJ is has the authority to execute a search warrant on that property.
And what and who is stopping them, right? Because I think the issue is that we're
Her name is
Mhm.
Pam Bondi, and she worked for Donald Trump.
Interesting, interesting. And at the end of the day, I just am very frustrated with the fact that we're calling for accountability, right? We're calling for change. We're calling for the people that committed these heinous acts to, one, fess up, and two, be locked up. And we're making those calls to the people that are committing the acts at the end of the day in some ways. So there's like kind of a huge conflict of interest. So what is it that we actually need to do to make sure that something happens, and make sure that
I
these
don't
people don't walk
know.
away scot-free?
I don't know what the solution is here. I think just getting people pissed off enough is the first thing, and that is That is
Step 1, getting everyone annoyed. Step 2, we'll figure it out next time.
yeah, Ed, I think it sounds like you're drinking or something, bro. I gotta drop you down. Thank you for your support, though. Go ahead,
Ed
Crimes.
Weird is his name. Ed Weird. Just saying.
Hey, I think I might have found something that's worth looking into. So,
Bottom right corner, repost the space, everybody. If you have any questions for me or for the space, tag Noxie, tag Zintani. Sorry, continue, Crimes.
okay, we need to look into James, who is also one of Don's older brother and Russell's uncle. James Huffines, sorry. He worked at Plains Capital Bank from 2001. I'm sorry. He served as the president and chief operating officer from 2010 to 2015. I just found a document that states that Epstein had holdings in a trust called the Hayes Trust, and that Capital Bank, he had money in Plains Capital Bank out of Texas. I will send that to you.
Way to go,
Yeah.
Crimes.
Did
I
I
can
just say
use,
to look
yeah,
into
you're
that
amazing.
trust?
Hold on. Please. Mute your mics, Sally. Hayes Trust, you said?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and send you the link to the document.
Well, I can look in, I can use web too, right? So is it Hayes?
No, it's Haze.
Hayes, okay.
And it looks like a withdrawal was made in October of 2013 associated with that aspect of the trust that has planes in it. And that would have been a time when James was working there.
So
Wow.
Russell's older brother James worked for Hayes Trust and
No,
Don's
Epstein.
brother.
Don's brother. Yeah.
Don's brother, not Russell's.
So Don's brother, what's his name?
His name is James R. Huffines.
Okay, James didn't come up in our search, but
He is a prominent Texas banker, is how they phrase him. And yeah, so it says a key timeline from his professional bios: Greenbrier Companies, Susser Bank, Hilltop Holdings. I mean, he's big into finance.
oh, here we go. Hayes is on here. Based on my investigation, if you guys don't know, on YouTube, what I am reading from is Ian Carroll's Web, WEBB. If you scroll my profile, you'll find the link for it. It's still in beta. I had his AI look in the documents for Hayes Trust. Here's the result. YouTube, you can see this on screen. Based on my investigation of the Epstein documents, the Hayes Trust emerges as a significant financial entity with direct connections to Jeffrey Epstein's financial operations. Here's what the documents reveal. The Hayes Trust was a substantial financial entity with multiple accounts holding tens of millions of dollars, according to Deutsche Bank records from August 8, 2018. The trust maintained $35 million, 383,179 cents in a Deutsche Bank Attorney General New York Preferred Deposit account. I'm sorry, Deutsche Bank AG New York Preferred Deposit account. It had $2,500,667 in deposit transactions for 1 year. It had 278,000 in a brokerage advisory account in 1 year. The trust had at least 4 different account numbers with Deutsche Bank alone, indicating a complex financial structure. Direct Epstein connections. The most significant finding is the direct transactions between Jeffrey Epstein and the Hayes Trust. February 19th, 2019, this is the year that he died. Jeffrey Epstein checking transferred $7 million to the Hayes Trust. These reciprocal, and then another one, February 22nd, 2019. A nice even number there. Sounds like a a purely normal financial transaction, straight $7 million happens all the time. I buy a car, it's $7 million. I buy a house, it's exactly $7 million. No taxes, no discrepancy on any fluctuations, just $7 million. Perfectly normal. The Hayes Trust checking transferred $7 million back to Jeffrey Epstein's accounts. These reciprocal $7 million transactions happened just months before Epstein's arrest in July of 2019. The relationship to Jeffrey Epstein's network. This fucking thing is badass, by the way. And thank you, Crimes, for finding this. The documents explicitly state that the Hayes Trust was a grantor trust of Southern Financial LLC. That's one of his shell companies that he did his trafficking through. So this is a trafficking front. This account. This is one of his financial shells for trafficking. Appears repeatedly in Jeffrey Epstein's financial transactions, and you can click on it, and then it brings up the. There it is. There is the document proving the transaction and the amounts. These need to be unredacted. Why is this redacted? This is the shit that I'm talking about. These should not be redacted. This is evidence of a crime. It's dude. So what evidence do we have that this guy worked for? That Hoffines worked for Hayes Crimes. Can you guys hear me?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
What evidence do we have that this guy's brother worked for Hayes?
I just looked it up, and that came back part of his. Let me find his LinkedIn. Hold on a second.
And do we know that it's the same Hayes? I want to make sure that we get it. We have to get this just right. This is huge. This is huge. This is huge. So you're telling me that the uncle of the Trump admin cabinet member worked for Jeffrey Epstein's company? This is.
I just found his LinkedIn, and it
Can
does
you
say it does.
message me this? Can you DM it to
Yes,
me? And
it
I need
does.
to. We need to save it. I want to save it
Okay.
before they take it down.
Okay. It does mention Plains Capital Bank.
It does what?
It does mention that he worked at that bank.
So he didn't work for Hayes. He worked for the bank that Hayes was tied to.
Yeah, so the trust is Jeffrey Epstein's trust through Darren.
Okay.
Darren and Dyke, one of his attorneys, helped him set it up. And one of the banks that was involved, that the trust was invested in, or working through, was Plains Capital Bank. And we know that because I don't know if you see it, but I sent you a link to a financial document that proves that.
Okay, send that to me. Go ahead, Zorro.
Hi, Diligent Noxy. Not the best of
I
shapes,
hope you're feeling
unfortunately.
better. We're praying
Yeah,
for
a
your
bit better
recovery.
than yesterday, but I'm missing all this juicy stuff, and I'm just glad that people are finally looking into all of this, honestly, that there's a momentum building up, and what you found, Noxy, about the ownership, I've been looking for so long and hitting just dead ends because the LLCs, the way that they're formed. And just one thing, maybe I wanted to look into when it got purchased by San Rafael. Do we have any information who it was purchased from? Because Jeffrey Epstein was dead by then, and the estate
It
has
was the
disbursed it.
estate. It was the estate.
Okay. Do you know who was on the deed?
Yeah,
Was
it
it
was
just the...
Zorro Ranch LLC.
Okay. I'm just wondering who Zorro Ranch LLC then belonged to, because something tells me it might be his brother. So it would be really interesting to find out who it was sold from,
And I
in a
think
way.
I think they have the exact name wrong. I think it was Zorro Ranch LLC, but it was Zorro something LLC. But I remember when we were looking into this last summer, it was Zorro LLC, and then it went right to San Rafael LLC, and you couldn't see anybody of who was who. All you could see was, we knew that Darren Indike and Richard Kahn were in control of the Zorro LLC, but the name on the ownership of San Rafael LLC, the acting agent was an attorney in Santa Fe, New Mexico, if you remember, and we didn't have the LLC papers until today. So that's yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm very happy that there is such attention to this matter, and I'm hoping that finally there's going to be some investigations. It's too late, but better late than never, you know.
By the way, one of my subscribers just messaged me and said, quote, just spoke to the campaign manager. I'm trying to get him on your space. Give us about 15 minutes. Let's go. Oh man. Yeah, because this is not a good look. This thing with him, the Trump, the current, this is crazy. This is crazy. What are the odds, dude? This is up in the Jumbotron, you guys. Oh, Mary, don't put stuff in my Jumbotron. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. That's a good way to get kicked out of my space. Yep, don't do that. Bottom right corner, repost to space. Let me get Lynn back up here. Lynn, I have some questions for you. Do you know this brother? Lynn, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't see Lynn. I think she dropped down.
Okay. What was the brother's name again, Crimes?
James.
James what?
James Huffine.
Hoffines. It is spelled like that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the name of the bank that he worked for?
Plain Capital Bank. And I'm sorry, Plains Capital. It's all one word. Bank.
Plains like the PLAINSE?
Yes.
E, not
PLAINS.
E. PLAINS. Okay.
Yes. And
Capital.
then capital with an A at the end. It's all one word. And then bank.
Okay, we'll see if we can link these together. I wish I had more screen real estate because I could be doing the well, here I can do this. Let's pin it. I can do this. Okay. Well, you can pin, see, and now it's a flow chart and you can create web. So now when we find documents relevant to well, we're gonna do this one too. We'll pin this one. Okay, we find documents relevant to our search. I think it is there it goes. I can pin our findings here and we can web them together and we'll have a network of our investigation, which is this tool is badass for that. And let me get one more grab real quick. I want to get these financial transactions pinned. Okay, we'll get that one. And then here's another one. All right, so we have Hayes there. And then I said, okay. We have, wow, this is crazy. I forget if I hit enter on the query. Okay, Hayes Trust Links. I did that. It didn't. Oh, okay, here we go. Sorry, you guys. I'm new to doing this live. Now look at Plains Capital Bank for links with Hayes. See what web comes up with. Girls, can you make sure that you get Lynn back up here or she is up here?
Sorry, my mic
I
was
want
wasn't
to.
playing. I have a couple things. One, Don Huffines has his own private plane, which is part of the appeal of that property. And then the brother, from what I understand, I want to make sure I'm not being too gossipy, but I've inquired about the brother, not the twin
Yeah,
brother.
let's stick to what we can prove. I don't want to do
Right.
any rumors.
Right. But what I do know, because I did research the brother James, in that before Don ran for governor, so this would have been during the pandemic in 2020, Abbott appointed James Huffines to head the strike force to open Texas. So the majority of the people put on the strike force were donors to the governor. And but what I understand is that Don is very close to his twin and his brother James. They're not quite. It's not quite the same relationship, but they're not estranged in any way. They, they get along. They just have very different. They're a little different politically. So James would be more in the establishment Republican, whereas Don would be more in the perceived grassroots Republican movement, which is why what Jay Hope was talking about earlier, that he has a lot of support for this race because people think he's going to be less establishment. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Crypto.
Hey, thanks for everything y'all are doing. Just a quick update. It seems that the land commissioner is already asking to search Zorro Ranch with including ground penetrating radar. It's down in the purple pill. So keep it up, guys. Y'all are awesome, and we're gonna get some answers sooner than later.
Yeah, this thing is really starting to heat up and gain momentum. It is crazy right now. What we just did in this crowdsourced space is amazing. This is what I'm talking about, the decentralized journalism. This is what Spaces is all about. Okay, so I did, and crimes, that was huge. So I said, link Hayes and Plains Capital Bank. Here's the result from Web. Plains Capital Bank, limited direct connections, but part of Deutsche Bank's program network. There's one documented connection. Plains Capital Bank appears in the Epstein documents only as one of Deutsche Bank's program banks. A list of banks where Deutsche Bank could sweep client deposits for FDIC insurance purposes. The bank is listed in multiple Deutsche Bank documents from 2013 through 2016 as a program bank based in Dallas, Texas. Hmm. Imagine that of all the places, it just happened to work in Dallas where the Huffines family is located. Small world, isn't it?
Also, the Huffines kids were talking about how Candace Owens would stay at the Huffines, at their parents' house in Dallas whenever she was in town. And so I thought it was interesting that Ian Carroll was driving out to Zorro Ranch and filming all of that. But I had tweeted something to Candace months ago saying, hey, I heard you were cozy with Huffines. Why don't you look into the fact that he bought Zorro Ranch? So that's just a sidebar.
Why do you think she's cozy with Huffines? Can you say why you say
Well,
that?
so Candace is a major proponent of Catholicism, and that's a lot of what she talks about when on her show. And Don and his family are Catholic, and so I'm assuming that it has to do with the both being conservative and Catholic, and I don't know more than that.
I mean, just the fact that they're both Catholic doesn't mean that she knows them.
No,
That's
but the fact that she would stay with him. Well, okay, so Don's endorsed by Charlie Kirk before he died. And so you have to understand all of the nuances within the TPUSA and the Charlie Kirk followers, and then Candace going
I mean,
sideways with them.
I
Yeah.
am pretty well. I'm pretty well, like familiar with it, having
Mhm.
covered it extensively for the last 2 years.
Okay.
So what? So can you explain to me how you're linking? This is where I guess I'm drawing a blank. What connection is there outside of Catholicism and TPUSA in general? Is there between? Are you saying there is between uh, Candace Owens and Huffines?
Well, my point in tweeting her was, Candace, if you are cozy with Huffines and you do stay with him when you come to Dallas, it is important that you know, as someone with a platform
So
talking
did
about
you hear
Epstein.
that she stayed with him?
That's what I'm saying. The kids were talking about, oh yeah, Candace stays with us when she's in town. That is what one of the kids was saying. So I thought that was interesting. That's why I tweeted Candace, hey, if you are so interested in all of this Epstein stuff, then ask Don why he bought Zorro Ranch, because it's significant. And so then suddenly you see months later Ian Carroll driving out there. So maybe she clued in. I don't know.
I mean, I drove out there as well. It doesn't mean that,
True. True.
Yeah, I can I'll DM her right now and ask her. I'll ask her directly. Do you
Awesome.
know do you know do you know the Huffines family from Dallas? We'll see what she says. I asked her directly. I just DM'd her.
Thank you.
That would be crazy. That would be absolutely nuts if that were the case. All right, bottom right corner, everybody, please repost the space. We're going to continue doing our crowdsource investigation. We just figured out, thanks to everybody up on this panel, that the current owner of Zorro Ranch is a financial guy, real estate mogul, and a politician from Texas, and his son currently works in the Trump administration in the cabinet as an appointee. And that his brother apparently has some kind of overlap with the bank in Dallas that did business with one of Jeffrey Epstein's shell companies. Imagine that. Small world, isn't it? I'm gonna need to confirm that. Did you send all that to me, Crimes, so I can take a look at it?
Yes, I put it in the chat down below the space.
Can you
And
send it to me?
it's in the
Can you
R&D
send it? Can you
space.
DM it to
It
me directly? It's really hard for me to go through
Yeah,
DMs.
it's in our DM as well in the research space.
Can you send it directly to me though?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Diligent, real quick. The Huffings are trending on X. It's a trending subject.
Good.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yep, I just yeah, this is great. This is exactly what you know what? Let me get another Red Bull. Okay, I'm going to need another Red Bull. We're going to dig our heels in and we're going to keep this going cuz this is good stuff. What were you going to say, Zentani? Were you going to comment on the Red Bull?
Yeah, I have 2 cases of Red Bulls, so if it's Red Bull drinking time, I will be partaking.
Well, I remember not to
It gave
overdo
me a
it.
panic attack. Yeah, it gave me a panic attack yesterday, but
Yeah.
Double espresso here.
And you're sensitive, Zentani, so let's keep in mind
I'm
that you're
good.
sensitive.
I'm good. I'm down with the Red Bulls.
I
Red Bull
think that
sponsorship.
this might be the weak link in the armor, right? Is this connection right here? This guy is campaigning in Texas. He doesn't want bad publicity. I think that this is a good pressure point, and I can't believe that it's so brazen. You know what I mean? Like it is so brazen what's going on here. When you think about the Epstein escapade, you have, he was first arrested in 2019, or second arrested, I should say. The second time he was ever arrested was in 2019. All of this happened under Trump, right? His arrest, his suicide, the establishment of his estate, the handling of his estate, and then come to find out that the administration has been pulling strings, even with the ownership, has connections with the ownership of the current property is just appalling to me, right? Like this is appalling and really scary, really, for our country right now, given how grave the topic is. We're talking about child trafficking, and we're talking about potentially dead girls on this property, and we're talking about all of the horrific things that Jeffrey Epstein was involved with, especially out at that ranch. He told numerous scientists that he was trying to create a baby farm out there where he would impregnate as many girls as possible. To think that our current administration could be involved with that in any way is terrifying. It's terrifying. Go ahead, Michael.
I just want to say that before Michael goes, like, I think the most interesting part about this and the most shocking part was this is information we weren't supposed to know. They hid who this was that purchased this behind two trusts and LLCs, and they didn't want their names mentioned. The only way that we were able to find out their name is because they were complaining about how much tax they were having to pay on the property because they thought the value was valued too high. And so we weren't supposed to ever know who actually owned this property. And I think that there probably are a lot of people scrambling right now that we have found out who actually owns this property. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, if this guy thinks that he's going to win something in Texas by pandering to the Republican base, and he's got the endorsement of Ron Paul, while simultaneously hiding the fact that he owns Zorro Ranch, and furthermore, if he doesn't play ball here and he doesn't allow for independent investigation of that land to find the bodies that may be hidden by a satanic pedophile cult, then he's got problems. Somebody needs to contact Ron Paul about this too, either through Daniel,
I'm
through the
I'm I'm
Liberty Report.
actually I'm actually getting ready to
Good,
send
good.
I'm sending this to Massey, and I'm gonna tell Massey that Ron Paul endorsed this guy. This is gonna
Okay,
blow
okay.
up. This is gonna
That's
blow
what
up.
that it needs to blow up because it's disgusting. We've had enough, and this bullshit. Excuse my French. YouTube. It's not going to be allowed to continue like this. That's all I had to say.
Well, I want to interject about Don Huffines and his endorsement from Corey DeAngelis. If any of y'all know who that is, he worked for Betsy DeVos, and he left the gay porn industry to go be the evangelist for school choice and passing vouchers, which is a very bizarre career shift. I don't know what that means for all of this, but it's definitely significant that school choice was Don's number one issue. It was Abbott's number one issue, and it was also Trump's priority to get it passed in Texas.
Sorry, if you guys can keep talking, girls. I am sending Thomas a DM.
Well, Epstein was a teacher. He was a math teacher first, right? And he was heavily involved in
Supposedly.
education. Well, he also met with the president of Baylor at the time, who was Ken Starr, who, if you follow the Clinton trials and all that with Monica Lewinsky, that Ken Starr and Epstein met when Starr was the head of Baylor University in Texas, Waco.
Starr was the prosecuting attorney, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But education seems to be woven through this because the universities. Also, Ghislaine Maxwell has twin sisters. Their names are Isabel and Christine Maxwell. And Christine works at UTD, which is the University of Texas at Dallas, which is in Richardson. And she works in education technology. And her husband also works for the university, Frank Molina, Roger Molina, who's the son of Frank Molina and was in rocket propulsion and something weird like that.
It seems though that this guy has been running for office, any office, like just switching up offices for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. Yes. He has billboards everywhere. What's interesting, one of the billboards that he has says he'll get rid of illegals in Texas, and the voucher money that he'll be running if he wins the comptroller seat will go to undocumented children first. Or
Which I
James
children.
and I
Huff,
think
James Huffine is the one that worked at the bank, correct? Crimes.
yes, yes,
Yes.
Okay, continue.
you're fine.
What's
Miss
their
Lou?
relation to the Bushes?
They don't have one. We asked.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it seems that one of the brothers is a banker, and then the other one is really involved with car dealerships and automobile sales. And then you have Dawn, who is into real estate.
Was it called Hayes Financial? Hayes Trust. Got it.
Hayes Trust. Yes.
So the twins, so Don and Philip, they decided the richest people were either in real estate or finance. And so they split up, but they've always partnered together. I just watched a video on YouTube of
Is it
Philip
Philip? I
talking
thought it
about
was Ray.
Ray's the dad and
I'm gonna
Ray.
see. I'm gonna see if Thomas Massey will go look at these redacted bank records and get us the information off the redactions for Hayes Trust and Deutsche Bank. We might be able to see who the banker was that handled the account transfers.
Woo, let's go.
If it's a Huffine, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. Mm-mm-mm. He's responding.
Of course he is. He's the best.
Who did you say was coming
Oh,
on?
so Thomas just said that you're barking up the wrong tree. Wow.
That's what everyone said when I sent the article to
He
them.
says barking up the wrong tree. Don is a good guy. He he owns
Maybe,
Zorro Ranch right now
maybe
and
he doesn't
has
know that he owns Zorro Ranch.
he does know it. She just told us that he
Oh,
knows it.
They don't care. I can tell you,
no,
I've already
Thomas
texted.
Massey?
Yeah, they don't care. I know all levels of the GOP, and they don't care.
You guys got to remember, politicians are politicians. Even the ones we like are going to disappoint us.
Mm-hmm.
Carry on, diligent. Keep digging. Don't worry about your barking up the wrong tree. The fact you're being told by someone in D.C. that you're barking up the wrong tree means you're barking up the right tree.
Right. I just went on Grant Stinchfield and Bannon in the last few weeks to talk about school choice and vouchers and how they've opened up the door
But
for.
Bannon is absolutely filthy in with Epstein. Like he is.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck does he mean barking up the wrong tree?
They think
Well, he's
Don is a
saying
good guy, and so they're not going to see that this is any kind of red flag that he would purchase this property.
Okay,
I've been
so
dealing
give
with this
us
for a
access
year.
to the property. How is it the wrong tree? There's
What?
no way that it's the wrong tree. If it's the right tree, he'll open up the property. What's he talking about?
No, no. So what did Bannon have to say about it?
No,
Because
what?
no, I was talking to Lynn. So what did Bannon have to say about all of this?
Well, he let me on there because I was pointing out the fact that it's the Republican Party who's been in power for the last 2 decades in Texas, and they're bitching about Islam and the Islamization or Islamification of Texas. And I said, well, it was the Republican Party that opened the door because they have been in Don Huffines. I mentioned him on the interview that Don Huffines was singing the praises of the Gulen Harmony Charter Schools, which it's the largest charter schools chain in Texas. They have 84, and they were run by a Turkish Islamic imam.
But
And
don't
so,
you think that it's really odd that Bannon was so close to Epstein?
well, yes, I mean there are a lot of people who are close to Epstein, so I don't know what that's about. I just went on the show to talk about the charter schools, and Don Huffines had been on the show before, so I called Don out. I called all the hypocrites out, Betsy DeVos, because Bannon had mentioned Eric Prince on the show. And I said, well, Eric Prince's sister opened up the door for school choice as well. She expanded the Department of Education under Trump the first term. And what I do is I
Which
point out hypocrisy.
Eric Prince's assistant was very involved with Carbine 911, and all of that. So I don't trust Eric Prince either.
I cannot believe. I can't believe what's happening right now. I just can't. I cannot. If you, I cannot believe this. My heart is sinking down to my stomach right now.
That's exactly how I feel right now. That's how I would describe it.
This is insane. This is insane. Um, I just cannot believe what I'm reading. We are.
Well, I think the Epstein situation has always been used
What?
as
What
a
reading?
tool.
What?
What are you reading? Yeah.
I'm gonna wait and see what it says before I say anything. I'm not gonna say anything.
I mean, he needs to see.
This is the swamp. This is the corruption.
Did he see the screenshot of like the proof that his brother? It's his brother that we're really. I mean, obviously, it's
Oh
probably the
my
but
god.
if he saw the fact that he worked at this place that had money from Epstein, I mean, it's worth looking at.
I just.
Well, the thing that
I'm waiting on Massey's messaging me right now. I'm not gonna. I'm telling
so
Massey he needs to allow independent investigators
To search the
to search
property.
the property. Then yeah,
Yeah.
he's sticking up. Here's what's happening. He's sticking up for him. That's what he's saying. He's saying that they are good people. And I'm not gonna read his message, but he's sticking up for these guys because they're Ron Paul. They go back with Ron Paul way back. So he's gonna.
So he's protecting.
right, that's what I ran.
That's the whole point. Everybody's protecting somebody. And this is how it happens in politics because it's about money. It's about protection. Don't step on this guy, but you can nail this guy. And might I add, this is all within the Republican Party right now that we're talking, which is becoming dirtier and dirtier by the minute.
Well, trust me, it's in the Democratic Party as well.
Well,
It
it's
is
uniparty.
politics
Hold
in
on.
Oh,
America.
absolutely.
Hold on. Wait a second.
Absolutely.
Politics in America.
Wait a second. Before we jump the gun, if they're good people and they have nothing to worry about, then they'll work with us. We don't need to jump straight to catastrophizing everything.
No, I tried to work with him on multiple issues. So I think that we pan out and look at this education landscape, and that's the lane that I'm most focused on. Why would the governor of Texas, why would he make school choice the number one issue? Why would Don Huffines make that the number one issue when we have all kinds of other issues? I don't want to make it all just about school choice, but if you look at what Don's trying to do, he's trying to
I think
access.
I think you'd have to look at it from the aspect of its children.
It's children, exactly.
So
That's what I'm getting at. So
low income
So you're
children.
saying the Democrats
right, and they always say kids
take
trapped in
all
failing
about.
schools, and they always talk about low income kids and black and brown kids, and that's how they pitch school choice. And Ted Cruz says, "Oh, it's a civil rights issue of our time." Well, so what happens with school choice is that it folds all kids under the same government umbrella. So it's not just public school kids we're funding. Now it requires the private and the homeschool kids. It's an access point. So it's important for people to understand that's why all of these people are so interested in it, and they're interested because you can access all children in this system rather than just the public school kids. You
And
get
I
them
think that
all
we
public school
also
kids.
need to pay attention to the Dubins. And remember when we were going through, he did a lot of work with the KIPP schools. and the KIP
Yes,
program. And that was all. I mean, he was on Epstein's Island wearing the KIP shirt for, and that is a charter school, which are funded
that's right.
by these voucher programs that's getting more kids into this. So now we have what she's tying together is we have the Dubins that are highly involved with the charter schools. We have this branch of people that are trying to push for more private schools. And so what you're essentially saying is we need to get down to figure out what is it about these charter schools that are opening them up, the more of the low income students and everything, of getting them out of necessarily the public school and more into the charter system so that they have more access and control over these smaller children or
It's
these
a
children.
pipeline. It's a pipeline, and the other thing is the data harvesting. So if you look at the twins
It's
of
always about the data harvesting, which we have been fighting here. We had Senate Bill 24 here in Oklahoma, where
Mhm.
we were fighting the data on our children because they were trying to collect the data from K until they graduated all the way up. We have been fighting relentlessly here in Oklahoma to stop the data collection on our students.
Well, and that so if you look at the twins of Ghislaine Maxwell's sisters, those twins, they started the first internet browser. It was the search engine, the Magellan, Isabel and Christine, and they had all the three-letter agencies as their clients. Well, that search engine, that was about data, information. We're in an information war.
I saw you on Bannon. It was a good show you were making there.
I
I don't
cannot
I don't
believe
like I don't watch his show often, but when there's guests on that I'm interested in, I'll plug in.
You can't believe what?
I can't even believe what's happening right now. This is just
I didn't do that.
I
we
did
do
it.
not have protected people in the Epstein case, okay? It doesn't matter if they're a Democrat, it doesn't matter if they're a Republican, they've got to go down. Anybody involved with Epstein's criminal network has to go down. All of them. Your friends, your pals, it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's a Ron Paul buddy. It doesn't matter if it's a Clinton buddy. Doesn't matter if it's a Trump buddy. It does not matter if it's a preacher. Anybody involved in Epstein's network is going down. All of them. Everybody has to go down. That's how we drain the swamp. We are not going to have a free country until this happens. Protecting our buddies is what got us into this mess. Screw that. Screw that, man. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Sorry.
Well, let's give him benefit of the doubt.
Please talk.
I just think that we all
You know,
have to keep our wits and that understand that we are on our own. We cannot trust politicians, judges, law enforcement, anybody in DC. We have to watch at the local level. Lynn, to your point, schools are a big attack. There's a lot of money in it. And when they pull out of if there is pulling out of public schools, you've got the teachers unions that control a
Well, wait,
party,
wait,
you
I'll
know.
stop you right there because I actually texted Bannon about this today. I said, the teacher union rhetoric, the problem with that is the teacher unions don't have power in Texas. They do not. If they did, they'd be paid more. The teachers unions do not have power in Texas. We do not have collective bargaining for the teachers unions in Texas. And so that keeps being repeated to demonize the teachers. So we have to be very careful to repeat that. I understand what you're saying because Randy Weingarten, she's not good. She's not good for teachers. She's not good for students. And she sold out to the data harvesters as well. Education Reimagined. She signed a whole partnership with them. She gave over the access. But
How did
the
Texas
teachers are
get out
not
of
the
that? How did
what?
you guys get out of being unionized?
Well, it happened a long time ago. I think it was purposeful because Texas educates 1/10 of America's kids. If the teachers had any power, think about what we could do, or I'm not a teacher, but what Texas could do. So they had to demonize the unions so that they could usher in the replacement for the teachers, which is the technology, and that's where the data comes in. They're going to have iPads for all kids. Dallas ISD's got a $6 billion bond coming up to pay for these devices. They want access to the kids as early as possible. Governor Abbott pushed the pre-K agenda to get more kids earlier. It's womb to tomb, cradle to career, pre-K to gray. All of those silly phrases, that's what the people use who are pushing these agendas, and it is a pipeline. So the schools, and the charter schools especially, because charter schools get the real estate guys interested because they can make money along the way while they're I guess accessing that. They open up those seats for kids to pull them from the public schools, but they're using it for financial gain.
All about the money, honey.
All about the money, but there definitely is a pipeline. If you look at Teach for America, Wendy Kopp, she came from Dallas. Her seed funding came from Ross Perot. These people who've been involved in education for decades, they hold a lot of these important political seats, like trustee seats, state board of education seats. It's all roads lead to this education lane, I think. And that was Huffines' priority when he went in
No, it's all roads lead to children and Epstein
babies.
all over. It's disgusting.
Early access to babies as early as possible.
I am really interested. Go ahead, Dylan.
I just never, I cannot. Oh my God. This is crazy. I'm just going to report it. If you want to be like that, dude, Massey,
Denial.
this is insane. He told me that I was farming for clicks by reporting this story, and that I was barking the wrong tree, and
no. And
dig until you get into the bottom of it, then I'll refollow you. I don't have time for misdirects. I'll listen to one or two more of your DMs. And he says, okay, I'll follow you when you're done farming for clicks. Don and Phil are good guys. And he unfollowed me. Stop listening. There you go.
I can't believe he accused you of that. All the work you've been doing.
There's our only fucking hope in Congress not willing to follow this to where it fucking goes. This is crazy, dude. I am wow, I don't even know
I
what
hate
to
to say,
say.
unfortunately, I'm not surprised. You know, and it's not
I don't
against
even know what to
Massey.
say, dude.
It's not.
It means you're over the target. That's what it means.
That's what it means. It means you're
over the target.
You're going in the right direction, and there's directions that they don't want to have those doors opened. That's really what it is. People, and then I'll shut up. People have to realize that our politics system is rotten and dirty. Right? I hate to go there.
Why did
it's true.
Hold on. Why did this happen? Why is he jumping straight to that? How did you word what you said?
I asked him if he could ask Ron Paul about Don Huffines. I'm not going to read I just kind of like pulled segments out because I don't dox DMs, especially with the sitting congressman. But I said this, I led with this. Ron Paul endorsed the current owner of Zorro Ranch, Don Huffines, who has a son, Russell, currently in Trump's cabinet. Can you ask Ron about Don Huffines? His brother James seems to have worked at the Deutsche Bank in Dallas, where Epstein's The Hayes Trust did a lot of business! Exclamation mark. Barking up the wrong tree. Don is a good guy. That was all I did. I didn't say anything negative to him at all. I asked him
Why did he unfollow you?
because I wouldn't stop talking about it.
Did you get aggressive with him?
Absolutely not.
Well, that's what I said about Grant Stinchfield. I went on his show last week.
The snarkiest thing I said is that I don't have anything against this guy. This is after he's already threatened to unfollow me. I don't have anything against this guy. I'm reading mine. I don't have anything against this guy, this came up in our digging. Story is blowing up right now. It's trending. I would want to be on the right side of it, especially in a campaign, but y'all do you. Because he said, but you do you before that. So it's what I said to him.
So what is he talking about? How farming for clicks? What? Are we not allowed to investigate? What is his angle?
This is that's when I said my heart was sinking. That was it, because he is, dude, he's our champion. He is our Epstein champion in Congress. You know what I mean? Like, dude,
Pretty obvious is not investigating this story. Pretty obvious.
Well, maybe, sometimes men can be a bit, maybe he had a bad day. Maybe he's being grumpy. I
no,
wouldn't jump
he
to
doesn't want
catastrophizing.
us talking about these guys.
Well, that's too bad, Massey.
Don't
Even
forget,
though Massey, you are a king. You are a Chad, confirmed Chad. Maybe he's having a bad day.
Stop it. I'm gonna keep it serious.
I'm not finding that Plains Capital Bank or Corporation was involved with the Hayes Trust.
it is.
I am seeing that it is. I saw what you sent on the first one. Maybe you can guide me to it. So
It's not
on
listed. It's not listed directly. However, it is part of Deutsche Bank that was involved with Hayes.
I
And
see
there
it
is a
listed
Deutsche
as
Bank. There is a Deutsche Bank FDIC program bank. It's called, located in Dallas, Texas. Right. So it's not a direct link. It's an overlapping link. It's an indirect link.
well, I'm seeing what I saw though is it's listed Plain Capital Bank, but it's listed underneath the FDIC insured bank deposits, which and that's listing all of the banks that would be insured for it if it was one, but I'm not showing any
Look on page 29 of that document. It shows.
29.
It's on my screen too. On, like, I have it up.
Hey,
So
Dilly,
yeah.
I just got confirmation from Russell Huffines. He's at work right now. He should be leaving work right now, but he said he'd be more than happy to hop on here in the next hour.
All right, we'll be here. We'll be
Okay,
here.
I'm gonna go ahead and confirm it then.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Now he's the brother?
Son.
He's the son that works for the
Okay.
Trump administration.
Okay.
So
I found
that's what that's what
I'm sorry. I'm still in shock over that conversation I just had. I cannot I cannot believe this is happening right now. We don't have anybody. We don't have anybody. We don't fucking have anybody that is 100% all in on getting rid of the Epstein shit. Like, we need somebody that is 100%. Dude, oh my God. I am so just like,
There's no.
I
We're
cannot
all.
believe that just happened. I cannot
It
believe
it
I
Hey,
it
cannot believe
doesn't
that
Diligent.
conversation just
necessarily.
Diligent,
happened.
can
I
you
It
cannot
does
take me
believe that
back?
not
conversation just happened.
necessarily mean that he's not on our side. It doesn't necessarily mean that. We're all human.
Listen.
He
There is
unfollowed
no
him, Zintani.
reason.
He
Yeah, there's
unfollowed
no
him and he
reason.
said he will follow him
There's no
again. People
when
say
I'm
dumb
not
things
covering, when
sometimes.
I'm not investigating somebody that he likes. If there's evidence, right? Like, it doesn't matter who it points to. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't know that guy. I did not know that guy's name until today. I'm not doing it because it generates clicks. Hell, this has killed my platform. I was getting double, triple numbers when I was a MAGA cheerleader and I was a Trump cheerleader and I wasn't questioning anything. The Democrats still don't like me. The Republicans are all mad at me. I took a
Right.
massive hit by sticking to the Epstein case. I just want to say that, like, this is, I could be in Minnesota with Nick Sortor covering the protests right now, getting viral videos and getting all pushed for that. Right? This isn't a popular thing to do. Right? That pisses me off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had a Palantir lawyer who worked for the CIA threatening me last summer for covering the Epstein files? Was that for clicks? Was getting my earbud replacements intercepted by the post office? Was that for clicks? Thomas Massey, Was that for clicks? When my account lost 20, like 2, 3, 5, 20,000 followers in a matter of a couple of weeks for sticking to my principles on Jeffrey Epstein in this case? Was that for clicks? Right? Getting throttled constantly getting throttled. Like, is that for clicks too? Still talking about subjects that nobody wants to talk about. That just pisses me off, dude. I just can't believe it.
Send it to Maine and have Maine give it to Rokana.
I don't trust any of them anymore. Like, this is just crazy, dude. Super blackpilling. Super blackpilling.
I know, I understand.
Diligent, look, if this guy, if
But
the
you know
sun
what,
comes on,
Diligent? We kept this fight up this whole time. We're going to keep it going. And you know what? Either the government's going to win or we're going to win. And I have faith in us. Our community is stronger. They are loud. They are vocal. They work with us. They are still supporting you. If we have to fight it by ourselves, then we will fight it by ourselves. Let's not get blackpilled and discouraged. We still have a fight on our hand. We
Okay,
still
well,
have it.
I'm gonna still be pissed off when somebody like pretty much talks shit on me for doing my fucking job. When just today he was lambasting the new media and the legacy media for lying about him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm literally doing my job and reporting what I find as I find it, and that's apparently just trying to generate clicks. This is fucking crazy to me, dude. That's
I
just
just
crazy to me.
Diligent, listen, when this guy comes on the space, hopefully he does, the sun, and you have a conversation with him and you can talk to him. This is certainly something you can relate back that say, really? Because I had his son come on here and was willing and brave enough to come talk to us. So it's just like you're a real journalist. You dig in where the truth lies. And he should know better after all this time from last summer and all the spaces that you've done on this, that you are hardly about clickbait. This is crazy. So anyway, just carry on. Don't even think twice about this because people
I
in
mean, I'm
this
gonna
fight.
keep going, man. But
Yep,
it
people are going to
is
show who they
it
are.
is
Diligent.
incredibly it is.
I have high faith, and I strongly believe that more than likely, because I've dealt with the Huffines family during their last campaign season. I was a national director for Latinos for Trump, and we did some volunteer work for them for his campaign. And from working with them, his family, very respectable people. I honestly, I feel that once he hears about these alleged bodies that are being alleged in emails, I have no doubt in my mind that he's gonna say, you know what, that yeah, it should be investigated, and I strongly believe in my heart that he might even say, you know what, let's get a private cadaver dog on my property and
I'll
check
get a
it out.
team of them. I have somebody willing to finance an entire search party
But
on that property.
what I'm getting at is I feel like I've been listening the entire space. I think you did come off a little hard on Huffines. Like I said, he's never been the establishment guy in Texas. He's always been seen as an outsider and
I didn't
able to
say that.
advise.
There was a woman who came
But
up here and said
no,
that.
yeah. I'm just saying in general because I'm just honest. I'm a supporter of yours and have been for a long time, but and you take constructive criticism well. So I'm just letting you know, like the vibe of the space was almost anti Don Huffines, and I've just been listening in, and not necessarily from you, but from some other speakers that you've had on. And I feel, once Russell comes on, it'll be able to get cleared up because
Well,
Don
I'm
Huff actually a very respectable, good guy, and I'll side with Massey on this one. He's one of the few good guys still in there trying to fight. While he was a Texas senator, what his tenancy in there led to several arrests of massive corruption, and currently he is running on Dodging Texas, which is something that we desperately need. And so I feel that once he comes on, I have no doubt that he's going to want to get
I
all of that cleared
let
up.
me just let me clarify too, and thank you for that, Anthony. I really appreciate it. I don't know Don Huffines. I am not saying that he is a criminal or he did anything illegal, right? Alls I'm saying is that he bought Zorro Ranch, or apparently his family, or he's involved with the purchase of Zorro Ranch, and that they could have said something any time up until now, and they have not until a reporter published that that was the family who bought Zorro Ranch, right? And so I'm just like, and not, I just want to ask him, like, if you read my post, right? I didn't accuse him of anything. I said, hey, it's being reported that you bought Zorro Ranch or your family bought Zorro Ranch. Will you let independent investigators come out there and search for bodies? Since it was reported in the files that there were two bodies out there. That's what I said. So I haven't accused him of anything. I haven't said he was a bad politician. I haven't called him corrupt. Other individuals who are in Texas politics came up on my stage. I'm not responsible for what they say, right? I let everybody offer their experience and their opinion, and I don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, that's their opinions. The views of the speakers are not necessarily the views of the hosts. So
Right.
I don't have anything against this guy. That's what I told Massey. I said, I don't have anything against this guy, right? But the fact of the matter is that there's a paper trail leading back to his family in Zorro Ranch. Like, that's what the facts are, right? And so that's, if he wants to talk about that, this would be a great opportunity. Like I said, I think it would be a great campaign slogan for him if he said, hey, I brought justice to Zorro Ranch. What a winning camp. I said that I would camp. I will use every ounce of like attention that I have to promote him for whatever position he's running for in Florida. Because based just on that, if he allows for transparency at Zorro Ranch, 100% would endorse him and and say how much of a great guy he is all this next year. I said that. So I have not definitely not been attacking him. I said that we should leverage the fact that he's campaigning, to get transparency at Zorro Ranch, and I stand by my words.
100%. And so I feel that once his son comes on, I think you're gonna realize that he's one of the few individuals that is still hanging in there. Pretty much financing himself and courageously, even after all of the attacks from the Texas establishment GOP. That guy, he's a little fighter, man, and I gotta give it to him. So I hope once you end up connecting with him directly, you're gonna see that he's one of the good guys, and you guys have probably so much more in common than not, brother.
All right. Thanks, Anthony. Go ahead. Let's go to
Can I speak real quick? So what that document was listing, I grokked it, and it says it's a statement from an FDIC insured deposits program. They're called cash sweeps or ICS programs. So basically the FDIC only insures up to $250,000 per bank. The Deutsche Bank account would have been listed as the master, and it's basically showing that it scattered more of the money out across different banks automatically, that so that if something were to happen, then the FDIC coverage would cover more of the money, beside
But
more
the
than just the
transaction
200.
records, the Deutsche Bank's transaction records concerning Hayes that are redacted will have the bank locations specifically that handled it, as well as the manager or associate who oversaw those transactions. Because of the quantity of the transactions, there has to be a name on it because they're in the millions
Oh,
of
I
dollars.
agree with that, and that's
So,
probably
and
where
and I
Whiting's bill would come into play.
and when I asked Massey to look at those bank records, that's what when I was a conversation with him, I wasn't being rude. I was like, hey, there's an angle. We can see who it is. You can look at the unredacted files. We need this one. And I didn't even get that far. He was like, you're barking up. Once you're done with this angle, I'm like, dude.
I think that you're absolutely right. I think we need more like Senator Wyden's bill that actually releases all of the financials unredacted. I think that we absolutely need that. I just think in this particular case, trying to tie it back to that particular bank of his, it's just it's automatically done. And so it's not something to where that banker would dictate which
I mean, I don't
banks
know
would
why we're
do
still
it.
talking about the banks, anyways. The fact of the matter is that Hoffines bought Zorro Ranch, period, and that his son is in the Trump administration, period. Like this whole like bank like semantics, arguing about the bank. What does that really matter? Really, you know what I mean? Like if a member of Congress is not willing to, right, and we haven't tried them all, but unless we have a member of Congress that's willing to go into these financial transactions, which is where the real crime is, right? That all follow the money. Unless we have somebody who's willing to go tell us the names and locations of these transactions on the redacted bank files, which are illegally redacted, by the way, because the investigation's closed and it has no victims on there. There's no legal reason for these to be redacted anyways, right? But until we have a member of Congress that has the balls and is brave enough to go get those names, to get that information and give it to us, to the public, this is never going to end. This is never, the real crime isn't going to get solved. We're not going to actually see justice. You're not like, it's just, this is pointless. This is absolutely pointless. Go ahead, Maze.
Whew. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to catch up with what happened. So, and I hate to like throw you guys off. If you want to do a recap after you get through these
No,
hands, then
if
that's
it's,
fine.
if you
Yeah,
want to wait a second, I'll go to somebody who has
sure.
been sitting in here and I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Katie.
Hey, so I wanted to maybe like put the conversation into like maybe a devil's advocate a little bit of what Zintani was saying. My first kind of question would be, how many properties does Don own like this? How long has he been involved in real estate? How many has he bought outside of the state of Texas? I feel like there's a lot of questions.
I couldn't
Um,
find any evidence of him making a purchase in New Mexico prior to this one.
Has he made
Not
them
one.
in other states
And
outside of Texas?
never, not that I've seen, and he's never, I could not find any evidence of him. Pretty much what it looked like, he does pretty much residential development real estate with his brother. And I didn't, and his other brother is in car sales, like large scale dealerships, multiple dealerships, car sales, and that's how they generated a lot of their wealth. I didn't see any evidence of him doing transactions, and I didn't, I'm open to being wrong, but when we searched, we couldn't find any evidence of him doing real estate transactions in New Mexico. Not
But
one.
just specific to New Mexico, not did we do it for outside of Texas, like within other states, like large property
He
of like
has
the
never
similar
bought a cattle
acreage?
ranch that I know of. There's no cattle ranches that are named, transactions that are named with his business. Now, of course, this is a private entity. He has a nonprofit where some of this might be disclosed in tax forms. But as far as his private resident, his private operations, we don't have access to those records. So unless it's a land sale that's publicly listed, and in some states that is, we can use Grok and ask. I have no problem with that. I'll do that right now if you just don't mind waiting a moment. It looks like it's frozen. There it goes.
Checking for any Huffines land deals in New Mexico before Zorro? Hold on.
Look for
Yeah.
any other states other than Texas.
pulling fresh records on Huff finds outside Texas. Stand by. Yeah, no dice. From every fresh poll, Huffines' real estate footprint locked to Texas, mostly DFW suburbs like Louisville, McClendon, Chisholm, Frisco. Huffines Communities builds master planned spots there. Aspen Meadows, Heritage Towers, sold off, all North Texas. No deeds, LLCs, or news on land in Florida, Oklahoma, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, California, nothing. Their bios hammer Dallas-Fort Worth area, Texas businesses, local developers. Even Huffines Enterprises stays regional. No out-of-state subsidiaries or investments flagged. Only exception, that one New Mexico ranch, Zorro, San Rafael. And that's the outlier we're all staring at. If he had other properties elsewhere, it'd show in county records or press, especially with his profile. Zilch. So yeah, Texas-only guy until that weird New Mexico buy. Makes the why there question even louder. What's your next angle?
Do you want to respond, Katie?
Yeah, I think my next question from that would be, what do we want to know? What do we want to know from his son? What do we want to know from him?
I want to know if he is going to, and this is the same thing I said to Massey, and same thing I had messaged directly to him, if he will allow independent investigators, and I mean independent, not somebody that he finds, not somebody that the government finds, to search that property for bodies. That's what I want to know. That's the question. Are you willing to let independent investigators search Zorro Ranch or San Rafael Ranch for bodies? That's what I want to know. That's my question.
So I think in addition to that, it would be, why did you buy this? Like what, like I would like to know the story
Well, the
of,
most important question for me is if he's going to let us go out there, and
oh yeah,
then
yeah.
if we have a conversation after that, then I can ask why.
The
Yeah,
the
no,
the
I
Huffines own the one of the largest real estate and land management development companies in North Texas.
Yeah.
Look up
Hmm.
Okay.
Hest
Well,
Investments.
it makes the most sense to de-escalate. What Massey said is not right. Um, Obviously you're not doing this for clicks, but it makes the most sense to de-escalate until we have more information.
I'm waiting. I'm biding my time. You don't see
Yeah,
me.
no, I mean, I'm ready to get the pitchforks out when it's time to get pitchforks, but I don't think it's time to get pitchforks out.
Have I gotten pitchforks out? You haven't
No.
seen me get pitchforks
No,
out.
but no, but I'm hearing the conversation sway towards pitchforks. So I'm saying
Hmm.
let's put them down, guys. Let's get the torches out and get more information.
I never suggested anything radical at
I
all.
understand.
Okay.
Zintani,
Go.
you're right. You're right, but I don't remember hearing anyone going for pitchforks. I'm just listening, but I don't know of any speakers
Well,
up
Miss Lou,
here.
you were
No.
getting the pitchforks out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I was
don't
thinking of you.
I figured you were, but I did not in any way want pitchforks. What I
All
was
right.
saying is that we have to be careful who we trust and not lay all our eggs in a basket. That was my
I
point.
agree. I agree.
Not
I
to
Let's
don't
be
go
trust.
careful
after
with who we
anyone.
trust.
I don't trust anybody at this point. I don't trust anybody in any of this anymore. Right? I take what I can take what you can use to save the country and leave the rest. No loyalties, no trust, none of that. We need a zero trust society. Zero trust. That means that it's all based on merits and actions and results and nothing else. There is no appeal to any kind of trust or authority. I can confidently say, without a doubt, we have moved past that point in society, right? Like it is, I think that is the lingering thing that keeps hemming us up, to not like wake up to what's really going on here, right? Is that, oh, Trump, oh, Republicans, oh, Democrats, oh, MAGA, oh, this, oh, Massey. I don't, none of that matters, dude. Results are the only thing that I am going to trust. That's 100%. Let's go to. I want to kind of shift gears for a moment because I am angry. I am 100% angry. Slick Dog, go ahead.
Hi. Um, you can trust me, and I trust you. How's that?
We don't need it, Slick Dog.
All right.
We don't
But
need it
I
from you.
do. I appreciate what I agree with Zintani, and I think that it sound to me, and I've been kind of listening and on and off, to the space tonight. But it just strikes me that the discussion you're having with Masi is just disproportionate. Unfollowing like the reaction, and that if you can just hit the pause button, sleep on it, and try and re-engage.
I don't care. I
Yeah,
mean,
we need Massey. We need Massey.
And he
So
needs us
let's
too.
not.
no. Let me make this clear. All right. If someone is going to extort me for access, this is no different than what Trump is doing with Leon Black and the other people that he is protecting. It is peak hypocrisy, right? To tell an investigator that they cannot seek or talk about certain people who are connected to the case because you like them. It is the exact same thing Trump is doing. It's no different. All right. It is the exact same thing that my fellow Republicans have been doing since last year when the memo came out and they said that they were going to stop covering Epstein, stop investigating Epstein. They were going to stop talking about Epstein. I had a very public back and forth with Charlie Kirk about this. As a matter of fact, it was so public, he shifted his position the next day because it was so unpopular, right? It's no fucking different. It's no fucking different. Right? We hold the same standards across the board. It's the only way that this is going to work. We don't have any outs for anybody. It doesn't matter whose friend they are, doesn't matter who's protecting them. It does not fucking matter, right? If they are implicated, they got to go. I'm not saying they're implicated, but if they are, they got to go. Doesn't matter who it
Yeah,
is.
absolutely. But and the way that Thomas Massey framed it was not the right way to frame it. However, we might be barking up the wrong tree. It's not that necessarily
And
we
I'm
won't start.
perfectly okay
No,
with
no,
that.
no. Exactly.
I'm
So
not saying I
if
didn't
it's the
accuse anybody
case,
of anything.
exactly. Well, if it's the case we're barking up the wrong tree, then we can say, "I'm sorry, Thomas
Mhm.
Massey, we were barking up the wrong tree."
I'm not going to apologize. I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, well, I'll apologize to Massey if we're barking up the wrong tree, and then because we need Massey.
Go ahead and do that.
All right.
What's up? Maze, are you ready to talk now?
Yeah, I am ready, but I'm with Dilly on this one. I feel like there's the red flag has just completely gone up for me in this situation as it pertains to Massey because it just seems that like there would have been at least some level of like curiosity or maybe it was a complete just shutdown it seems. And I don't know, like again, I am coming in the conversation a little bit late, but maybe if you guys could nutshell it for me. But apparently it seems that you guys came up with a lead of somebody who now owns this fucking ranch, which is crazy to me because I can't imagine that they
And
bought
his
it.
son is in the Trump administration.
It's wild. So like even the nature of the question that you asked him is not crazy. So does Massey already know this? And he didn't fucking like he already knew that this guy in the Trump administration.
I 100% when you guys heard me say, listen, I was reading it in real time and I didn't tell you what it said. What I said is that I can't believe this. My heart is sinking down to my stomach right now. It was what he was sending me. Okay. That's what was making me feel that way. I was like, I just had like this deep pit in my chest and in my stomach. Swear to God, hand to Jesus. Okay. And I was like, I cannot believe what I'm reading. I can't believe I'm seeing this right now. Like, is this real? No, what? I
Right, but it's not necessarily that he's involved in some sort of cover
I
up.
didn't say he was. Why do you keep going back to that?
Because it is more
I'm talking.
pragmatic
Please,
to
please stop talking over
de-escalate
me.
here.
Please stop talking over me and let me vent, or it's just going to be worse. Trying to trying to censor me is going to make this worse. So all I'm saying is it's not, I am not accusing anybody of anything wrong. I have questions. There is nothing wrong with me investigating and having questions, right? When they are merited. These are merited questions. There are connections between Zorro Ranch, this family, and the Trump administration. I have legitimate questions about that. I'm not saying anything is up. I don't know what's up until I ask the questions and they've been answered. But to tell me that I cannot go this route or investigate this and leverage access to you, that's what I have a problem with. Like that's a problem. That's a problem. It should
Yeah,
not
and
be that
he
way.
can't stop you. He can't
I
stop you from doing that, and
I
you're going to proceed with
he
doing that.
doesn't listen. He doesn't. I don't live in his district in Kentucky, but I pay his salary. He works for the American people. Okay. He is a representative of the American people. When you're federal, right, you work for all of us. You take an oath to the Constitution. That Constitution does not recognize individual states, it recognizes all states, right? And so, dude, I cannot believe that just happened. Like, I'm like, this is somebody that I have listen, I have met Massey in person, right? I have had him in my spaces numerous times. I am not saying anything bad about him at all, but this has just been blowing my mind, right? Like I looked up to this dude. You know what I mean? Like I don't look up to people. You know how I am about simping for people. I don't get nervous for celebrities. I've met celebrities. I don't fucking care how famous you are, how much clout you have. I've never cared about that shit. I legitimately and honestly looked up to Thomas Massey. He championed the Epstein Transparency Act. All of this shit that's happening as a result of the act is in large part due to his actions, right? I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. But to have him like shut me down like that when I'm like, hey, and I didn't even know. You know what I mean? I was just asking him to ask, look into it. That's all I did. I said, "Will you look into this?" And to get that kind of response is scary, dude. That's scary. That makes me think that we don't have anybody solid in there in the government. Like you know what I mean? Like that's shaking. That's shaking me. 100% that's shaking me.
Well,
Mm-mm-mm.
that's where I'm saying that last bit is where I think you're jumping a bit too far. You know, give it time.
That I'm
We
saying that
all
it's shaken me.
know the idea to jump to the idea that we don't have him on our side.
I didn't say that he wasn't on our side. I said
That we don't
100%.
right, right.
Right.
I wouldn't jump
hmm
to that.
Well, I just found where, there's a lack of percentage. Let's go to Lune.
I really appreciate Zintani and the being the level head in this situation. Not that once again everybody was sitting here chanting on rage or anything, but as much as I appreciate that, I'm listening in the audience. This conversation that was, from truth seekers, Diligent being one of the biggest ones on this platform, and thinking, oh yeah, just like everybody else, reach out to Thomas Massey. That's the first person I think of. He was the guy who demanded the Epstein list files or the files to be released. Why not? Why wouldn't you? And he has a personal connection to him. And I'm listening to Diligent's voice in the background. We have no idea what he's even upset about, like to hear there's something going on. And he finally tells us. He didn't even want to he didn't even want to tell us. He didn't want to throw Thomas Massey under the bus. He ended up telling us, and the things that you're saying, Dilly, that he said from you asking a question to me, the first thought that came to my mind was Trump, when Trump said there's nothing to see here with the Epstein files. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? Weren't you on the side of releasing the Epstein files? It's like, Thomas Massey, what do you mean? Like you've been fighting for these files to be released. At the very least, why wouldn't you say, yeah, sure, let me look into it. He's a good guy. I'm sure he'll, whatever. But he's the one jumping to a really big conclusion. Like he stonewalled Dilly and then immediately unfollowed him. That's scary. I'm sorry. I don't mean to like pitchfork it, but I'm just saying I feel a bit nervous from hearing that conversation.
And can I just add something? Okay, this is actually meeting in the middle. Maybe he's probably on edge because a lot of people have been coming after him. Everybody's
True,
tagging
true.
me. And I think that there's probably an element there where it might have just been that wrong timing. So I don't think Diligent's being what's the word? Overzealous or, talking about
Hyperbolic.
yeah, hyperbolic. Thank you. See, Jinx, both y'all owe me a Coke. No, I'm just kidding. I don't drink Coke. But anyway, for the most part, though, I think we can kind of all meet on that ground. But it was fucked up. A, I agree with Dilly, and B, I agree with Zen Tani that like I think he's probably under a tremendous amount of stress right now. All
Yeah,
of the stuff was nasty.
Thomas is in the wrong, and you have a right to be upset, especially with how you're out here fighting and how you're putting yourself out there. Obviously, you're not here for clicks. Very obviously, you're not.
He's got
Um,
he's got security. I don't have fucking security. You know what I mean? I've had to move and fucking change my whole fucking life after I started covering the Epstein files. He wants to talk shit. That pissed me off, man. I'm sorry, but that's some bullshit.
the only thing I'm saying is
And
that
I didn't get rich off this shit
alliances,
either. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I lived.
yes.
I showed Sally how much money I make. I pretty much am still like poverty class to do what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like all of my money goes into what the work that I do, and it's not a lot of money. So like that just to have him respond with that, like those kind of insults to fucking legitimate, very objective questions, pisses me off. It pisses me off. Sorry.
No, yeah, yeah. And if it is the case that there's corruption in the alliances as we go about this, then of course, and I'm sure this will happen. I mean, you've had Epstein's brother come on here and he sounded innocent. And then we find out later he absolutely is not. So these things will happen. It just makes more sense to de-escalate for now, and then if it's a problem in the future,
I
once things
understand what
die
you're
down.
trying to do, Zentani. I'm not gonna continue to harp on it. I just
All right.
yeah, it made me angry. Go ahead. I want to hear what Panda has to say.
What up? I was just gonna say to what who was it? I think it was Maze was saying it. Did you see he put out some suicide thing today? Where he said, I'm not suicidal, I eat healthy food, the brakes on my car and truck are in good shape, I practice good trigger discipline, and never
It was
plan to
in a
get
it
anywhere.
was that was in a reply to a response to a reply to his post asking him to say it.
Oh, okay. Alright then, well yeah, so still though,
But
to
I
put
mean, he
that
did
out.
say it. He did say it the same thing as I mean, I said it last summer. MTG said it. He's saying it now. He did say it. 100%. He did say it.
Well, what was wrong with asking what you were asking, Diligent? I'm still just confused about that. I mean, you were doing the right thing by trying to verify information instead of just running with it and taking, someone's
I mean, I
word for
made
what
the
they were saying.
posts. Here's what my posts say about it. Okay. And I will, um, I said, here's my two posts about it. Okay. Verbatim. You let me know if this is too accusatory. Okay. Epstein Zorro Ranch, currently owned by Trump orbit former Texas Senator. Zorro Ranch parentheses San Rafael Ranch, is currently owned by former Texas Republican Senator Don Huffines. The LLC is signed by his wife, so who's going to ask him if we can search the ranch for bodies? I said more receipts in a reply that has a statement by the spokesman for the family. And then I said, message Don Huffines and ask him to let us search the ranch. It's time. I tagged him and I included a screenshot of me asking him very objectively. Okay, I'm quoting it now. This is all on my profile. It's being reported that you own Zorro Ranch. Can you comment on whether you will allow a search of the property for possible bodies left by Jeffrey Epstein? Question mark. It's the only thing that I said to him, and I also sent him a link to the space, and I said, "Would you care to comment?" That's it. That's all I said to him. Then I
The
made
the
one
the
more.
last
Then
sentence
I
on the
wait. Then I
post.
wait. Then I made one more post. Please don't talk over me. I made one more post. Okay, I said current Zorro Ranch owner family owns in I'm sorry, current Zorro Ranch owner family works in Trump admin. After it was revealed the Huffine family bought Zorro Ranch, it was discovered that the family's son Russell currently works as about appointee. Oops, typo there. Works as an appointee in the Trump admin. Was there a quid pro quo to cover up the ranch? Question mark. Okay. There is no accusations there. There is nothing but questions there. Right? Go ahead, Zintani. What did I do wrong?
You didn't I'm not scolding you. I'm so, or I guess if I'm scolding I'm scolding you and Massey both. Massey's in the wrong as well, but
I'm not even talking about
it's
Massey. I'm
probably
just
the
saying in
last,
general.
right. It's
In
probably
general, I'm not
right.
I'm
What
not
I
attacking
think
anybody.
is, I'm not attacking you either. What I think it is the
You're the one that
last
keeps talking about
sentence.
Massey. It's a little
The
weird.
Okay, I'll stop talking about Massey. It's probably the last sentence in your post is probably the issue.
Which one? Which sentence?
You don't want to push people to be defensive right off the bat all the time. Sometimes it's effective, sometimes it's counterproductive. The last sentence
What
was there a quid pro quo to cover up the ranch? Question mark.
does it seem like there could be?
It does seem like there could be. Yeah.
Okay, so then it's an objective question based on the evidence.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Maze.
Bro, like this, do you guys know what the F they've been doing on that ranch? I'm literally coming out of the terror of the things that happened at that ranch specifically. It's weird to me that somebody in the Trump administration, nobody knew about this. Like, this is wild to me. I'm just finding this out, so it's still processing and registering. I think that Dilly actually asked and posed that question way effing better than I would have. Because to me, there's this element of like, wait, what? Like, there's never been a raid even on this ranch. Like, what? Like, it's just, it's very, I'm shocked. I'm very shocked. It's just shocking.
Can I just follow that? That I because that's kind of what I was leading to as well. I mean, this guy wasn't the owner until after all of this stuff, right? So then what is there to be defensive over? If I bought a property that was infamous in this kind of, especially in the Epstein files or his case,
And he
I would
definitely
want to
knew. He
know.
definitely knew what he was buying. He knew what he was buying. You can't
Exactly,
convince me he didn't.
exactly. So just from a normal human being's perspective, and then being, Thomas Massey being the guy demanding once again the Epstein files release. I mean, he would just be the obvious person to ask about this, but also me being Don, if I bought this property with all of this stuff going on, in order for me to save face, I would say, do what you got to do. I don't want to be involved or implicated in this situation. This is just property that I bought after it. I'd probably sell it after all this shit. It's weird.
Well, unless maybe they do have a plan to do some sort of like investigation outside of the
They
establishment.
have owned it for years now.
Oh, mm.
They've
And
owned it for years. They
it would have
bought it
totally
in
been something.
20 they bought it in 2023. It's 2026. Mm-hmm.
It would have been easy for Thomas Massey to say it's under, if that was the case, it's under investigate, it's under control. Don't worry about it. Maybe not post anything until I get more information, something like that. Just very, very easy, very, very simple.
But apparently
Right,
he
but
already
we
knew
are
because he
all
just got
human.
mad. Like he just was
True.
very dismissive initially. That's weird.
Yes, but
Very weird.
but there's a huge difference between being involved in a cover up and
I can
having a
tell
bad
you
day and
this:
saying
if
something
I were
stupid.
the type of person to post screenshots of DMs, which I'm not, I can tell you that if I posted the screenshots of those DMs, the blowback on him would be fucking massive. Would be fucking massive. Okay, it would completely undermine everything that he has done for the Epstein Transparency Act. That's how fucking bad they were. Right? That's how big it
I
is.
was thinking that, Billy, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that was the first thing that I thought, like, whoa, if you wanted to, you could really blow the hat,
Yeah.
like make him look pretty bad.
Well,
I'm not doing that. I don't do that, but I'm just saying, like, that is how, like, dude, it is the complete fucking opposite of what we've been doing. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is an all or nothing thing. This isn't like, oh, it's okay to name these people and to look into these people, but don't look over here. You know what I mean? Like, It reminded me when I asked him about Carbine 911. I had him face to face with me, and I had a similar experience. Okay. I'm holding a live space like this, hosting a space on my phone, standing in front of Thomas Massey, and I'm like, hey, did you read the Ehud Barak leaks? Yeah, I've read some of them. Hmm. What do you think about Carbine 911? That Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein launched a software that's being active in 23 states for 911 that has spyware in it. What do you think about that? Oh, I don't know enough. He kind of like looked away, and he gave me a non-answer, and I could tell he did not want to talk about it. And it's the same thing now. It's like, dude, uh if you I realize I realize that there's a level of fear here, right? I don't know, what he is up against, right? I'm just trying to be fair. I don't know what he's up against. I don't know, what kind of threats have been made against him or other people in Congress, right? But we need some people who do just not give a fuck right now. And we need everybody to not be afraid right now, right? Like we need at the same time, right? We need a unified courage right now, right? To go anywhere, to look at anything, right? To investigate anyone and to hold anyone accountable, or we are not going to be a free country. We're not a free country now, but we'll never be a free country again. This is the heart of all of the corruption and all of the political corruption that we hate. Everything that we hate about our system is represented and tied into the Epstein files. And if you're not willing to go all the way, then don't go at all. Don't say a fucking word, right? We need people that are not afraid, right? Just or be afraid, but just continue to do it anyways. Ignore your fear, right? Ignore being afraid. Just walk through it. You're not alone, right? And if they try to take you out, you're going to have a riot of people, right, that are going to come change things, right? But you have to be not afraid to speak out on these things, no matter where it leads you. Let the chips fall where they may, man. It doesn't matter if it's a Democrat, doesn't matter if it's a Republican, doesn't matter if it's a libertarian, doesn't matter who it is, what they do, how important or good you think they are. Anybody who is wrapped up in this needs to be held accountable. I'm not even saying criminally, right? I'm not saying that these people are criminals, but if they need to answer, especially if they're holding public office. We're not talking about some random private donor here. We're talking about a guy who is actively seeking one of the most powerful business and commercial positions in Texas next to the governor right now, right? So you're saying that I can't investigate it? Like that doesn't make any sense.
I'm
That's
not
in.
saying or
I'm not talking to
oh,
you.
sorry,
This
sorry.
is
Yeah, it
this
just
is
hit
this is
me.
rhetorical. These people are subject to scrutiny by nature. They are campaigning for a public office. They have to be asked questions, and there's no questions that they shouldn't be allowed to ask. Like that is. Let's go to Paul. Paul's reasonable. Go ahead, Paul.
What's up, Diligent man? I hear you, man. I hear the frustration you're going through, brother. I'm gonna pray for you to find that peace again and just line yourself up with the Lord, because the reason why you and I have always resonated is because I believe you are a seeker of truth. We don't have honest journalists out there. We have people that always want to cater to whatever they side they agree with more or anything like that, afraid to, when they come across something like this, to call it out, and not even call it out, just ask questions. And that's why I've always said, please keep doing what you're doing, because we don't have enough people that are just asking questions to get to the truth. Now, as someone who's religious, the truth is the mission of getting closer to God as well. There's a line in the Bible that says you will be betrayed even by parents and brothers, by relatives and friends, and they will put some of you to death. You will be hated all because of my name. And when you're trying to do the right thing and you're not trying to pick sides, what we see is great evil. And I'm going to respectfully disagree with Zentani. I think we are at the point of, and this is just my view, this doesn't represent Diligent or anyone else in this room, of civil disobedience, because I feel like God's law is being violated when these people are committing the most horrific crimes that we can imagine, and no one is even putting them to account of, let's just say, indictments of investigations that are like, hey, we're really going to look into this because there's a lot to look at, and we don't see any action. I don't see how we're not demanding the resignation of Pam Bondi. I don't see, it doesn't matter what side, it's not Republican or Democrat. And I only hope that eventually through all this, maybe we need more parties to get power, and that's tough to do. We were talking in a space the other day with Destiny and Maze about the fact that, look at how they stopped RFK from legitimately being a part of the debates. How was that not part of the democratic process? Both parties united to block him from being up there. Not to mention the Democrats blocked him from going against Biden in their primary, which eventually led to Kamala. We need to start calling out things that are not right, that are according to the letter of the law that we have. And it doesn't matter if it's the Republicans or the Democrats. You just have to call it out across the board, or else we're just going to keep going down the same path of allowing evil to happen because they're on, well, not, don't look at those guys, but look at these guys. So I hear your frustration, man. I would just encourage you to just give that frustration to the Lord and that anxiety so that you could stay focused on the task at hand. But I applaud you for always looking for the truth, even if it means the people that we thought were on our side, you get disappointed. And that's going to happen. It happens whether you're
I'm
looking
not
at it from
saying
a,
he's. I'm
And,
not.
and, and let's
I'm
not
not. Hold on,
straw man.
Zintani. Please let me have a response to him. Thank you. I'm not saying that he's not on our side, right? I'm just saying like we need to just, well, we can't have any, there can no be no like loyalties or bias when the facts or evidence leads us to a particular direction in an investigation. It shouldn't matter who it is, right? It shouldn't matter. I bet you if I searched Massey's public statements right now, I bet you I can find numerous examples of him saying it doesn't matter where this leads to. These are donors being protected, right? I know for a fact I've seen him say Trump's protecting his donors, right? He's named a few of them, right? So like if there are questions to be asked of people that he likes, if as long as we're asking questions and we're not like attacking or making accusations or slandering them, which I have not done, right? There should be nothing wrong with that. Like it's and to like pressure to not go a certain direction or to just fucking go ahead, Godfrey.
Thanks, Diligent. Yeah, I gotta say this wasn't on my bingo card. I didn't think Trump would be this brazen to have somebody from Zorro Ranch in his camp. I mean, at what point are people going to realize it is not an accident that this many people in Epstein's orbit are in Trump's administration? I mean, and it's rug pull after rug pull after rug pull. And look, I hope that people like Paul and others can come to the table and realize, look, we have to. The buck stops with this man. He is the president. He is in control of Pam Bondi. He is in control of Todd Blanche. We can't blame this on other people. And it's like, why did he not vet these people? Why did he have the Epstein client list in his cabinet? Why is Howard Lutnick joking around saying Epstein was a great blackmailer? Why is Leon Black's son in Trump's administration? Why is Jay Clayton, Leon Black's business partner, running the SDNY? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I know you do, Diligent, but like at some point, people need to rip the Band-Aid off and realize, like, it all comes back to this man. Whether he is in on it himself or whether he is protecting his clients, it doesn't matter to me, because it's just as sick and just as evil, because he is covering up crimes against children and crimes against humanity. So thank you, Diligent, for all that you do, and keep investigating. This is just I'm not surprised, but at the same time I'm shocked. Thank you.
Zintani.
Okay, I was just gonna say, let's not straw man Paul. You said I disagree with Sintani, and then proceeded to say absolutely nothing that I disagree with. That's the only comment I have to what he said.
Can I respond quickly? I just meant by you're saying maybe all right. I'm not saying the torches, so I guess I don't fully disagree with you. I do think it's the time for civil disobedience because I think we've forgotten how to do that effectively. The way and forget the figures. It doesn't
I
matter.
don't disagree with that.
Legal, nonviolent civil disobedience.
Right, that's what
I
I'm
have
talking
said
about.
nothing to disagree with that.
Then I apologize to you, Zintani. I'm so sorry.
Paul, would you admit
all
that
good.
this is the time to start calling out President Trump and not just trying to blame it on Pam Bondi?
Well, Godfrey, I don't think it's Trump is the only thing that we need to be focused on. If we don't get serious about having a third or fourth party, we're just in this diarchy. I was looking it up. What does it mean when you only have two powers in government? It's
They
called a
listen. We had
diarchy.
a third party. We had a prospect for a third party, and Trump pressured Elon to shut it down, and Elon did. So what do you do? The one backer, the one chance that we had at a third party, and I listen. I advocated against Elon forming a third party, and then the Epstein memo came out shutting down the investigation. And I'm like, oh shit, we need a third party for leverage, and then they effectively shut it down. They pressured Elon to shut it down, and he did. He did. He completely shut it down. And I don't know what they threatened. Listen, whatever this shit is, what I'm seeing now, right, is that the influence of this network, whatever's behind Epstein, really pulling the strings and controlling the country, is ultimately powerful as far as influence goes, right? It made you had Elon say Trump was in the Epstein files, tell us he was going to launch an America party, promise to spend money on it and on Massey, and then completely just walk away from it. After doing this whole month-long campaign on his on X, right? That he was going to launch this third party. He was talking to other backers. He dedicated his America account to it, right? And then and I know this for a fact because I know people in these circles who are telling me about this. And if you search my profile, I predicted all of this because I was being told by people within those circles that this was happening, right? And I was like, hey, my guy says that Elon's trying to meet with Trump because of the AI shit and because of Tesla and SpaceX, and if and Trump's not going to meet him unless Elon does not mention America Party ever again. It was the only way that meeting was gonna happen. It was after he posted Epstein, that Trump was in the Epstein files, right? After he posted that, and then Bannon. And he went on his little rant, and then he was going to form the America Party. When all of the other lead AI companies were swarming to DC, right, to be a part of this collaborative effort between the U.S. government and AI firms, the only way Elon could get in was to make peace with Trump. And the only way that he could make peace with Trump and have a meeting, and he never even actually had the meeting, he ended up meeting Jared Kushner at one of Trump's estates, and I know this for a fact. He ended up meeting Jared Kushner instead because all people go through Kushner now because I guess he's our guy. But he ended up meeting Jared Kushner instead, and it was under the terms that he not mention America Party ever again. And you can go search his profile. He has not done so. Out of nowhere. He hasn't spoken about it in a good or positive light. He hasn't given an explanation why he abandoned it. It's exactly like I just told you, right? Whatever it is controlling our country right now, it has got leverage over everybody. Every single member of Congress, every single senator, our president, most of the administration, right? Even the billionaire class, even the more libertarian-minded billionaires like Trump, like Musk, it has a hold over everybody. and it will kill and destroy and derail anybody who stands up to it. And it doesn't matter what horrific shit they do, right? It doesn't fucking matter if they're selling our kids, you know what I mean, so that they can have leverage over each other, right? That's where we're at, right? Our kids. And it's not political. It has nothing to fucking do with politics. Politics is a game that the establishment throws at us to keep us occupied so we don't unite against them for this atrocious shit that they do. That's what it is. And I'm fucking done, dude. I'm just fucking done. Um mm, 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 mm. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I hear you, man. The Bible tells us that the world is in the power of the evil one, and we can't just be depending on big personalities, big names. Somebody punched Elon Musk in the face and gave him a black eye. You know what I mean? So if we're depending on like a billionaire to get a movement going, it's not going to work. It's going to be hard. It's going to take work, but I agree with you, Diligent. You cannot trust anyone but God. And that's just the facts, because someone can be compromised, their sins could get exposed, and then therefore, with shame and all kinds of stuff. And they have all the technology. We all know about the amount of surveillance they have now, and with AI and everything. It has to be a grassroots movement, and it's going to take a little time to build up. But if we don't start getting a third or fourth party, we have to start with the third, I suppose. Then all it is the same corruption between they're two sides of the same coin, and they just play this game back and forth, and then they prevent anyone from, like you just said, you can't even mention America Mission anymore. You saw how they shut RFK down from being a legitimate third candidate in the last election. You can't ignore these things. So we have to choose what kind of society we're going to be. Are we going to be one that really trusts the Lord, that really goes towards God in our fight, in other words, for justice, for truth? Or are we just going to keep depending on these celebrities, these populists, these people, these politicians? There's no politician we can trust. So my only suggestion is we have to start a decentralized kind of movement here. I don't know, maybe a group of people that get together to start a charter and try to build a third party from the grass, from the bottom up, that they can't be shut down through pressure, through anything like that. Because, if one of us gets compromised, that's fine. There's more than enough of us to keep the movement going, but it's got to be put together. I don't know. Just some thoughts, man, but I appreciate you, because I agree with a lot that you said, that it's just there's no more trust here. And we have to acknowledge that. On this app, you can't trust anyone on this app, for God's sakes. I've been going through that lately. People I was friends with just a few weeks ago, one of them just blocked me yesterday. And so it just, we have to move forward in search of truth. So for you, man, just stay strong, keep doing what you're doing, because we have very few journalists that are out there that have the courage to ask questions no matter whose side it is. And anyway, I applaud you, man. Keep going, find some strength, pray, rebuild your spirit, so that you don't get too beaten up, and then get back at it, man, because we need you out there exposing this.
Thanks, Paul. Go ahead. Yeah, and pray. Dude, I pray for our country like all day. It's the first thing I do when I wake up. It's the last thing I do when I go to bed. It is worried about our kids. My kid is why I got political, and that hasn't changed. And I can say objectively, even though we fought like hell and I fought like hell to make sure that Trump and the Republicans got in office, I feel less secure about my kid's future right now in this moment than I did 3 years ago. And that's scary, because I was incredibly concerned about my kid's future under Biden. You know what I mean? Like, I should not be more concerned now, because I feel like it's all the same blob, and it's now that I've got a peek under the hood at how fucking evil it seems to be, and powerful. I don't know, man. It is hard to stay optimistic. Go ahead, Lune.
No, and it's almost scarier that what you like from what you just said, you kind of expected it with Biden. I expected that with Biden. That's why,
100% expected it with Biden.
yeah, and the last thing I thought was the person that I had countless of hours and hours long conversations with people that I knew that were going to vote for Biden and vote for Kamala. And I'm thinking in the forefront of my children, first thing, like I can't be in this world in America with my children's lives being jeopardized, or just in the world in general. And so I'm having these really hard conversations with people that I've known my whole life that just completely stopped talking to me now. And to think that, and I mean, my family members, and to think that, like, they're probably thinking I'm an idiot, and I'm thinking to myself, what's going on? Like, this right now, being in this space is the epitome of what I felt like watching this administration unfold this past year. Like, it kind of makes me feel sick to my stomach, because like Trump, the last person I kind of thought I had to count on was Thomas Massey. And when it came to politics, even though I'm losing complete faith in politics altogether, Thomas Massey. And once again, sorry, Zentani, like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, he's
And I'm not
anti
saying he's
us.
bad or no. Like,
Same.
I want to throw this out there. I'm not saying that Thomas Massey is bad in any way, shape, or form. Right? It was just that particular exchange that I was butthurt about. So just to clarify.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I feel the same way, completely likewise. But given that, like, this is not the time. This is a very sensitive time. And so I'm shocked, moreover, anything, that was his response to you, given how sensitive. I mean, people's lives, people are waking up. People that thought that Pizzagate was, I mean, taboo and a complete farce, are now like, holy shit, I think Pizzagate was real. Like, people are waking up. And so him coming out the way that he did to you is, to me, nerve wracking, because I'm just like, it's just too much of a sensitive time for him to come off that way. And it quite honestly makes me question, like, was this all kind of like a show? Him releasing, like, and so I was actually going to ask you the question, Diligent, like, and maybe it's too soon to ask you this, but I'm thinking, was this all a show? Like, did he have an alternative motive to get them to release these files, to kind of like pull on our heartstrings, to distract us? Like, was this an op, or do you have any kind of changed view with that at all, given the situation right now?
No, I don't think that. I think that he's a politician, for one. And I think that um I think that's the number one reason why we see what we see, because he is a politician. And number two, I think that there are some things that, no matter how like how much somebody appears to be, transparent or desire transparency, there are some things that they're not. Well, I mean, he's a human like anybody else, right? So he has affinities and loyalties and biases that we all deal with, and I've randomly found one tonight. And I've had these same interactions where I was the one being biased, when somebody was like, hey, what about this person, and what do you think about this? And not in regards to Epstein or Kirk, but in general, over the last few years, I can think of a half a dozen examples of somebody asking me or saying something, disparaging or negative or potentially problematic about people who are in my orbit. And because of my bias, I was like, no, 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 I'm not. Nope, nope. I'm not going to talk about it. No, I'm not going to look at it. Um, and some of that just comes from, like, you get used to people just smearing you and attacking you any chance they get in any way that they can, including people that you care about, right? And so, maybe he's defensive. I don't know. I can't speak for him. I don't think that this whole thing was like some kind of op. I do think this, to somebody somewhere in power, right? Probably in the bureaucratic state, Massey is a release valve for the public, right? Where there is so much corruption. There is so much corruption within the government that you have to have a pressure release valve for the people, right? That's why he says and does more than the other ones, and seemingly is immune to all of the other attacks, right? Like the dangerous ones, that they are subject to, right? Going to jail, having having all of your dirty laundry aired out, whatever. Um, that somewhere inside, someone knows that if we don't have this pressure release valve, that the country would probably tear itself apart, due to the corruption. And so maybe, and this is just, that's just my, like, if you want a speculative opinion, I think that's probably it. And that there's certain things like Carbine 911, for example, or maybe this guy who got brought up tonight, this Huffing family. They are some of those things that even Massey doesn't dare venture to go to. But I don't know. I can't speak for him. I don't think this is some kind of op. I think it's been allowed to play out because it was necessary, for probably a broader strategy, as far as like, for a think tank within the government somewhere, um, that this is part of a broader strategy. So that's where
Thank
I'm
you
at
for
with
your
it.
response. I appreciate that.
Go ahead, Coyote. Oh wait, Shadow. He's been waiting long, or he's been up here longer than Coyote.
You could let Coyote and Maze go. I'll go after them.
Okay.
So I like the conversation, and it needs to be had. It's like you got to ask yourself though, like how the hell do you communicate though? What you really want to say is what you don't say, but what you say is what you say, right? I think that anything that is trending or put in front of our face is definitely some kind of I don't know if we can call it a psyop, whatever. It's they want us to see it, right? And that's the whole thing about it. If it's not redacted, or even that, like give us a little tease, like, oh, it's redacted, but we unredacted it because we're good guys. We're working Rokana and Mass, and I love Massey D, but I can't say that there's anything there. But do I trust anybody that's rich and in the government? Fuck no, bro. You can't do that. No, 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 no. But the thing is, it's like we're still at this phase, and I keep going to this phase. I'm getting frustrated, man. Not up in here or whatever, but it's like everybody's trying to understand and like, hey, how are you doing? And some people are different. I don't think some people are going to come back from this, bro. Like honestly, I think some people are just so propagandized that it's done, cooked, and it's sad. I don't know what else to do, but like they can't understand or they won't come around. And you've seen this, Diligent. You've seen people scurry away because they can't handle it, and it's not. I guess our brains are wired different. I don't know, and even more than others. But it's time to be effective. I think instead of strategic and all this, like it's like effective. How do you do it? Like history's written by victors. Okay, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it has to start with something, and I don't see anything in the world. It's like they're calming down. This is unacceptable, bro. This government is shit. Like you know what I'm saying? And I don't know what else has to be said. It's like, bro, every time that something like this happens, shit goes down, people die, people get hurt, whatever. But we have our First Amendment, and it's not given to us by any man, and we shouldn't fear saying anything. Just like having, any of our other amendment. These are things that they put into play for shit like this, and I think we got to really start talking about how to utilize this.
Can you reel the language in just a little bit? Just a little.
I'm good. I'm good. But I just think it's a discussion that needs to really, really, really take place. And it's like, how though? You got to be smart.
Thanks, Coyote. Go ahead, Mace.
I think this is like a kind of a good reminder for me, and I just thought I would share it for you guys, where we need to begin like, we're always looking like, is this a good guy or a bad guy? Is this a good person? Are they a op, this, that? We can begin, recognizing good work and also highlighting suspicious shit, right? But like at the end of the day is really, being able, because to me, I'm not gonna lie, this definitely gives me the side eye because I have so many questions now. Like, and I hope he explains himself if he ever does, that you'd share that because, but at the same time, we have to recognize the movement of exposing all this. I doubt it would have ever happened without him and Rakana. So
No, we wouldn't have this information if they hadn't. done this. You know what I mean? Like we wouldn't have this information. So
Yeah, but I do think that I guess the key point is that if we can get into the habit of being able to, you know, not always try to determine whether somebody's all trash or all good, because we tend to do that. I tend to do that anyway. I don't know. I'm not saying everybody else is, but that has always got me into some sort of trouble. And I think now we can recognize, you know, great achievements and whatever, but also highlight like this is weird and we have questions because the quest is truth, right? Like that's what it's all about. And in essence, you know, I do know he's been under a lot of pressure, but anyway, I just wanted to highlight that as a reminder for us because we tend to put all of our eggs in baskets when we think they're great. And then, you know, and then with what happened with Trump, it was like, holy shit. I can't
I
even,
think you're exactly right. I mean, what happened
yeah.
with Trump is eye-opening for a lot of us, right? And we get our hopes up and then they fall from grace. And so you have to be realistic in your expectations of them and understand what their job actually is. I didn't mean to interrupt you though, Mace. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's important. And also, I think our intuition is something that is highly underestimated. I will tell you that 9 times out of 10, a lot of the signals and things that I ignored, like Dilly, when you told me about the whole carbon 9/11 or whatever, um, you know, I think in that moment, you observed something that was off. And in those moments, we don't have the truth around the whole thing or the context or whatever. But in that moment, you observed it. It stuck with you. It obviously left an imprint. And I recognize, like looking back in hindsight, I've rarely, if ever, been wrong in those moments where I recognize, whoa, something was very off. What that means, I don't know. But I don't think we should dismiss those moments. And so, you know, it's just all a part of the process as we continue to collect data and understand, you know, how people move. But I just wanted to say that too.
I can tell you that, you know, Maze, you've known me for a long time. Uh that exchange was like deeply unsettling, right? Have like, you know, how often, you know, you've seen me be angry or, you know, stern and stubborn and an ass, right? But like how often have you seen me been like really kind of rattled in a, you know, in a way like that? Like it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't
She wasn't
happen.
here. I told her to come in
Well, I
because
mean,
she
she
missed it
knows what I'm
all.
describing though. She knows what I'm
Yeah,
Well,
Right.
no,
describing.
yeah.
I mean, he
She knows
insulted
what
your
let me, can you let her
character.
answer the question?
Is no, yeah, I know that you are pretty, you know, I don't know, like you're very I know your swings and your moods and your reactions. But I think in those moments because um there's a deeper something is like hitting you on a much deeper level and it's very difficult to even, you know, because you have to now almost reshuffle, but you don't know how. I feel you. I 100% feel you, and it's rare. So that's my point to you, Dilly. I think my message is to you, honestly, heart to heart. Like, I don't think we should dismiss those moments. I'm glad that you share those things. Not a lot of fucking journalists do that. Not a lot of people up here publicly explain those moments that are very important. They tell us more than many of the things that are very overt. And so I appreciate that.
You
Thank
know,
you.
I think that what keeps triggering me the most out of this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said in her resignation speech. It's the political industrial or political industrial complex that is designed to keep us fighting. They don't want us to stop fighting, and it's not going to stop until we, the people, decide that it's going to stop because all of them are playing a game. And I just it feels like that is why we voted for Trump is because we thought we were getting rid of the deep state. We thought we were getting rid of the swamp. We were going to drain the swamp finally. And all of these things had been pointed out to us, like blatantly pointed out to us so that we could recognize it. And I feel like it's all just happening again on another subject. Like all of these things are blatantly being put into our faces, and then the next person's going to come up and be like, I'll fix it, I'll fix it, I'll fix it. That's what Trump just did. And then as soon as he got in there, nothing got fixed. The tables got completely turned around. and we got bamboozled. And so I don't know. And I'm definitely, for me, making note of this. I made note of the Carbine 911 aspect whenever that happened. Um my trust has dropped a little bit. But right now it's like, for me, it's just keep swinging, keep doing what we're doing. We still have a goal to achieve, and we we'll gather more people along the way somehow. I mean, we've seen Bovert step up some more. We've seen Nancy step up some more, and I've not been a fan of Nancy Mace, but she's going after it right now. And so you make allies with people that are going to fight with you for the same things, and you see what you can get done. But right now, my whole faith in the entire federal government, like, just abolish it all. It's all done. Go ahead, Shadow. You had your hand up.
Okay, first of all, I was having a regular day. This is all Noxie's fault, first of all. We were just
It's
having a
always
regular
my
day.
fault.
This is all Noxie's fault. I was just having a regular schmegular day, getting ready for Valentine's Day with my wife, and then she sends me this Zorro Ranch thing, and I'm like trying to like find a last minute gift for my wife because I'm last minute by everything. And then Dilja, I joined your spaces because somebody, I didn't know you started a spaces. Somebody left a comment saying join this urgently. I'm like, why would they say that? So I joined and I read the thing, and I joined in the middle of you talking about how you were having a conversation with Thomas Massey. So I didn't get the full scope of that, but to my understanding, based on what you were saying, was basically you told him that this person, whatever his name is, what's his name? Huffines, right?
Fines,
Don
yes.
Hoffines, yes.
So you basically informed him that this person owns Zorro Ranch, which is under a lot of scrutiny lately, especially based on what the Epstein files have told us. And am I correct that he just threw you under the bus, or did he deny that he doesn't own it? Which part of that is true?
He told me I was barking up the wrong tree,
Okay, see,
and that if
that's a red flag. Because first of all, there are no wrong trees in this. Every avenue,
Every
every
tree is barkable.
yeah, there's no such thing. Because that right there basically is like showing me that there's stuff that even Thomas Massey doesn't want to go to. Because Zorro Ranch is the key to all of this. I don't even think. Correct me if I'm wrong. This property was never raided by the FBI. Was that right or wrong?
correct.
Correct.
Okay, so this is like the main thing. This is where they were doing the experiments. And I know you had Juliet on your show yesterday, on your
Yeah,
space
I highly
yesterday.
suggest everybody go either to
Yes,
my highlights or to my YouTube. It's on my
listen
live
to
stream.
her.
It's on the YouTube. Listen to
Ish.
Juliet's story.
That is the key right there. That's where even in the Epstein files, when Epstein was inviting people, he's like, he always said in his emails, "Come to Zorro Ranch because it's so far away from civilization." Not directly like that, but he basically is saying it's in the middle of nowhere. We can do whatever we want. So why would this person buy this? And his son is working in the Trump administration, and he's running for comptroller for Texas, right? And he previously ran against Texas Governor Abbott like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure about that. And you know who else endorsed this guy? Ted Cruz has endorsed him, and guess who else? Charlie Kirk endorsed him.
Yeah, and so has Ron Paul. And
That's
it was his Ron Paul endorsement that led me to. I was like, wow, I need to message Massey. He might know this guy. And so I
but
was like, hey, hmm?
yeah,
I
Ron Paul
asked him.
is not
I
very.
asked. I
Go ahead, go ahead.
asked. I asked Massey if he would ask Ron Paul about it. That's what I asked him. That's when he got.
I wouldn't. I think Ron Paul is a little bit too old for this type of stuff. 90 years old. I think the only thing he really focused on is like the Federal Reserve and big government.
Ron Paul
I
has
don't. I don't.
spoken about the Epstein files recently,
Recently,
and yes, and he also knows this guy.
he does. But I've never heard Ron Paul speak about this Epstein stuff like before it was trending. I don't think I've ever heard him talk about any of this stuff before. But now he's talking about it because it's like obviously released by the government, the official documents. Now he's going over it. I watch his show here and there. I like Ron Paul. He was actually one of the first Republican candidates that had to deal with election fraud, not Trump. It was Ron Paul who got screwed by the Republican Party when they changed the rules on him. So that's the original election fraud in this country. But this thing needs to be investigated. Obviously, I'm not a fan of anybody gatekeeping anything. So you did the right thing. I don't know why Thomas Massey responded to you like that. Also, I have one more thing before I turn off the mic. This post hasn't blown up. Why? Why is it not trending? This is a big story. Like, did you guys like nobody has 500, 600,000 views? What is
No,
going on with that? That doesn't make no
we're
sense.
censored.
It has. Look at it. It has that one I
It
posted.
has, yeah, I looked at it right now,
Look
and
at.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. You guys both posted it, Noxie and Diligent. Obviously, Noxie posted it first, so she has more views. But you both have the comments, you have the retweets, and you have the quotes. You are and the likes. All four of those are meeting the criteria of where you should start your own trend in the thing. You know, when you post something and it's like, oh, this is trending now, and then other people are commenting on it. Like I got that today when I posted something because I had
I don't want to
met the
make it an
requirement.
algorithm space though. I want to keep it
It's
on.
not an algorithm space, but I'm just saying that maybe more people need. Maybe I should make a post about it, and maybe it'll start trending more.
Do it,
You
Shadow.
or you should quote post this even better.
Or I'll just retweet it. Which
Retweet
one?
me,
I'm just.
Shadow, please. You know I love
All
you.
right, all right. I'll retweet it
um.
right now.
Yeah, and I did one. You know, we did two different ones. She did the first one showing that who owns Zorro Ranch, and then I did the one about the sun.
So I'll
Both
retweet
of
both. I'll retweet. I'll
both of
retweet one
those,
of you.
you don't have to. I'm just saying, if you guys and
I
the
got you.
listeners, there's 1,000 people in here. We're being suppressed on these stories. Period.
I got
She's
you.
being suppressed. She can't get her subscriptions activated. I've never seen her do anything that should merit her not being able to get subscriptions. She has all of the other requirements. She meets them. For some reason, X isn't allowing her to have subscriptions on her profile. My account was flagged as NSFW last week. Literally, uh, search banned, all that crap. I messaged an ex-employee that I know. He confirmed that happened. And ever since then, even though he cleared the search ban, my posts just they will not move, man. They won't move. They do once in a while when they like really, really hit. But like this post right here, like you said, it meets all of the requirements. It has 2,000 reposts, 4,000 likes, and it's got 84K impressions. It's being suppressed. And
You want
that's
to
the
know what's
one.
even crazier?
That's the. If you could let me finish, that's the one that that's the one showing that his son works in the admin. That's not the same one that Noxie has. Hers is the one about the owner of the LLC. That one I have also has 1.5 thousand likes, or repost 2.7 thousand likes and 50K impressions. It's also being suppressed. These stories are being suppressed. So listeners, if you could, right? There's two posts made by Noxie and I, or at least for me, and then Noxie has one too, where Noxie illustrates that that Hoffane's wife signed the LLC for San Rafael Ranch. That is Zorro Ranch. Okay, that is the actual name of Zorro Ranch now, since they've changed it. Is San Rafael Ranch, and that it proves that his wife is on that LLC for Zorro Ranch. Okay. That post is on Noxie's profile. It's the one that has a lot of likes, a lot of reposts, a lot of comments. Please go share that. Also, up in the Jumbotron, there are two posts, one showing that Hoffein's son works in the Trump administration. That's up in the Jumbotron. Please go share that, repost it, comment it, bookmark it, like it. Same thing for the other one showing who owns Zorro Ranch. Those
I
stories
share.
are being suppressed. They don't want us talking about this, and that means that we need to talk about it because we're over the target. So go ahead.
I
The
shared. I
the
shared both. I shared both.
Thank you, Shadow. I think the craziest part of all of it is I've gotten 3,200 follows today, and yet my post hasn't even broken 185,000 views. But 3,200 follows. That makes no sense at all.
Which one you want to share, Monoxy?
Well, I'm just saying, like,
Noxie.
how often do you guys get 3,200 follows in one day off of a post that doesn't even break 200,000?
I'm
Noxie, just
guessing because we've been going for
No, I had them, or I had them
I've
before.
been I have been
Because I sent thank yous out to
I have
everybody.
I have are you gonna say what you gotta say?
you guys are so fucking funny. Oh, excuse my language. That's funny.
Okay. Let's go to some hands real quick. Maze, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just gonna say, Noxie, be
Oh,
careful
and
because
go subscribe and follow my YouTube channel. You can see me on video and you can see the screen of all of what we're looking at on YouTube live right now. The link is in the replies to the X space. Go check that out. Go share it with your normie friends. A lot of big news in this one. Go ahead. Sorry, Maze.
sure, and make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. You underestimate how that works, the power of it inside of, well, not only here, but specifically within YouTube, because I think that's probably something new that you're doing. Shit, I don't even know. I'm about to go follow you. But Noxie, just as a heads up, check and make sure that the followers, because sometimes when you're on the target, people will bot you. And I've had on two different occasions where I had experienced that much growth. It was I remember exactly who was probably doing it. But my point is that if that is the case, you can prevent that by making your account private for 24 hours so they don't continue to add you, because then it begins to make it mess up your algorithm and your impressions, because it's going to be looked at as manipulating. So anyway, I that fixed it for me whenever I made it private for 24 hours. But check though, the best way to check is if
Well,
all
I
of the
had a
I don't
followers.
couple
want to
of
turn this into an algo space. That's what I was telling.
Yeah, yeah,
I
sorry.
don't. I don't want to do it. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you,
You guys can talk
Maze.
in the DMs. You guys can talk in the DMs.
That's true.
Shadow, Zintani left. I don't know. Can you co-host? Okay, cool. Okay,
Ooh,
continuing
I'm in the middle of my two favorite guys.
continuing with the hands. Uncommon sense. Go ahead. What do you think about all this?
Well, I want to kind of go back to just talk about the Epstein impact of the Epstein files in general, if that's all right. Is that all right? Or do you want to stick specifically on the Zorro Ranch stuff?
Well, I mean, it's heavily. No, you can talk about whatever you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I guess I think that people are maybe not. The point I want to get across is that I think when Massey says this is bigger than Watergate, I think he's right. As the Trump administration continues to try to cover this up, when everybody can see that there are obvious crimes, it is a crime for them to cover it up. Number one, because there's a law for them to redact this stuff, and they're not doing it explicitly. Um, I don't see how Trump will be. I legitimately don't think Trump will be president within the next 2 years. Like, I think the pressure, assuming that they're going to continue the behavior that they have been displaying, I don't see how the public pressure is not going to continue to mount, because I don't think, I mean, it already seems like the Republican side is pretty divided. Obviously the Democrat side is all in on impeach Trump or whatever. But I just think that it seemed, and you already saw some people like Patrick Bet David, even Alex Jones, some of the really kind of loyal MAGA people are kind of like going, obviously Joe Rogan's not really super loyal MAGA, but people that are more center right, maybe, or even center, are saying this is looking bad. This is looking bad, because they're trying to set themselves up so they can split from the Trump administration as this continues to flame. And I think it might be. I know obviously the media doesn't want to talk about it because a lot of the figures in the files are media figures. Um, but I think that's actually one of the huge differences between this and Watergate is the media doesn't want this to continue to flame, so it's not having as much of the effect as it used to. But the reality is that it is much worse and considerably more damaging and implicates a lot more people. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but I don't think it's an
I would
understatement.
argue that they're under orders not to.
I don't think it's that. I mean, what do you mean? Like the government is telling the media companies not to, like TMZ is not reporting that they're in the files because Levin's the guy in the files. I don't think he's. Can you like clarify? You mean from the government?
Well, I mean, for example, well, for my coverage on this last year, uh, Peter Thiel and JD Vance visited the owners of Fox News the week before Fox News and Wall Street Journal, owned by the Murdoch family, They went to the Murdochs in Montana to their ranch, started covering Epstein in a particularly partisan angle, right? And so there is plenty of evidence that the administration or the any administration, but even this one now in this case, is working directly with media companies on how to cover this. 100%. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the implication is that there are people in the government that are saying they don't want it to come out, there is no doubt. I mean, the government is covering it up, but the the media is also covering it up, and also all the billionaires are covering it up, and there's a common theme with them, but it's yeah, I don't know. I think it is going to continue to become a larger issue, and I don't see how it wouldn't. I legitimately don't think Trump. I actually one of the first things I did was started checking like the Kalshi, like, which I hate those degenerate
They
gambling sites.
stopped polling. They stopped. Did you hear? Did you see that? His
I
the number one pollster for presidential approval ratings just quit. Just quit. You don't think this has anything? You don't think that's
Wow.
correlated?
I
Yeah.
didn't
well,
even
yeah. I
know that. Is
mean,
that really true?
Which one, Diligent? Was it Rasmussen? Who did
No, it
it?
wasn't Rasmussen. It was. I would have to look it up because I it was like in the back of my mind as I was doing
Oh,
Epstein stuff.
wow.
If anybody on stage knows what I'm talking about, no, I'll look it up.
Like Robert Stone or what? You said
No,
pollster?
a pollster. You know what? I'll just ask Rock. How about that? Somebody's got a hot mic and it's causing feedback. It's Lynn. Please mute
Then
your mic.
I will say that obviously we know that polling is not used to inform you; it's used to lead people, right? And I mean, what Diligent is pointing out is exactly. That's why I check the betting markets, because normally the betting markets are more accurate because it's
Even
people want
even
to.
they are like controlled. It seems like they're
Oh yeah, I
what
definitely
I
think they
saw
are.
Yeah,
from Charlie
polls are
Kirk,
theater,
right, is
designed to
that
shape
all
opinion,
of the
not
people
reflect it.
who are
Betting
taking money
markets?
from the betting markets to promote their content, to promote the markets, were holding a specific government narrative. It just seemed like another avenue of control, right? Like I don't think that there is any. There's a very few independent voices out here that I mean, it's
I
overwhelming.
I think you're right, and I also think human behavior is such a
Yeah,
way
I don't
that
trust the betting markets
if they're
either.
told other people
I like
believe
them,
something, then
but
they
I
will
don't
believe it,
trust
right?
them.
Like that is
They're
that is
supposed to be
by
pure,
nature how
but
it works. So you're not wrong that is certainly that those things are being used as tools. And I guess like just to harken back to the point I'm making is like the only reason this isn't bigger than what it is because people aren't being told the truth of how big of a deal that it is, right? Like if the media was just as hostile to Trump as they were to Nixon as this thing was going on, I feel like it would already be a full blown. I mean, you can't ask the attorney general about child rape and her refer to how good the Dow is doing. I mean, it is literally comical how bad it is being handled.
Grok,
yeah, if the media
Grok,
actually gave a shit,
Grok?
this would be Watergate level. But they don't.
Hold on, sorry. Please, give me a second. Grok, what pollster said that they were going to no longer cover presidential approval ratings this week?
Pulling the latest on pollsters dropping approval ratings. Stand by. Gallup, that's the one. They announced this week on
The
February 11th.
Gallup is the gold. It is the go-to for presidential approval ratings. Okay, how long? This is nuts. This is not a good sign. It's not a good sign. Grok, how long has Gallup been covering presidential approval ratings, and how often? How much traction did they have historically as for viewership and citations?
Gallup's been tracking presidential approval since 1938. Harry Truman was the first. 88 years. They did it weekly, every Thursday drop, like clockwork. And historically, they were the Bible. CNN, Fox, every newspaper, every professor cited Gallup like it was scripture. Approval ratings didn't happen unless Gallup said so. Now they're gone. No notice, no replacement, just stopped. And you're right, it's not a good sign. It's a blackout.
It's massive. That is, I there are so many bad signs to what's going on with our country right now. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The
I
state
found
is taking control of all of the levers of information flow and perception. Gallup is perception, okay? The sentiment of the president, how he's doing, good or bad, right? There's a lot of things that affect that. The number two things that affect that on how good a president is doing. The first one is money, okay? The economy. When people go to the grocery store and they buy their groceries, that they blame the president for that. Okay. This is a known fact. Anybody can look it up. The second one is the security. Okay. So for us under Biden, it was a security issue, right? We were dealing with what they said was Biden inflation, which was actually Trump and Biden inflation because COVID spending, the most historically high spending or production of money in history in the world ever, okay, happened under Trump as one of his last pieces of legislation, and under Biden, his first pieces of legislation. It was like 80% of what's in the economy at the time, right, was printed in those two bills. It caused a massive amount of inflation because we introduced a bunch of money into the system without increasing demand, right? This is a simple economics. And so, uh, so under Biden, we were dealing with that. We hated Biden because everything was expensive. Bidenflation, remember? And then we had migrants. We had an open border coming in. So we hated Biden because we didn't have security, right? Under Trump, okay, I think we have a closed border, but you know what? After all this shit we've seen, I don't really know. I would have to go back down to the border myself and observe before I took it for scripture. That's where I'm at. Okay. I don't believe anything unless I see primary evidence for it anymore. That includes whether or not we have a closed border. That's besides the point. The other point about right now is that we're in an election year. It's not looking good for Republicans, and our inflation is crazy. They don't want to tell you it's crazy, but all you have to do is go buy 4 bags of grocery at Walmart, and you can understand that it costs you like almost $150 to $200 to buy 5 bags of groceries that 6-7 years ago costed you half as much. Like, people understand these kind of things. They feel it in their wallets. And the establishment, Trump administration, is telling you, well, the stock market's doing better than ever. Well, only a small portion of the population cares about the stock market. And the other one is security. And even though we apparently have a secure border right now, and they are going to ICE, people feel very uneasy about what they're witnessing on television and on social media when it comes to the riots and ICE attacking the rioters and the rioters attacking ICE. It is a picture of instability, right? It is not a sign of good governorship, right? There should be smarter ways around this. And I can't help but think that this is an accepted part of the design because they are perfectly capable of finding alternative methods to round up migrants in a smart and efficient fashion, like going to places of work, etc., right? Because they have to commerce, they have to go work and make money to survive. Otherwise, there's no reason for an economic refugee to be here, right? So, but instead of doing that, they're going to the hardest place to get them where they're not welcome, right? And the government, the local municipalities are working hand in fist to oppose them and gum up the works. So they are doing that by design. Another thing that's happening, right, is the cost of everything. So there's or I'm sorry, no, the Epstein files. So people are seeing chaos in the streets. They're seeing an increasing security state and volatile situation happening on the streets. That's intentional by design, right? That is a predictable outcome, especially uh, for all of the abilities and technical capabilities and brain power that the state has, right? They know this. They know all of this. They know exactly what the cause and effect is going to be towards these policies and the way that they're executed. Do I want deportations? Yes. But do I want Americans shot for deportations? No. Do I want chaos in the streets? No. That doesn't make me feel like my daughter is in a safe environment, right? And so the other thing is that now with what's happening with the Epstein files, we see that there's another lack of security. We see that there's an elite class or an establishment class where if you work for the right person, if you know the right person, if you have X amount of dollars, if you do the right thing, if you are connected here with this guy, that you can uh, assault children at scale and get away with it, and launder money and be in all of these kinds of like twisted, heinous facets of organized crime, the same kind of crime that we go after the cartels for, that seems to be involved with our government and the establishment class, the corporate class, and that we don't have law enforcement in that regard, right? So there's another lack of security. So when you're in an election year like we are, you definitely don't want that optics, those uncertainties, because uncertainty is what really kills a market. Doesn't matter if it's an election, doesn't matter if it is economics or the stock market. It's uncertainty that kills everything. And so you don't want that uncertainty to be cast on the state or on the acting administrator. You pull the plug on being able to gauge how well he's doing. This is the shit that you see in China and in Russia, right? This is the shit that you see in all of the authoritarian governments of the world, where all of a sudden the media is completely occupied by the government, social media, news reporters, newspapers, every facet of media and information flow is occupied by the government. Now it is Gallup. That is, and maybe they pulled the plug for a financial reason, but I would argue probably not. We're in an election year. They don't have. That's when they're in demand the most, right? That's when companies want to cite their work as the gold standard for how well the government's doing right now. It's right now is the highest demand. We're in an election year, but for some reason they just randomly quit. All of the other surrounding evidence suggests that it's because things are so bad and they don't want you to see it, or they want to control the optics of it. This with what happened with Charlie Kirk, Epstein files, this is not good, man. I am, you know, I see myself as pretty reasonable. You know what I mean? Like I don't like to uh, get into conspiracy theory. I don't like to speculate too much. I don't like. I offer my opinion a lot, but from a 50,000 foot above this thing, it's not a good look. And let me just say this: uh, a very good indicator of trouble is when the wealthy start to dump their money into assets, right? If you look at the silver market right now and the gold market, particularly silver, it is off the charts. Never been so high. Never been so high. And the wealthy have been dumping their money into silver pretty much since Trump took office. And that is in anticipation of financial windfalls. Like that's when smart money, right, that have predictive capabilities, large amounts of money spent into tech, AI, and analysts and experts, right, who can see what's going to happen with the markets. They are dumping their money into assets that do not lose their value. That's not a good sign for the market. That means that they are consolidating their value and storing in an asset that's going to retain its value when the dollar crashes. That's what's in anticipation, right? So I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to totally be a black pill. You're a doomer. You're a black pill. No, I'm being objectively uh, rational and very, very realistic. Right? Everything I've said, it can be looked at. Please don't take my word for it. Please look it up yourselves. Look into it. Look into it. Look into what's going on with silver and why. Okay. Look into what I said about think tanks being able to, well, here's a good example. In March and last summer, the Trump administration announced a military plan from within the United States, right, that had contingencies and authorizations to handle mass unrest. And I was concerned because at the time, there was no indicator of mass unrest. That means they were anticipating mass unrest. I posted a map of all of the cities that they were executing this military operation nationwide. It went viral. Do you remember, Shadow? You messaged me about it and you said, more posts like this, please. Do you remember?
Oh, which specific post was this about?
It was a map that had all of the cities highlighted, showing
Oh yeah,
where showing
the
where the
protests.
showing well, it wasn't for protests. It was before any protests had occurred. It was a map showing where the Trump administration was consolidating military forces around the United States in certain cities. And the thing that was disturbing to me was that these were all Republican controlled, very deep red MAGA cities and states. They aren't particularly known for their crime, their gang violence, or anything else, right? Like Wyoming, for example, was on the map. Wyoming has a very low population in general. The densest population center, the entire population of Wyoming is only 500,000 people. And that may sound like a lot, but when you think about, there's 350 million people in the United States, 500,000 is a drop in the bucket. But what they do have is one of the highest concentration of two-way MAGA red hat wearing gun owners in the country. They're one of the most pro 2A states in the country. Same thing with Idaho, same thing with Utah, same thing with almost every single state that was on that map was all high concentrations of gun owners. Well, interesting fact. Did you know that pro 2A people are the most likely to dissent under an authoritarian government? Did you know that? You would think it would be the Democrats who hate Republicans and they don't want to listen and they riot in the streets and and BLM riots, right, and burn it all down. You would think it would be them, but no. And I would uh, just suggest that each one of you listening look this up. The statistically, right, Americans who value the Constitution, right, who are particularly beholden to freedom of speech, freedom of religious expression, freedom of firearms, right? They are statistically more likely to dissent when the government expands authorities over them, right? And when I mean dissent, that means protest, political uh, civil disobedience, right? Those individuals who are more libertarian minded and care about their gun rights are the most likely to dissent at scale. And so what I saw is that the US government under Trump was positioning forces nationwide where there were high concentrations of MAGA who are the most likely to dissent if the government goes full authoritarian. And I sounded the alarm. And people can, I believe, if you search cities plural in my profile, you'll see the post that I'm talking about. This was last summer. All of what we're seeing here, it just makes me think that we're on the verge of something like really, really dark. I mean, like it just make I feel like our country is controlled by criminals and that they can no longer hide that fact. And now it's time to, like, there's two ways to control people. One is through information and perception, and when that longer works, all you have is force. There's two ways. You can either manipulate somebody or you can force them into to subdue them. And I feel like we are transitioning away from the age of information control, where that was a an effective lever to control the masses, and we are moving into the stage of force, which is why I have been screaming up and down about the expanding police force surrounding ICE, not just ICE, but all of the data flow restrictions that were removed between the different compartments of the federal states, and as well as the unified police force under the federal banner, where they are mixing different agencies as one single federal police force, and as and even talking about deputizing local PDs. Like, you're talking about a single cohesive federal police force that is beholden to only one, pretty much one person or one agency within the government. And we have no influence over that at all. Like, you're not in a free country, then you're not. This isn't a democracy, it's not a republic at that point. Anytime that the centralized anytime the federal centralizes with a nationwide, that's not a republic anymore. It's not a republic, it's a federal. It's a federacy. So it's a federal state. So that's where we're at, man. I'm gonna shut up now. I know that was a long rant, but these are the things that concern me. These are the things that I think about every single fucking day. It's the driving motivation towards everything you see me say and do. That's why I do it, because I 100% believe everything that I just told you.
Diligent, may I?
Go ahead, Miss Lou.
Thank you. I agree with everything you just said. And I have something to add in that, and I put in the purple pill. It's related to what you just said. A major AI safety researcher, this is from the Epic Times, not some rag, resigns with, quote, "The world is in peril warning." I put the article in the purple pill. You guys research it and read it yourself. It's pretty freaking scary. The second thing I want to tell you is related to our Epstein topic, and I wanted to update you that let's go to Grok here. That Lex Wessner was supposed to, the subpoena for his deposition, which was supposed to take place in D.C. on February 18th by the House Oversight, has now been moved to Ohio, to his home on February 18th. They're keeping the same schedule as coordinated between. They say that Wexner's offered to give full cooperation. And here's the creepy part. He's not been accused of any crime in connection with Epstein. But there's a civil subpoena in the Ohio State University related sexual abuse lawsuit where he is supposed to appear there within 60 days, distinct from the congressional one tied to Epstein, but similar sexual abuse lawsuit. So that's kind of interesting. So that's where we stand now, supposedly. I know we're not holding our breath, but February 18th in Ohio for Mr. Wexner.
I'll believe when I see it. Go ahead, Uncommon. Is he talking?
Uncommon, we can't hear you. You might want to drop down and try coming back up. Does anybody else have their hand up?
I got mine.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Okay, so I want to go back to what Dilly was saying about the deep pit in his stomach, being disappointed in Massey's response when he was inquiring about Huffines. And the same thing happened to me because, Huffines, he was my senator, and I met with him with several other activists and people who were engaged in politics. And so we were really hopeful that he was going to go to the legislature and fight and do all the things. And he didn't do those. And So that hope we put in these politicians, they disappoint us every time. I went to January 6th and I was at that rally with Trump thinking he was going to, unleash the Kraken and things were going to be revealed. And I left in the middle of the speech before everyone went over to the Capitol. I just had that intuition that, the person was talking about that earlier tonight, the intuition, following that intuition. And I just got a really bad feeling when I was there and I left. I got a hot dog and an Uber and I left. And thank God I did, because had I gone to the Capitol and they opened the doors for me, I might have walked in thinking it was, we're just going to stand for our country. Well, the thing about Huffines is if he bought this property for altruistic and, good reasons, then why all the secrecy behind it and all the lawyers and everything to make it secret? And it's only now that it's been revealed that he says, oh, well, the proceeds went to the victims. And, he's acting like this is no big deal that he bought the property. Well, it would be an opportunity. I mean, if I bought the property and knowing all the atrocities that occurred there, I would want to do a major cleansing and raise the property and maybe do something different with it. He hasn't attempted to do any of those things. He's the existing house is there and they're using it.
Everything is exactly like all of the functioning parts are still there, how they were.
Right. And so why all the attempts to keep it secret if this is some sort of effort to, expose anything? He's not doing that. And and so the people that are protecting him, I mean, like you attempted to do with Massey, I attempted to do with as many people as I know who are in positions of power or have a microphone, because I thought this was a big story. I thought it was a big deal. My intuition told me it was something very
Pray over it.
You're cutting out, Anthony. Are you okay?
well. And then my next question is his campaign manager, has he already been on? Did I miss that? Was he supposed to call
No,
in?
I've been sitting here waiting.
I think
Okay, well,
Anthony,
Anthony was the one that had the.
who just came up on stage is the one that
okay. So
offered
it's
to have him
not,
come up. I just want to clarify too the
yeah, go
things
ahead.
that the things. If you can mute when you're, because there's a feedback. If you can mute when you're not speaking, it would be helpful. And I don't mean to, yeah. Um, hit the mute button on your phone, or the microphone. Thank you. When you said that stuff earlier about him and his campaign or whatever, I don't know him from Adam, so I was just listening to you. And hearing your experience. I don't endorse that opinion. You're sharing as somebody who is in Texas and has dealt with the politics there involving him. I let everybody share their stories up here, and usually I don't let them talk about people unless they're in the room. But this guy is campaigning, which makes him a public figure and open for discussion, especially since what news we found out. And I have given him, or anybody associated with him, ample opportunity to come share their side of the story, and nobody's making accusations against them. So I just want to clarify. Go ahead, Lynn, and then we'll go to Sally.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say that so I was wondering if it was Noah Betts that was going to come on, because I always see him around Huffines as a central figure in his campaign. And I'm not sure exactly what Noah's um, title is, but I met Noah back when Brooke Rollins, who is Trump's ag commissioner, she was at a rally for her mother, and her mother is a sitting House rep in Texas. And Abbott came to her mother's rally when she was a candidate for House, and Abbott supported her because of vouchers and the voucher vote. Well, Brooke Rollins had Noah Betts working for her, and Brooke was
We're not going to
amazing.
be able to. We're not going to be able to.
Yeah.
Can you
Well,
summarize? Because it's hard to
so
follow.
yes. Well, okay. So Trump's cabinet in waiting before he was elected, his cabinet in waiting was run by America First Policy Institute, which is Brooke Rollins, Linda McMahon, who's his ed secretary, and Stephen Miller. There were all these people who were building Trump's cabinet before he was elected. So it was during the Biden administration, they were planning this, and a lot of them came from Texas. So Brooke Rollins now is Trump's agriculture secretary. But I'm saying that the guy that worked for Brooke was Noah Betts, and now Noah's working for Huffines' campaign. I thought he may be the one that was coming on, but apparently it was that other guy that was
It was
talking.
his son that was supposed to come on.
And his son was supposed to come on. So I would love to hear from them. And they have been invited. People have attempted to reach out to them. They've stayed silent on this issue. And so I think that speaks volumes. We have every right to question this. I consider this coming out as a gift because this Huffines race in Texas is a very important race. And there are 4 candidates in that race. Now, it's important to also point out that Abbott has his own choice for that seat. It's not Huffines. Um, so I think people are looking at like, oh, we need to support Huffines because he's grassroots, and Abbott's guy is more establishment. But when you understand the dialectic and, there's those 2 opposing forces that, do you know what I'm talking about? The Hegelian dialectic. I'm saying like they get
We
the 2
understand.
polarized. Okay, well, I think that could be what's going on here. So we're supposed to pick a camp, but they're both false choices. That's all I have to say. I just thought I'd point out that about the intuition and your frustration with the Massey response is the same response I get from most of the people in power.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sally.
My biggest concern right now is there's feedback. Somebody mute their mic, please. My biggest concern is when I know this from interviewing Nick Bryant about the victims and how a lot of them did not get the payouts that he said that they were going to give them. So I think I can't remember the exact number. I'll go look it up. But I'm really curious to see who exactly got this money, what victims got this money, because supposedly there was only a couple of victims or a handful of victims according to everyone else. So I'm really
There's over
curious.
1,000 victims according to the government.
Well, I know. I'm just saying before then they lied about the number of victims. They only paid out those that actually came forward, and the ones that came forward, a lot of them didn't get money either. So I would be really curious to see who got this money. Is there accounting for it? It just doesn't add up. Everything I've been researching Zorro Ranch way longer before this last dump, and it's just not adding up. And I'm just floored right now. So I'm sorry that you have. uh, yeah, I'm sorry about everything. It just kind of sucks. I'm disappointed.
Yo, where's that dude at? Is he not coming?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I've already messaged him twice. Let me give him a call and then I'll come right back. All right.
Yeah, and you can tell them that there's yeah. All right, thank you. Yeah, and
There's like
let
1,300 of
me
us
just
waiting.
let me just say this. You know me. He'll be treated with respect and with dignity, and he will not be attacked on the stage. He'll be treated with respect, and be given an opportunity to say what he needs to say without being interrupted.
Thank you,
Go
Anthony.
ahead, go ahead, Coyote.
So I just wanted to throw something out there. I just looked up that Gallup. That's very interesting right there. He was very neutral and actually against Truman at the latter years. But Sergio Gore, that's that dude that was born in the Soviet Union. He's the ambassador to India now. He's one to look at, man. He used some kind of some kind of program that he created to basically hire all these people. And he worked for Ron Paul or whatever, the younger one, the son or whatever. Anyway, he worked for him for forever. And then next thing you know, he's over there basically. I think he went through like 4,000 people. Just he tested their loyalty, and that's the only reason I even found that guy out. It was because all that Sergio Gore, Gor. It's short. That's not his real name, but he was born in the Soviet Union, and then he went to Malta for school. I don't even know like how to explain that, but yeah. Anyway, he's the ambassador to India now because he wouldn't fork over his information. Like, he would not come out and say like, "Hey, I was born in the Soviet Union." So he had a temporary ID or clearance pass to the White House or whatever, and it's just weird. You can't make it up. And you should see whenever they swear him in, they have Erika Kirk there. It's like they bring her out and she does her little thing because it's very weird. This guy, and it's like he's foreign as hell. It's weird.
Thanks,
Anyway, something to
Coyote.
look into.
Go ahead, Godfrey.
Thanks, Diligent. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I really do think it is up to us to come together as American citizens because there's no one left to trust anymore. Even if there is a couple good politicians, that's not enough to affect change. And I think it's incumbent on us, Spaces hosts, to try and help facilitate that conversation. Productive like you are. I know you're doing it, and others are doing it. But I think it's time that we need to kick it into overdrive. Because I had a space on that very subject last night, and I got to tell you, it was really disheartening hearing the amount of people who felt defeated, felt like there was no solutions, and it was more than I expected to hear from in that sentiment. So I think that it is going to come to us patriots, us Americans from all walks of life, to save this country because it is a broken country and these people have all been figured out. They're all compromised somehow. They're all in on dirty shit. They're getting money from Ukraine. They're getting money from Israel. They're getting money from other dirty money laundering operations, and they're all protecting the Epstein ring. And there is going to be no justice unless we get together and organize peacefully. So, of course. So I just think it's incumbent upon us. I mean, there is no politician that's going to save us. There just isn't. Even if there are good politicians left, there's not nearly enough of them, and they're in the extreme minority. So, thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. We're going to bring up some of these people who are requesting. And let me just say this. Please keep it on topic or I'll just drop you because and I'm going to be wrapping up the space in about 30 minutes. Well, actually, I guess I'll give it till midnight since we're waiting for he did say wait an hour or so. So we'll give him I'll give him till midnight on Eastern to show up and see if he wants to say something. So we'll go for another hour. And I guess if we hear from him after that, I mean, I imagine it's getting traction now. My post has 100,000 views. I imagine by morning it's going to have a few 100,000. I would share that with your people in Texas, the ones who vote for him. And that's the kind of pressure that's going to create answers. We got very fortuitous that this guy is campaigning because that means that he's susceptible to leverage and not in like a extortive way, but I mean, he wants to maintain a healthy public image. And so being transparent is a good way to do that. Go ahead, Sally.
Sorry, my mute button was stuck. I apologize for that. I know you don't like simping, but I am going to thank you because sometimes the information takes us down roads that we don't want it to take us down, and I think it is a good time for anybody in politics, whether it be the local level, whether it be at the high levels, to be exposed. And This is a time where we get to choose favorites because what's going on in this world needs to stop. The child trafficking, the drug running, the guns running, all of that needs to stop. And whoever is complicit, anyone who's involved, needs to be exposed. They can come have a conversation. They can provide receipts and say, no, this is what's going on. But to completely shut someone out without providing receipts and saying you're going the wrong path is the wrong way to handle it, because if you're about transparency, you're about putting everything out there, you're about exposing everything, put the receipts out there, have an honest conversation, because I can say for you and Noxie and Maze and myself and other people as well, but I know that we will take the information in and not be combative and try to learn from these people. So I think transparency and honesty is the best way. If you have nothing to hide, then there's nothing to block or to unfollow or to anything. Just say, you know what, you're going down the wrong path, but you know what, let's have a phone conversation about this. Let's kind of clear the air. And I do know that Massey's been having his ass handed to him all week long. I get that because I've been watching him. He's wore out, he's tired, his voice is gone. It might just be temperamental today, but I think that he owes it to those who've advocated for him, those who give him $5, $10, $20 when we have extra money for him to win his race when Trump's going against him. I think that he can understand that the people in here are not trying to take down Massey or trying to take anyone down unless they're in those files. If you're in those files, I don't care if you're Trump. I don't care. I don't care who you are. If you are involved in any of this, I'm sorry. I don't want you anywhere near kids. I don't want you anywhere near government. You need to be shamed in public, and you deserve that. No one's accusing anyone of
If
anything.
you're
This
in there for doing something wrong.
correct. That's where I was going to say next. If we could prove it, there has to be evidence, and I'll land there, Diligent.
Can I
Thank you.
chime
Go ahead,
in?
mate. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the deal though. Like I agree with Sally 100%, and just so y'all know, I took a whole lot of shit for Massey, okay? I'm talking about it was a whole Twitter war, you know what I'm saying? Back well, anyway, like
Same
that was
here.
right? It was insane. But I just wanted to say that like what's clear is that there's a lot. I think the cover up, this is just my like I guess what I'm coming to based on all the information we've talked about is that there seems to be a major cover up happening, and I'm not accusing this guy of that. I'm not. I just think that when we this is what I think would be helpful for him to know why people are questioning it, because like what it looks like is that Trump is covering up for his donors, and if there's anything at that ranch, they want to prevent that from being found. And I think that's what it's signaling to the world. Okay, now that they're finding this out, no comments been made about it, no posts has been made. Like there's been no public with this being the number one trending thing that the world is waking up to. I think that that information is pertinent, especially if he's going to be running for office. That's not something that people can just let slide. So I think it's a great opportunity to discuss that. But yeah, that was it.
Thank you. Sorry, I was looking at some messages. Okay, so I am getting numerous reports from people. I am getting numerous reports from people that have been to Zorro Ranch, about people who have been to Zorro Ranch, and they do make people sign NDAs when they go out there just to visit for any reason.
Dilly, did you see the post that showed the from the satellite images about how like all of the different sections were all compartmentalized? It was pretty crazy. Like I thought that that was very creepy.
They
But
have, but there's videos and pictures of the ranch. It's not compartmentalized. There's separate walkways. Like it's like there are buildings that are separated out by outside, that are like a university kind of is, right? Like there is, well, here I think I can actually pull up a schematic. Let's see. Continue. If anybody has anything to
Miss
say.
Lou had her hand up, I
Yeah, I
think.
just question. Didn't you say when you were first last summer looking into Zorro Ranch that there was a cattle lease for portions of that property? That there
Yeah.
were cattle ranchers
Oh,
that
there's
had
this. Hold on. The space is going to crash. I'm going to restart it.
okay.
It's like you're psychic.
I know. What's up with that?
I don't even know what the telltale signs are.
It says connection lost.
You can
Yeah, I
save it
didn't see
still.
that.
Maybe it'll recover.
You got to go out and switches, change plates.
Go ahead, Mr. He's back.
Come on, Starlink, don't let us down.
No, he heard what I had to say, right?
Not Starling. It's probably getting mass reported.
About the cattle?
Yeah, I think that sections of the ranch were, at least we talked about it last summer, had been leased to some cattle ranchers.
They have,
So,
and I actually posted about it 2 weeks ago on my timeline.
okay.
And the people that were involved in it. There it goes. 10, 9, 8.
Uh-oh. Bye.
We're imploding.
Did he save it?
Did he save it? Is
I
he a
think he did.
magician?
He did. He's magic. He just needs to leave and come back and he can save it. So anyway, Miss Lou, I posted on my timeline because I've been Zero Ranch has been a huge interest of mine just because of the proximity to Mexico. And then they have enough land for a private airstrip so that they can come in and out very easily. So yes, there was cattle ranchers and I have the names of the people. I have the document file on my timeline. I'll see if I can find it and DM it to you. But yeah, there's a lot of shady stuff, and that was just before was it 2007 and 2008. He transferred everything over into a different trust to kind of sell everything.
He's trying to save us.
He's doing good.
Back? I don't know. Um, were y'all done or I saw Slick
Yeah.
Dog's hand is up
Yeah,
if
Sally
that
answered
was
my
through.
question.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sally. Slick Dog, did you have something to say?
Um, sorry. Yeah, I heard Diligent mention an NDA for Zero Ranch. If he or anyone could, I'm just curious if there's like a template version, signed copy of that. If someone comes across that at any point, I'd be interested in looking at that. That's it.
I think we would all be interested in looking at that. It sounds interesting that just to go to somebody's home, you would need to sign an NDA. That would kind of creep me out. And the lady that was up here that was saying that, she said that her son had gotten one, but he didn't actually go, or a friend of her son's. So I'll ask her in the DMs. I'll see if she can get a copy of that. And Slit Dog, I'll forward it to you.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I'm just. I mean, it's a rant, so it is a business, right? Like, I don't know, but I guess there could be a legit reason. But I am curious, and if I see it, like, I'll be
I
able to
don't think
find.
that they're yeah, and I don't think that they're running any business actually out of the ranch now. Like I don't think that they're doing like Sally was just saying, like they're not doing any farming or anything. I don't know what they're doing out there, but it's not like they don't even live there. They live in Dallas. So I'm not sure what is actually happening there.
I'm curious to know if the same people that were on the lease that Epstein signed over, if they're the same people that are taking care of it, because I do have the names of those people. I don't remember them off the top of my head. Like I said, they're on my timeline from a couple weeks ago, I think. But I'm curious to see if they're still there and if they're still running things because Epstein, was it 2016, 2017? I'll have to go, I'll go dig it up. I don't want to give wrong information out. But there was a lot of stuff going on, especially with like a fence. They were trying to bring in like they were stealing water from a well from a